And everything you shared,
Can you hear me better now?
Focus and stuff like that, but things that
So I'd say, I've not launched an agency yet. That's something that I may do and build in public with you guys, so you can see the whole process of how I'll do that and scale that. What I would say, like, my observations though, and like what I've learned from building this community with AI automation is a couple of things. One is and I think these are universal principles, and I'll start broad and go specific, because I think I have to start broad, because if you don't get this, the specific won't make sense. You have to fail very quickly. You've got to go through very fast iterative cycles of failure. And I always use like the metal detector on a beach. You're trying to find beeps. When you see the beeps, you go towards the beeps until you get resonance. A good example of that is your marketing channel or content on YouTube. You talk about, I don't know, roofs no one really watches. You talk about things like, I don't know, we've got the last gentleman there talking about making money with the business. People start engaging with the content you follow, where you're getting positive feedback from your content. The only way you get there is by volume. So you have to have a volume element of it. One of the biggest reflections that I've had is actually you can be doing too little. So you could be doing everything correct, just not at the right volumes. You're reaching out to people, but your problem is you're reaching out to 10 people a week. You need to 10x it. You need to increase the number. The other thing I would say is really drive it back down to focus and specificity. Don't be a Swiss Army knife. Be the laser on it as well. Really driving that. Then when it comes to AI automation, there's three big things. One is that most people don't have any idea what you're talking about. Okay, like you think that a lot of people do because of the group we're in. In reality, most people have zero idea, absolutely no idea, and they'd be gobsmacked. I mean, I even got friends in AI that can't believe that we're doing what we're doing. Like most people don't know. The second thing is that actually the technology bit with AI automations, I think is more the easier part. It's actually the marketing and how you position it and get the clients, which is probably the most difficult bit, which you can do if you know how to do that. That's awesome. But it isn't enough just to know AI automations. You also have to know how to package it and how to sell it for the consumer as well. So we know the right techniques to get there, what you need to do, but I'd say that's probably a key part that I'd start at. Think of how you're reaching out to people, make phone calls, put the volume in, and try and be as specific as possible with your proposition. And speak to as many customers as you possibly can do, and fail as quickly as you can do.
So I have one sort of direct question, especially what you just said. So I'm going through Make. I've tons of tools like this. On the consulting side, I have a team, and what I've been thinking lately is like from initial business loss, or my initial business sort of is am I the way I should do, especially initially, is it me building things and then forming it and then focusing it, or should I really look at maybe getting subcontractors, creating an idea, offloading that, and then building that way, or is it just pretty much dependent on maybe other factors?
So are you talking about like how you scale it up?
Yeah, like start building. Like how heavy do I have to get my skills in building before I start sort of, offloading sort of tasks, and then maybe subcontracting through level or some of these other things.
I think
you know what I mean. Like how do I build myself, and how much do I kind of bring in other people through sort of contracts to.
So that depends on how valuable your time is per hour. So for example, if you're making so if you're making, let's say you make
Japanese mechanical pencils. The Kurtoba dive is the world's first pencil to sell.
Wow, Rex is on the pencils. Thanks, Rex. Appreciate that.
That's great.
So yeah, it depends. So basically, if it costs you $500 an hour to do something, and you can pay someone 50 or 100, then pay them 50 or 100. That said, there is a value in getting your hands a little dirty with it, because you need to know enough to know when something should or shouldn't be happening. There's also like an ideation thing. I find that when you get your hands in the toolbox of how things connect together, it gives you ideas that feeds into your top picture. So I think everyone should have a grasp on the tools. But if you've got the finance, then I think I would get an AI automation operator to build it. I mean, for example, when I launch agency, I won't be building everything. I might build the first one as a for instance, but I don't need to. I know enough about it. I hope I know enough about it that I know what's going on. So I would have someone that sits there and does the role, and I'd focus on higher level activities, and then you would scale it up from that. So the way that I would scale it is I would probably do every role once, and then immediately pass out and then pass on to the next role after that. The second that you shouldn't be doing editing anymore, you need to outsource that at that stage.
Okay, yeah, it's real. Yeah.
Excellent. No, great, excellent question. Really, really good question.
I tried.
It's good, man. You're good, man. These are incredible questions. These are really good questions. Adam, where should we go to?
Great answer, by the way. Incredible answer.
I've had my coffee, man. My answers are sharp today, so.
Well, dude, we got a nice comment from Adam V. Saying stop getting shiny object syndrome. So pick a niche, pick a software, pick a tool, dominate that, and really understand your market and industry. You pick chiropractors, you offer one product, it doesn't sell, you then move to dentists. You're saying a $10 billion industry, there's not a product that I can sell to it. Pick one niche, go deep, and then keep trying out, and stop jumping from one automation or one industry or one niche, which I really like that comment, to focus up.
That's good. Actually, and also, guys, has anyone else's comment section with shiny objects in Joe? One of the funny observations I had is that, the richer I've seen people, the narrower things they do. And that's so funny. Everyone who's, trying to make it is trying to juggle 15,000 different incredible ideas. The guys that seem to make it are the ones that just find that one thing and they lean into it 100%. It's a really, really good observation, Adam.
Yeah, and to build on picking an automation, delegating, Adriana picking a social media, I think it just comes down to what you're good at and what you enjoy. You can do 1,000 things all at once, but I would pick one, focus up. If you enjoy YouTube, you spend more time on Instagram, I think that's probably your private platform, and then you can always go to a secondary. And that's where it's with your delegating as well. What you're good at, what you enjoy, and what you want to do for going forward. Everything else you can delegate.
100%, very well said.
All right, more questions, my man?
Yeah, man, where are we up to next?
Well, Ralph's got some really good questions. Really nice one on building an offer. How do you differentiate your product when you're selling a product that's quite similar to competitors, and how do you stand out from the crowd?
So, two things to think about here. Number one is, the last thing you ever want to be is a commodity. A commodity, I define as basically, it's something that you could get from anywhere you want to. A good example of a commodity is like energy. At least in the UK, you can go to 50 different suppliers. It's the same thing, it doesn't matter. So if you're just another generic chatbot, and so that's a really good example, guys. AI chatbots, for those who use them, what chatbot do you use or are you most familiar with? I'd be really interested to know in the comments, actually. Or what chatbots are you aware of for AI? And the reason I ask that question is because a lot of them do the exact same thing. They're not in a category of one. So when it comes to product differentiation, if you add value that no other business adds value on, you are by definition in a blue ocean, because nobody can offer the proposition that you're offering. And that's how you make an offer that's just absolutely insane, that people are just going to love. So most of the hard work and heavy lifting is done by creating an offer that just solves a problem in a way that no one else possibly does that. And the reason why that puts you in the category of one is because no one's making the guarantees you're making, and no one's offering the value that you're offering. So I would not come and find competitor B and offer 10% less, get onto race to the bottom. It's way more difficult to make money that way. Offer something better, offer something 10 times as good, with a different value proposition that they cannot match. And now looking at these, I'm seeing quite a few different ideas. Yeah, okay, awesome, that's phenomenal. Do we have a follow-up from that one, Adam?
Yeah, what about pricing? So how do you decide if you just say pitch one-off fee, an annual fee, or a reoccurring fee? How do you decide on that pricing strategy?
That will be, have we got Ralph on the call? Is Ralph on the call with us? Have a look at Ralph is here. No. So this is actually a really good question on pricing, guys, because that's something that I hear a lot of people saying, how do I know how to price my particular product? So we've touched on value-based pricing versus the actual cost you deliver it. Monthly recurring revenue is one thing. First of all, if you get two businesses that are identical, okay, one is MRR, okay, monthly recurring revenue, and the other one is one-off transactions, the MRR business is worth somewhere like 3 to 4x at least more than the standard business. So it gets multiples higher in its valuation. Even if you don't want to sell it, it is just worth more. Monthly recurring revenue is one thing, quarterly is another, and annual recurring revenue is even better than that. Ultimately though, all we're ever trying to do is increase the surface area on the graph of customer lifetime value. So for example, I would rather take 10K upfront from a customer for a business if that was the best way to position the product that got the maximum LTV from the client. If the best way to get it is $50 or $100 or $500 a month forever, then we'll get on that route. So just remember that pricing is in service of understanding how you maximize lifetime value. That said, in my experience, I've done a startup that was a one-off transaction business, and now I've got a subscription model. The problem with your one-off transaction business is that there's an exit point of your relationship. Businesses where you have an ongoing financial relationship with the customer are just way more valuable and are way better. Alex has this great expression when he says, the bigger the head, the longer the tail. I'll give you a perfect example of that, okay? There's a guy that won School Games last month called Vahun. His business is focused on international people who are coming to the UK. His whole positioning is, look, you come to the UK, I will get you your dream job in 90 days. And for the privilege of doing that, you're going to pay me X per month to do that. Now, can anybody spot in the comments the issue with that business model? I'll give you I don't think it's important. Tell me what if anyone can spot the issue with that business model. I'll give you a job in 90 days, and you jump on a monthly recurring plan. John is 100% correct. When they get the job, they stop doing it. They won't need it after that. Exactly. Why? Because the value exchange is complete. It's finished. There's no reason to hang around anymore. In fact, I'd make this good point. If I'm still here at day 91, you failed. You've not done your job properly, so why am I hanging around? So a better way to think about Vahun's offer, and I'll be telling him this next week, is actually to have a bigger upfront fee. So for Vahun, and I'm answering the question by example because I think it's more helpful. If he said, look, we charge, if he said, look, how much would a £50,000 a year job be to you? And he's like, well, if you're earning nothing, that job's worth 50K, right? Okay, awesome. So they charge 1495, top of fee, and then they bundle services as a subscription that you may need after that. So the classic example could be website services. You have a high upfront fee, and then you have a litany of ongoing service costs.
No,
like
it's weed,
hosting,
bro.
domain, platform. So they may pay 1995 to get the website front, but then they have that recurring cost that sits there at like 27. And they're so unlikely to cancel that because they've already paid 1,500, and if they cancel, it's everything. So it just makes it inherently sticky. So that's just some ways that you can really think about how you actually position it and how you do your pricing on that. Do we have any questions in chat, Adam? Should we go to another? Any of the follow-up questions, like guys, let us know in the comments if you got any ideas of what you've seen after that. Biggie, you're spot on. They don't need it after that. Yeah, and that's why they have really high attrition because there's no ongoing value. It's not what you've done; it's what you've done for me this week. People have a very short-term memory when it comes to value. So that's why, for example, some agencies, what they do is, I know a business, they did like 1.1 million in like 7 months. And theirs was a coaching business about how you actually acquire customers on social media. And I know the guy because I hired him to do, take over my SEO strategy for my last business. And this is what he pivoted into. His whole charging fee, he charged 2K a month. I think he's increased it now. But he would charge you for a year upfront, and he'd offer you like a discount if you bundled it. And his justification for that was that most of the knowledge is passed upfront, and I charge you monthly, you come and you leave. So you've got to think about value distribution against pricing distribution and those kind of models. And for those of you who want to do agencies, it's going to be the same sort of thing, right? Maybe you have a high upfront fee and a retainer, or you set a particular fee. So you've got to think about what's the ongoing value that you continue to deliver to the client when you're thinking about pricing.
Well, we've got loads of good questions in the chat, and I'd say keep them coming. But our main man, Corky, had a really good question. I don't know if you want to come off mute. Ask it yourself, my man.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, Jack, so, how would you approach influencers to promote your product? Like people that already have a huge set of following. I mean, I know a lot of people like this, and, kind of the etiquette is not to approach them. So my question is, how do I make that irresistible where I want to use them to promote a product?
So you want to think about how do I create an offer for an influencer to promote your product? Is that the question?
Well, let's say I have a book I'm coming out with, and I want, I know lots of influencers that have, lots of followers. So my question is, or for anyone else that doesn't know any influencers, how do you approach them to push a product? Any ideas? Just to brainstorm. I'm not asking for a definite answer. That, oh my God, that's the answer.
No, 100%. It's a really good question, actually. And I just ask, has anyone in the chat actually ever paid an influencer to promote a product? I'd be really curious to know if there's anyone in the chat that's done that at the moment. So we've never hired like a full influencer to come and do this. So I'd be kind of spitballing my theories on this. One thing I know for sure though is that influencers don't necessarily drive conversions, but they are really good at driving awareness. So for example, if you paid an influencer,
it's not a cigarette, man.
To say,
it's weed.
Enter code BingBong27 at the checkout, and people give you a free handshake or something. Like, I wouldn't expect that to change the world. So they're really good at driving awareness. I think most of them now, though, do it on a cost fee. I think very few affiliate marketing agencies will do it on like an affiliate model. So in most cases, you're going to need to pay. But I would say, like, is your end objective here just to get awareness and marketing for your book? And like, why are you thinking more so on the influencer side? Would be my first question for you. It's a very profitable channel, but you can know a bit more where your head's at with that.
I think my main thought is exposure to it. And obviously the influencer I approach. So, mine's a children's book, so I would be approaching influencers that are having children. They're posting about their babies, and that I guess that's what I would focus on. Again, I'm just opening it up for brainstorm because I love it. I don't expect you to give a perfect answer. I just wanted to send the vibes out there.
Dude, well, we've got Karim, who is an influencer with 1.8 million subs. Karim, if you don't mind, could you share like what you get offered and what it's like from your perspective as an influencer? We'd love to hear your beautiful voice, your beautiful face.
That's awesome, Karim, baby.
Karim, tell us what do you have people reach out with offers? Are you with an agency? What's that been like from your experience?
Karim, come in.
No, you're on mute, Karim.
He's a very shy influencer.
Yeah,
Karim, here he is, man. Enlighten us, Karim. How was your experience?
How are you? Actually, I'm working in a co-working space, so it's not allowed to raise my voice. That's why I mute the mic. Most of the time, as an influencer, you have two options. The first one is just to someone who's
all right, well, that's good.
That's
good, you're Muslim.
And ask for something like campaign or something. And then you give them like two options. It's depend on the need. Maybe you can ask for like one-time payment, and it's about you have like.
I'm happy that anybody is
in the first 3 seconds of the video.
What they choose to be.
The product physically and document it
I don't force my.
Or even if you like your links and
I don't expect everybody to live the same way or do the same things that I do. I realize that there's 8 billion people in the world who have all lived different lives, and I can't project my idea of what I think life should be or the way it should be lived. I can't project that onto somebody else who's on the other side of the world and who has, walked a different path than me. I can't do that.
If he trusts the influencer and he's like a good power of influencing people, maybe he will choose which one would be fit.
But whatever makes you a better person.
Got it. That makes really good sense. Thank you for that. Thank you for sharing your wisdom, and congratulations on 1.8 million subscribers. That's phenomenal, impressive. You see what we got in this group, guys? Oh my God! One of these days, when someone's called, it's going to be like Prince Harry. Oh, it's just mega. I don't know who's going to call. It's a roulette. We never know who's going to turn up. We got Joe living life with his Tesla as well. Joe, you in a Tesla right now? Can I just pulse check on Joe?
No, it's not a Tesla. It's not a Tesla, but I do have some insights to share about influencers in general.
Jump in, Joe.
Can I share it,
What's
Jack?
your experience? Yeah, what's your experience in that, Joe?
So there are three different ways to be able to tap into influencers, Porky. Number one is if you don't want to spend money, you build a relationship with them. How do you build a relationship with the influencer? The number one currency is leaving comments and liking on their stuff. So what ends up happening is they start noticing you on their posts, and then you message them, and then you offer to get on a call and say, hey, how can I help you? They're like, dude, just keep commenting, liking, and sharing my posts. And you're like, can I tell you about my book? I don't know if you ever mention anything, but I'd love to send you a copy of my book. And then they'll read your book, or they get a copy of it, and then because you're such a promoter of them, they're very likely to talk about your book publicly or offer to do that. I've had that many times where people did that. So almost like spending your time as a relationship currency. That's number one. Number two, the second thing is, like Kareem said, you just pay the person. A lot of them are happy to take your money. So they have a fee, they have a rate card. I would just make a list of influencers that you want to target, and then just ask them for their media kit, their rate card, and they'll tell you what their rate card is. They usually have a regular rate that they charge. It could be anywhere between $10 to $1,000 to $10,000 per spot, and they'll often do deals if you plan on doing it often with them. And then the third thing that you want to consider is you can run advertising against a specific person, which gives you a little more control. So for example, if I like Jack's community and I want to target his community, what I can do is I can go on YouTube and I can run ads on his videos against his community, which he earns money on those ads through AdSense or whatever. But I can target people on Instagram, on Facebook, and on specific groups of people that like that. So for example, I'm a big fan of Tony Robbins. Any Tony Robbins fans in the comments? I'm curious to know if anybody knows Tony Robbins or is a fan. But if you're a fan of Tony Robbins and his following is your ideal clients, you can target people that follow Tony Robbins and run ads against Tony Robbins. That's just hopefully that's helpful to anybody. And the other thing I want you to think about, Corky, is there's also, besides influencers, there's a concept called JV, joint venture partners, which I have a lot of experience with JV also. So don't just think about influencers, also think about JV.
That's really good, Jeff. And actually, on the JV front, you may not know this, but Prime Energy is a good example of JV. Prime Energy, they're the front guys. They're actually owned by Congo brands. So if you've got like a perfect influencer, Corky, you can do JVs with them. The other thing is, I think the other point on Joe's second point, by the way, about running ads against influencers, what a lot of people sometimes do is they will actually hire multiple influencers, like maybe ones who are very well known in their niche, and then run ads against them. So there's a bit of a credibility thing. One of them saying one thing means one thing, but if there's 5 of them saying it now, you actually get a lot more high perceived credibility.
And you can even run ads through the influencers' accounts as well, which I've seen a lot of people do. So for example, when you're running a Facebook ad, you can only show it twice to a person. If they're following your Facebook page or your Facebook page, you can run it 4 times a day. But if you're using other people's accounts, you can show up on their feed.
Why does everybody from Turkey want me to
You're just
speak?
running it through other people's accounts. So you give them a budget and say,
that's like a serious question, because
you can get really aggressive to get in front of an
I
audience.
get people
and,
from Turkey that come in my room and always ask me to say something
That's great.
in their language. It's like, I don't know.
So, Corky, you know Tony
What the
Robbins?
fuck? What's that about?
Yes, I do know Tony Robbins. I walked the fire with him actually in Cardiff. So, yeah, I know him through my kids and through Dancing with the Stars. So
That's cool. So what was that like an experience thing that you did with Tony?
Oh yeah, I mean I've been with Tony since he first came out. So yeah, it was an amazing experience, and I like what you're saying, Jack, because he really believes a lot in focus. Be a laser, not a flashlight. And even in my competitive career as a dancer, I don't think it had been for him. There was many times where I wanted to give up, and because of his help and direction, just when you think about it, everything's gonna crumble. It's the hard knocks. It's how you get up. It's how you get back up. That's the
Corky, do you have videos of yourself dancing?
I do, but I don't really like to show them around.
They're all over the internet.
I was the Michael Jordan of Latin dance at one day. Now I'm just an old man.
I want to see you shake that thing. I want to see you shake that thing.
All right, I'll make a little one for you boys and post it on there. I'll shake that thing.
Dude, that's what we need, Koku. That we're so lucky to have like so many different voices and experiences in this group, guys. I love people jumping in and sharing experiences and stuff. And Koku, we need to dance. We've got a request to get you in the classroom from Adriana, if you don't mind, a little bit of maybe a simple dance we could just get involved with. What do you think, man? You tell me.
Hey, I'm ready to rock and roll, baby. You know I'm up for whatever in this community. I love this community. This community is fire.
That's it, man. It will be with those dance moves, that's for sure. There's no question about that.
Hey, Jack, the gentleman that had the 1.8 million followers, I wanted to ask him a question. Did he disappear? I don't see him anymore.
I see.
I think, did he disappear?
Yes. No, I'm still here.
So let me ask you a question. What would somebody offer you to expose their product? What would entice you? What would pique your interest?
Do you mean how to choose the products to talk about it, or?
Yeah.
Actually, it must share my values, my content. For example, if I am doctor of physical therapy and then nutritionist. So anything I can talk about it in my channel, it must be related to the type of content and the type of audience share the same needs. They like the content what I provide, because at the end, your people is waiting for some sort of quality, some sort of they trust you, they trust what you say. So if you promote anything that doesn't match your values, your core content, I think you will lose everything. Those amount of money will take, it will like nothing for what the impact will come back from your audience, from the people they trust in you.
Okay, very nice.
Who's your audience? I'm curious to know his audience. Like, who's your audience? Primarily, what geographic location, and like, who are the people?
I live in Egypt. My audience is mainly people from 25 until 45 who's interested in physical therapy and nutrition and in medical awareness overall, and who speak Arabic, because my target audience is in Middle East and North Africa.
That's amazing. Amazing. And there's billions of people in the world that speak Arabic. I have clients in Egypt, by the way. So it's crazy that you do that you help people. Yeah, amazing. Well done.
Thanks.
I have a quick question. How are you? So you're here on this automation channel, and you've already got your report. What are you looking for in terms of like what you're doing? Because I see you on a lot. So especially your big teddy bear, like that koala bear.
But actually, at the moment, I love all the time to learn new skills. At the moment, my main core of business is I have agency. Not agency, it's some sort of like a company called the Diet Master. I'm teaching nutrition for people who want to achieve like health goals, or even to work in nutrition as side hustle, or even a full-time job. So all the time, and by the way, I hit more than 7 figures from the last year. All the time, I help and I love to learn many things, and I work as solo pioneer. I don't have that much team. I do like everything with my own, from media buying, from building sales funnels, and landing page for my courses. So all the time, I like to put myself in like a challenge and learn new things. Automation is for sure, and AI is one of the first priority for me at the moment. I take all those knowledge from automation, and I build a lot of systems for myself and for my business. I build like a content machine for my YouTube channel, for my shorts. I build code automation for my clients. Anyone enrolled in the course, it take a bunch of upsells, email list, and then like push them to another offers or another course. All those things increase my sales and increase my overall impact as a content creator.
Incredible, Karim. Well, congratulations on your success. We look forward to learning from everybody's success in the group. We've got such an eclectic group of characters here that you're crushing it, man. That's awesome. Yeah, hopefully you join the competition crew as well, so you can replicate it in 6 weeks. And if you can beat some of the guys, we'll see. Guys, so we've got the next call in 2 minutes with Kai, so I'm going to pull this one to a close. Thank you everybody for dialing in. It's always a pleasure to see and speak to you. We'll put the recording live in the classroom shortly, and then we'll reconvene in a minute for those of you who want to join for the YouTube masterclass with Kai. All right, guys, thank you so much. Have a sick weekend, and I'll speak to you very soon.
Thanks, Jack.
Hey, cheers very much.
Thanks, everybody.
How is everybody today? Got one more webinar coming up. Growth hacking. Growth hacking on YouTube. Oh yeah. This is how I've been spending all my days. Every day. Monk mode. Staying focused, and it's a good time too. It's a good time. It's hot as fuck outside, so I get to stay inside under the air condition. I'm backing off. I'm making that transition from the outdoor physical labor, construction, building dog kennels and shit like that. I'm making a switch, and I'm in that process right now. When I first started business back in 2003, I started online, and that was the most money I've ever made in my whole life. And went through the recession. I was able to keep my business. I lost a lot during the recession, but was able to at least keep my business. And I got into plumbing and then into remodeling. And the market that I was in, it was wide open. I mean, it was a lot of money there. So I got caught up in fixing people's house, building dog kennels, still coming up with ideas for products, and but most of them were being built out in the field. Even though I used the internet to market my products, it was still a lot of outside physical labor. And what I'm doing right now, I'm making the transition back to an internet-based business. So I've chosen the next 6 months to really focus, go into monk mode. I had been half-assed on my transition. Just kind of doing a bare minimum on both ends, doing a bare minimum on the internet side and doing a bare minimum on the outside labor. But I've chosen to use the next 6 months as a monk mode for me. I cut off a lot of people. I got rid of. I was in a relationship with this one chick. Oh my God, I was. It was like I was in a relationship with a demon-possessed individual. I knew she had to go. Had to go. Finally got rid of her ass. And immediately, monk mode. You know, it's like I wasted 6 months of my fucking life with that chick. Trying to help motherfuckers. Man, listen, dude. How you gonna come up in my fucking live on some shit like that? Motherfucking Mustafa. You sound like that motherfucker on goddamn Lion King. You little bitch. Don't come up in my fucking live like that. Stupid ass motherfucker. You know what? I'ma just speak some blessings on you little ignorant ass. You don't even know what you do it for. Why you gonna plant some seeds like that? You know, every word you speak, every thought that you have, those are seeds that are being planted. When you plant those seeds, what do you think's gonna grow from it? Yeah. It ain't fun being stupid. Why don't you go learn something? Maybe I can inspire you to be a better person. Jumping in somebody's live talking about what the hell are you doing, black boy? Who do you think you are? You think you something special, something you think you better than somebody? Get me started.
Recording in progress. You starting to grow there?
No, so like I particularly essentially what I've been using YouTube is for storing videos and you know basically so I record very long videos when I'm doing decorating because just to be able to show clients. So I've essentially just been using it as storage, and I'm gonna try branching out.
Why do people from Turkey always try to get me to say something in Turkish? Why? You're the second person. No, I'm not gonna do it.
Maybe the longer form content or how they see that process.
I don't even know why. I don't even know what for. Why? What is it? Explain it to me. You explain it to me, and then I'll do it. You tell me why first.
If Kai isn't able to make it today, and then we'll reschedule this one. Before I do that, Vince, have you got a mic? I just want to briefly hit on your experience with 50,000 subscribers. Can you share what niche that's in, and what are the TLDR lessons that you've learned in doing that on your YouTube channel?
Hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, Vincent, loud and clear, buddy. Good to see you.
Hi. Thanks. Well, it's a little bit special.
I'm on a webinar talking about growth hacks on YouTube.
What you're doing, Jack. But I mean, one of the reasons why I'm following you and why I've joined this cool community is to automate all the process.
Yeah, I'm not in Charlotte right now, but I'm about an hour away. What's going on with you?
The channel is basically, you're gonna laugh. It's
you in Charlotte?
Fan Reactions Football Club. So I'm basically reusing a lot of.
I'll probably be out there later on tonight.
Specifically for the Premier League. So there's all these guys doing live commentary on football. In the Euros also going on, and it's
I don't know why I broke your heart, homie.
The interactions with the people who are actually doing the watch-alongs. So obviously I'm not just stealing their content, but I'm actually interacting with them, giving them additional.
Oh, you in Greensboro? Yeah, that's what's up. Yo, I love Greensboro. A&T fucking homecoming.
I'm also, for example, using the Twitter account
This should be
channel
live.
to promote their content when they go live and when they do other things. All this is automated. So I'm using RSS feeds, for example, to pick up the channels. Whenever they post something, I'm reposting, creating a compelling, let's say, social media post. Learn a lot of what you've been sharing, and all this is coming from this.
I gotta pay attention to this.
I don't know if what I would have to say about managing a YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Useful and what you guys are doing.
Yo, that's like.
What the call is going to be about, but this is basically what I'm doing on how my channel.
Yo, that shit was like.
You've done a faceless YouTube
I don't
channel,
know. It was like a classy black bike week.
50,000 people.
Channel again?
Yeah,
Let's
what's the
go.
channel?
Fan reactions
I ain't
football club.
seen nothing but black
Sorry?
ass.
Fan reactions football club.
And reaction. You're about to get 40 more
It's
subscribers.
you know, it's the Chelsea fan watching the Liverpool fans lose.
I love that.
You must like the United stand. Mark is fantastic.
Then is always part of the combinations on the.
I'm gonna sub you. I can't wait to see what you're doing.
Yeah, we had 33,000 views.
That
for
shit was
the
live.
England game last
My
night.
um
The reaction video
my
yesterday,
cousin, he
and this morning
graduated
was
from
UK.
A&T.
Wow.
Matter of fact, I got
The
two
biggest,
cousins
for
that
example,
graduated
last
from
game of the
A&T.
season, what was it, the FA Cup final, the two Manchesters, that's nearly 500,000 views for one.
Wow. Fantastic.
Incredible story, man. I love that. So it looks like Kai's not. So Kai's in New Zealand. So guys, I apologize for Kai not being on the call today. So we'll reschedule them because he didn't make it. But I'm going to give you 3 quick lessons that I've learned, and then any questions you want to ask me, I'm happy to share from my experience. What I'll show you very quickly is what my YouTube channel looks like behind the scenes. Okay, we're just past the 30,000 mark, which is cool. I'll celebrate. Get an extra coffee for that. Let me show you what it looks like analytics-wise, and I'll show you 3 very quick lessons from my whole experience. Okay, cool. So this is behind-the-scenes dashboard. Can everyone see this on the chat? Okay, give me some thumbs up, some yeses. Everyone can see that visible. All right, cool. What does it make monetarily? Well, average is about £700 a month. Sometimes that gets to like 1,000, 1,200, but consistently roughly about that number. What's an average view duration? What does that look like? So, all right, let's take out this last video here. Okay, so it's like roughly like 5,000 views on this one. I'll show you what it looks like metrics-wise, and then I'll show what it looks like. So, click-through rate usually ends at like 6%, but when I launch a video, normally, okay, I'll start and get up to like, let's have a look, 8.2%. Sometimes 10, 11, 12% CTR when I first started, okay? How does that compare to the first ever video I did on YouTube? All right, let me take you on a mini story. None of this is planned, by the way. All this is, I'm riffing this off the top, so you may or may not find this interesting. Let me show you the first video, okay? What was the CTR in this video? Okay, 296 views, 22. Okay, that one's artificially high because people go to the first video. But if I show you this one, for example, like you'll see when I was just goofing around on this, like 2.2%. Really, 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 really low. So I say that to say YouTube is a multi-year investment. So you start off terrible. Look at this thumbnail. I did a video on the 2022 dress code. I was talking about what you should be dressing in 2022. I didn't know what I wanted to talk about.
Oh yeah, definitely. Look, man, you already know. It's like we still finding out shit
you're gonna absolutely crush it.
that they tried to, hide, tried to sweep under the rug.
I won't even show you the video because I'm sure it'll be like funny or whatever. But you start at the bottom.
They don't want to talk about the truth. They would rather us forget about it.
I started my YouTube channel. I'll just stop sharing that.
But
it's essentially I always have the view that look, every single video I posted.
Yet they don't want to forget about shit like the Confederate soldiers, the statues and shit. That's in remembrance. And the county I'm in right now, these motherfuckers got a Confederate soldier sitting right outside the motherfucking courthouse. The Confederacy, they were the losers of the war. So basically, if you're standing for the Confederacy, why isn't that considered being a traitor to the United States?
When I made the pivot to doing purely educational content, is when I saw my channel start to take off in a better way. When Kai does come on and share his experience, he's going to show you something very different, how he did a completely entertainment-based channel and absolutely killed it. The meta on YouTube at the moment is editing is not critical. So in other words, I used to do videos that had like insane editing, like the bells, the whistles, the B-roll, the C-roll. I had like these map things that I was filming like content in like supermarkets to add it up there. In reality, it doesn't make as big of a difference. We have what we call the Sam Sulikification. Tell me in the comments if you've ever seen a video from a guy called Sam Sulek. Just type in Sam in the comments if you know who Sam Sulek is.
Yep.
I'm curious to know if we know this guy. Why am I talking about Sam? I'm talking about Sam because Sam is a 21-year-old fitness YouTuber in America. If you've not seen it, your homework from this course, go check him out on Google. His entire videos are 1 hour and 40 minutes long with 3 cuts. He just yaps in the camera for an hour and 40 minutes. What does that tell you? It tells you actually about authenticity and a connection with the audience. It isn't all about the whiz bangs, the transitions, the flashes, all that sort of stuff. People want unedited raw things. They will come for the value. Adding enough value is enough to keep individuals on there, is my experience. So number one is, and here's another knife bomb I'm going to drop actually, is that in my opinion, subscribers do not matter. I don't think they matter at all. What matters is an engaged viewer that wants to return.
Yo.
How do I know that? I got to the point where I have 30,000 subscribers.
Okay, tell me what y'all do. Do y'all record Americans saying a certain word, and then y'all like mash them all together into like, is it like some kind of, if it's a Turkish joke for, you know, because I tell you, I've been asked probably 30 different times by someone from Turkey to repeat a specific word, and it's never the same word. It's always something different. So help me understand. Help me understand what's going on.
Instead of thinking subscribers, think about your core
Yeah,
100.
what? That's what I'm saying.
Ride or dies, and if you're adding value and you're being honest,
Look,
people
I
will
got.
come back. Because I say, hey, I remember Eric.
I'll get back with you after the webinar.
Adriano, that guy rocked. She was awesome. And they'll come back and see the next time you post a video on YouTube. You're a big one, luck for me. What's a wet fish? Joe, I'm afraid I don't have time to answer that question. You have to go and Google it, my guy. I'm sure there'll be plenty of help on Google for that, Joe. The other thing, guys, is like volume is key. So in our last business masterclass, we talked about that, like actually volume can be an unlock. I was under the false assumption that if I just did high quality but did it like a sniper, that would be enough. When my channel started to take off the second time is when I said I'm going to be blinkered to the views, and I'm just going to focus on volume and experiment with different content types until you find resonance. So as soon as you get a comment that says, hey Joe, or hey Joseph's iPad, or Eric, I love that video, that was great, show me more of that. That's how you know you're finding resonance. Then you double down on that. Think of it like a metal detector. When you start hearing the beeps, double down and do more of it. The fastest way you get there is by volume. If you do 1 a week, let's say that every video you have scores between a 1 and 10. If you do 1 a week, you may get a 4-week 1, an 8-week 2, then a 6, then a 2. You don't have enough data to know what makes an 8 an 8. But if you do 3 a week, and you have an 8, a 9, and a 7, you can say, great, well, what made that a 9 versus like a 4, for example? And you can double down on the stuff that works. So volume is super, super, super important in YouTube. And then finally, I guess the last point I'd make on the revenue point is that, like, build the audience first and the revenue will follow. Monetization is actually fairly straightforward if you have an engaged audience that's showing up. Having the audience, having a community should be the focus. People will go where the value is. And I think the final bit of advice, again, I'm freestyling off the top of my head, but is that you want to be specific. Too many people try to target.
I never thought about that.
There's a really good creator right now. It's called Film Booth. I'm gonna send you the video.
They some hate motherfuckers.
Does anybody know who Film
Black
Booth
man
is?
can't do shit.
Let me know in the comments if you know who Film Booth is. He's a really good YouTube channel educator.
Who?
But essentially, he makes this point, and you'll see it in the video. Yes, Rex, awesome. Okay, go and check out this guy. Okay, he's awesome. He makes the incredible point that, like, if you, let's take educating on YouTube as a niche, okay? And think of it as like concentric circles, all right? Let's say you've got this big circle, you won't be able to see this yet. And this is going to be very bad. But you can see it in this graph, right? We've got a big circle, which is your target market. And in the middle, you've got this intersection here, okay? That's what they call the golden zone, right? So let's say I'm doing educating on YouTube. This circle here might be educating gaming channels. That might be educating AI channels. This might be...
Some of these microphones on Jack should keep cutting out. I don't know where it's
yeah, let me know if I cut off actually.
I think it's Lane.
Lane, I'm gonna get off the mute if I can find Lane. Where is Lane? I can't hear her now. But if it pops up again, just let me know. But guys, just think of it in terms of concentric circles, right? Most people make content that appeals to the mass audience. But what ends up happening is you don't really ever solve the root problem of those individual sectors. So you would rather be specific, the number of YouTube channels is only growing, the niche that you get, the more stronger connection you get with the audience. So don't try and serve everybody. I stopped trying to go viral a while ago. I didn't try to get 1 million views. I get 2,000 to 5,000 views. I'm very happy with that. That's all that matters. I don't really look at views anymore. I'm just trying to make a big impact for a small number of people, not a shallow impact for a very large number of people. And you ask yourself what you prefer to do. Would you rather have 1 million subscribers and a lot of people don't really care what you do? Or would you rather have like 10,000, but they are soldiers who will turn up, they'll join your community, they'll support you, they'll help you out with what you need to do. That's a big distinction that you should think about when it comes to YouTube. So if a video flops, do I delete it? No, I don't. It's tough. I feel like you do sometimes put a video out, and like if you put a video out and like actually that's not to the quality that I would expect, that's okay. Because YouTube is a learning experience, and every video you should be learning something from it. So if I do a video, I don't think it aligns with my brand anymore, or isn't me anymore, or was never me, or whatever, I will just private it or unlist it from the sites so that people don't. Yeah, you can do that. There's no one's like. Here's the thing as well, Jeff. Like, people don't care as much as you think. No one's sat there refreshing YouTube channel like every hour. They're just not. They really don't care. Like, you probably pop up on their feed once a week max, and they may not even click on your video, and they may not even see you. Like, most people, we have this mind. There's like, let's say you have 1,000 subscribers. We think there's 1,000 people sat behind a laptop thinking, whoa, when they're going to post. They're just not doing that. They really don't care as much as you think they do. So don't worry about it if it flops. Every single person, like, it's completely standard and normal. You just have to post enough to learn from it. That's the thing. And also, the other thing I'll put on top of that is that, like, your progress on YouTube isn't linear. So, for example, you'll actually improve every day for a year, but that won't be reflected in your subscriber count. So I'll give you a good example. I did a year's worth of content on YouTube. And actually, how much time did I do? I put a lot of effort into YouTube. I had barely any progress, and then within 2 weeks, I gained 15,000 subscribers. Within 2 weeks, I did all my growth in one little boom, and then now it's like a gradual uptick. But I say that to say, like, you've got to unlock all 10 of the keys, and if you're missing key number 9, you've grown a lot, but you haven't got the full picture yet. So you'll only happen when you do the final unlock, right? So there's someone did a good graph called the Valleys of Death on YouTube, which is like the first valley is, I don't feel comfortable starting. What are people going to think about it? Am I going to be any good? And most people never start. That's where most channels die before they get. The second one is where you start creating it, you get a little bit of success, but then what happens is you get a dip. You know, what you talked about wasn't hot anymore. You're not pivoting, or you hit a lull. That's the second valley of death, where most people say YouTube isn't for me anymore. You have these valleys all the way up to the top. And, you know, there's valleys that I go through and that we'll continue to go through. I'm sure Kai's seen valleys that I don't even know exist yet, but you have to be consistent and persevere through it. It is think of it more with a 10-year perspective, not a 10-minute perspective. And that's part of the problem with a lot of YouTube content. It's all about how do I get viral quick. You want to get viral slow, build slow. That's the better perspective to have on that.
So I have a quick question for you, Jack. In terms of, initially you're like, I'm not trying to become, you know, a huge influencer. It seems to me it's more for you used as a funnel for your business. How does your business align with YouTube and then your other, like, school and stuff like that, in terms of, if you're willing to share, you know, obviously you don't need the secret sauce, but you know how that works for you as your overall business?
Yeah, so I only want you to feel that you get the secret sauce. Like, there is no and nothing's off the shelf, man. You just grab it and let me know. Yeah, dude. So YouTube so basically everyone that joins the school community, most people that join our school community do so from YouTube. They spend time with YouTube, hang out, they have a good time, and they say, hey, I like the sound of this guy. I want to learn a bit more, maybe, or maybe like this community sounds awesome, and they come and join, and that's it. Then you start to get a bit of a flywheel effect where if you add enough value to people and they feel like you genuinely do care and you genuinely do want to help them out, they may tell other people about it. And then you basically want to get to the point where, like, 25%, 30% of your new sign-ups are from referrals. Like, you want your referral, like, think about this as a model, right? If every person that joins, on average, refers one other person, you basically got a perpetually infinite growth machine. Now, it's unlikely they'll hit that number, but think about how quickly ChatGPT grew. When ChatGPT launched, they had a terrible sign-up page. You had to create an email account before you could use it.
Well, listen, don't lump me in with, you know, what my government does. That doesn't reflect my views.
So, dude, I focus on YouTube.
You know, my government has done a lot to me. You know, I've suffered from my own government, so.
Last week, and I was talking to another guy, and it turns out he's he's on
You
your
know.
channel, he had joined it.
It's
like,
not
he
right.
wasn't using things, and I've talked to other people, at least within my circles, that
You know.
know about you. So
It's
kudos
not
for
right.
you
It's
on
not
that.
right at all.
You know, I think that means something when you're talking to other people.
And
like,
the shit
I know
pisses
Jack.
me
I
off,
love
to
his
tell you
channel.
the truth.
You know, I've
You
literally
know.
had that happen a couple times.
The shit
And then
really
Dave
fucking
Adams,
pisses
that I
me off.
know that is in the school.
But I
and
can't
because
stay
of him
caught
being
up
school,
in that,
we're actually
you know.
collaborating on a project
I've
that we're talking
got to do what I've got
I
to
know.
do.
So when I identified me leads,
You
I was like,
know,
hey, it's Gary from YouTube.
my
I was like, wow,
government's
that's
gonna
crazy,
do
I
what
didn't
the
realise.
fuck they want to do.
But that's awesome. That's
I
really
Yeah, I had the
can't
same I had the same
focus
experience,
on
by the way. People in random circles and random places know
being
Jack.
mad
Like,
that
like,
they're
Jack, you
doing
are
something
famous.
that I can't
Really?
stop or
I
control.
don't see these people. I have no idea, man. I have no idea. I must admit.
You
So
know.
that's what
how it builds.
They locked me up
Yeah,
when
that's
I
how it
was
builds,
18
you know.
years old for 6 years.
Wow, that's crazy.
I have a question, Jack.
Right.
As things are
All
moving
of part
so
of
fast,
a
for
war
example,
on
for AI
drugs,
automation, mainly AI
which was
tools,
bullshit.
how to catch
Those
up,
drugs
when
were
we are
being
starting
supplied
with the things
by the government. The
that we are
government was
still
putting
learning,
those
for
drugs
example,
on the
and
street.
make videos on them to stay up to date and to get the channels.
They didn't go
more
to
views.
prison for putting the drugs on the street, but I went to prison.
Here's the thing: you cannot keep up with everything. Is number one. If you try to
For having some knowledge. I didn't even get caught with this shit.
You can't keep up. There's too
I
much
had
news.
motherfuckers
There's too many
testify
things.
against me.
So I would adopt the Marcus Brownlee strategy, which is basically I'm actually.
For
you don't
one,
come to me to find out
I don't
everything.
need
What
to
I'm gonna do is I'm
join
gonna pick the most important of the
Islam.
50 cool things that happen.
I have
and
my
pick the one or two
own
epic
belief
things,
in
and
God.
I'm gonna
I
pick
have
the
my
one.
own
So
relationship
you don't
with
wanna
God.
necessarily compete on volume.
You
in
know,
terms of how
I
you
don't
compete.
need
Like,
a
with it, I
religion
don't know if this is right or wrong or not,
to
but this is just the way
direct
that I
me to
personally
God.
think about it.
God
Set in
is
my diary,
inside.
plan,
That's
time
the
to learn,
biggest
or
fucking
I'll sit
trick
down and say,
that
I need to learn what's
that the
happening
enemy has
in
convinced
AI. Let's
people
learn what is the
that
current
God
matter, what's
is
new, what's different. Try
outside
to think of
somewhere
knowledge
that
base,
we
like a
have
funnel,
to
like fill
to
that
get to
top
him. We have
funnel
to,
with
you know,
information.
do
You're not reading
whatever.
books.
That's
Like,
bullshit.
I'm not book
God
shaming.
is
I don't
inside.
think that's a word on that, but you want top of information funnel,
So,
otherwise you're stagnating, right? You've got no new data coming in at the
I
top.
mean, come on
How
now.
can you possibly come up with? I mean, you're going to exhaust your options at some point, right? So you've got to have
Religion
some
is
kind of input
bullshit.
and try and schedule time.
Now, if
learn.
it helps you to live a
Maybe
good
you're
life,
eating.
fine.
I have like educational content on when I'm eating, when I'm like
But
washing the dishes,
you can't.
washing the dishes. But you know what I mean? Like when I'm batting around, podcasts, educational content, trying to stack those.
Fine to
things together
believe
is
what
a
you
really cool
believe in,
productivity
but
hack.
don't force
But
it on
that's
others.
that's how I do it. And just
Everybody
also,
ain't
you
walk
can't
the
know everything.
same
No one
steps.
expects you to know everything. Just be great at the bit that you do know. And that's why niching down is so cool. And that's the thing, like you don't want to be like a watered down generalist. You'd rather be, you know, you don't want to be a blunt Sasami knife. Be a laser. Be a cool laser beam.
Okay, thank you. And my second question, what about the free content versus the paid content, let's say? I mean, to what extent we can share some things on YouTube as free content and get maybe deeper on the paid content?
So, the general rule is make the free content better than everyone else's paid content, and then figure out more cool paid content to give away. So basically, until you've got like 1,000 people on an email list or subscribed,
Well, I'd be so worried about somebody else.
Just do it consistently.
Just be worried about yourself.
I cannot give it away quick. I try to get it, literally everything I know is valuable. I will always continue to push out and shove to people so they can use it as much as possible. And then you think, cool, well, how can I then level it up? And then that process forces you to improve the content that you've got inside your groups. And like content is a good unlock, but also like there's other things you can do to add additional value as well, even beyond content, like content of different types that cover content of deeper levels, different versions. There's so much other value you can add on top of that. So it's a problem. If you're at a point, if your biggest problem is the fact everyone loves your free stuff so much, you have no idea we can do your paid stuff, then that's a great problem to have. So I'd welcome that problem any day.
Have you ever considered doing memberships on YouTube, Jack? As in separating the content a little bit for like membership kind of strategy?
So memberships on YouTube?
Yeah. Has that ever been something you thought of for your channel?
No, not at all. I mean, like I like to keep I've probably broken a lot of rules in my funnel, but I keep it so simple. Like crazy free, hopefully viable content on YouTube. If you want more behind the scenes, come to school. That's literally it. Like, push out that, and then I just make sure that like you guys make sure that you get as much value as possible in the group. That's like, you're my main focus, my main priority, and then like I want to espouse and evangelize all the cool stuff on YouTube.
Great strategy. I think it's very valuable. It's very insightful. Even if I was just never to go to school and I was just to stay as a YouTube subscriber, I honestly feel that the value I'd be getting there is super high. So yeah, it's a great strategy. It really works for me.
Yeah, I love that. Thank you, Brad. That means a lot. I think like a good metric is value per minute. Like how much value we're delivering per minute. Like getting straight to the point of like how valuable is this for people. Because people could spend their precious time and attention anywhere. Like, you know, no one on the school has to be here at this time, but you are because you value, you know, the learning, the knowledge, and that's why you're all killers and you're going to kill it. And like, you can't take that for granted. I take no one's minute for a second granted. And I think like people realize that when you're trying to like respect their time and like just give them as much value. I mean, Alex built a whole career off it. I think the days of like locking information behind the door and like just trust me, bro, it'll be all right. I think I've gone. I would say just they won't succeed in the new economy, I think, as much.
Yeah, totally agree.
Amazing, awesome, cool. Well, guys, I appreciate it. I've been riffing a little bit. I don't know if we have any other questions in the chat you'd want, or anyone wants to jump in and ask something else. I'm really happy to answer any questions.
I have a quick question for you, Jack. About making videos private. I noticed when you skimmed through your channel, you had quite a bit of videos that you made private. Do you take outdated videos and make them private, or just to keep your bush clean?
Yeah, you gotta keep the bush clean. It's like if you're pivoting. So, for example, on your YouTube journey, you will pivot through things. You'll try, you'll experiment. So, like most channels you see, like even new channels that just seem to blow up. You're like, oh my gosh, how's this guy done it, man? He's gone from like 0 to 100K in 5 weeks. Like almost every single one of them has 5 years experience that you've never seen on several failed channels, several things that didn't work. Like, I don't know if any of you guys know CoffeeZilla. So one of my little mini claims to fame is I knew CoffeeZilla when he was small. I was there from the beginning when he was breaking down all the fake gurus and stuff. So I saw when he was small. Adam, for example, saw Graham Stephan when he was very small. And you think, wow, he's really killed it. But you didn't realize that he had like a 300,000 subscriber YouTube channel over 6 or 7 years. He said the other day he had a 10 years on YouTube. I thought this guy had been on YouTube for like 3 years. So it's all experience. So you will private things because you'll realize what works and what doesn't work. And like one of the biggest problems I actually went viral too quickly. I had a video that did like 500,000 views almost. And like that was so early in my YouTube experience. I hadn't had the time to experiment with different content styles, different topics. So I had like this expectation to perform for my subscribers. I felt like I have to keep on one-upping it, and it kind of became a bit like, I even said to Adam at the time, I was like, it feels a bit like a straitjacket because I feel like I can't now go and experiment with this other content type to see if I enjoy that more. So I ended up doing that. I went on a journey of like trying out different things until you land. So when you don't have to keep all the 12 of them from your journey, but when you find out your niche and what you're passionate about, then you can kind of say, cool, let's just cleanse and like focus on what's new. So that's how I sort of thought about it, but you may get a different response from somebody else on that.
I noticed you only do long form videos. Do you ever consider doing lives or shorts?
I've done shorts. Yeah, I've done shorts. I've done short videos. I did a live when we won the Vegas games. That was fun. I had a lot of fun with that. We had a bit of a technical issue with the comments. Don't know if anyone was there for that. If you were part of that, but that was really fun. That was a really good hoot. So I do want to do more live streams. I think that's really good, like engagement building with your community, just to kind of hang out and like grab a brewski or coffee or whatever time it is. I did do short.
That helps with the algorithm, like doing the lives. Do you know? So is that like an algorithm thing as well, like in TikTok that was mentioned in the masterclass?
Yeah. Do you mean like in terms of like you do it live? How does that affect your ranking on YouTube?
Yeah, like is it a thing that you're gonna get pushed more, like?
Yeah, do you know, I don't know actually, mate, because I'm not really.
I think you do.
I've seen a little bit.
Yeah, I've seen a pretty good boost just from going live. You know, they're pushing. Actually, YouTube is pushing a lot of small creators that are just getting started. You know, it's kind of it's weird when you start paying attention to the YouTube algorithm. I sometimes can guess the video that's going to be shown to me when I swipe up from videos that videos that I'm watching currently,
Right, okay.
because but it was probably, I don't know, maybe 2 months ago I started seeing the new subscribers just being recommended, people that had like less than 500 subscribers, and they would be kind of, it's like every fourth or fifth video, you would go from somebody who had 100,000 plus, and and then they would always throw somebody in there with 200, 300. So they're making a push for smaller channels now, and going live for me has been a good increase.
I think that's awesome. I think going live, like, ultimately it's building a relationship with the person you're speaking to. So like, I would love to do more lives for sure because of that reason. I just need to add to my list, or maybe it's like a Friday hangout. We do some stuff, but it's good that you've had that experience, man. You get like the people, like you do want to get like your first. I think a really cool goal for YouTube. I don't even really think about subscribers. It's cool when you hit milestones, but it's more about like, who are you impacting? Do you have a relationship with 5 people?
Right.
That's the cool thing. That's all that really matters, to be fair with you.
True.
Awesome. So we got another question, I think. So look, Robbie, I would like to know your origin story and where you think Trail's going. Well, I gave a little bit of a mini origin story in the classroom on the Trailblazers thing about where I started, so you can check that out. And I could talk for like 20 minutes about my origin story, but you can check that out in the classroom. But basically, like, do you mean like origin story for like the YouTube?
I just meant, I mean, you got 1,300 plus in a few months or whatever. That's just unbelievable, and the value that you give is unlike anything I've seen in the community and people. It's amazing, Jack. You've built something special here, man.
I appreciate that, man. Yeah, it's very like very surreal. I feel extremely lucky to be part of this with you. To be honest, like it's like I can't say that like I knew 1,400 people would, like, it's so beyond like, it's wild. I mean, like, before I started this, thank you, bro. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. I just kind of want to keep on pleasantly surprising you. I want to bring the energy and bring more stuff. So hopefully I can keep doing that. What I did before this, I started my own business in the UK. We did okay with that. Like, me and my ex-partner started that. We got to the top 100 UK startup. I sold half of it to a business, made like a little bit of mini exit from it, quit my day job, learned a lot of cool stuff, learned what does work, what doesn't work. So that was a really cool experience, and then got into it from there. And so this is like the second or third thing that I've got involved with. So it's very different. My last business wasn't AI related, put it that way. So it's cool. Greg, you got a question, bro?
Yeah, Jack, you're a legend. I just joined the group. Your videos are so authentic. You really have a sense of trying to give people information, and it comes across. So I've appreciated a lot. I'm new to make.com and new to all this, but I've been sharing ideas, and I got a job because of it. So now I gotta fulfill a loan processing app. And I'm like, I know I can do it with PDFs now. I know GPT can like read the info out, like, oh, that's insurance, that's a banking statement. So I'm just like watching your videos, and now becoming a member, I'm trying to piece it all together. Like, how did I do this?
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
That's really impressive. Congratulations on that. Thanks for the kind words. Dude, if you need help, we'll come help you build it, man. Just let us know in the community. That's awesome, man.
Yeah, I'm putting my kind of flow together, which ChatGPT helped me. I said, well, I got to do this. It said, well, you're going to have to do all these steps. So I'm at that point where I'm going to share it with the community. Where do I share it? I put it just in that one community tab in the school?
Yeah, well, I'd say entering into the competition for June and July, if you just started it. And then, you can just put feedback, and people can help you, technical, roast ideas, roast pitches, whatever you need support with.
I love it. Yeah, I will enter it in. I think it's going to be a good app.
Dude, I can't wait to see it, man. I will keep my eyes peeled for that, man. Thanks for your kind words. That's really appreciated.
Yeah, and question on, I want to make an interface for it so that they have somewhere to go to see it in action and to maybe interact with it. Do you use like Softer or anything like that, like an app builder? How do you often let clients actually interact with it?
So is it just like a one-way system, like they fill something out and it happens, or is it like do they need a dashboard to
view stuff that comes back.
They'll need the dashboard to view stuff that comes back. Yeah, so it's like conditions on loans, like, please give me your banking statement, give me, when you're applying for a loan. So then they're gonna have to see and go, oh, that wasn't a banking statement, I gotta make a correction, and then they go submit it to the lender.
Okay, cool. Well, a really, really simple solution to that is embed the form on your website, like paper form or tally, and then use Airtable to create a unique link that will populate data. You can give them editorial access if you like, so they can like approve, change things, and then we can set up automations that tie to that Airtable, so that when they go from red to green, that fires things off. But from their perspective, they just see like a database and things happening. So it's kind of like, I like to create like a box effect, which is like no one knows what goes on below the box. All they know is like cool stuff happens. So there's a video in the classroom, I think, on Make Money with Mate that touches on that a little bit. So check that out. If that doesn't answer the question, let me know and I'll make a video on a bit more detail if you get any more support on it.
Yeah, I was looking at Softer, which can create like an app out of an Airtable backend, so they can go in and click and log into a portal and things like that. I just wondered if anyone else has created that value add around it, so they feel like they're getting a whole solution versus like magic running in the background, But yeah, that's cool.
Well, I will pick up. I will do a video on that because I think that's a really good example, man. Thank you for the question there.
I like it.
Cool, man. I'm getting pumped up. I'm getting a little bit too pumped up for Friday, man. I might need to get a brewski in a second. So we got one from. No, my pleasure, bro. Coach Floyd, I'd love to know your thumbnail creation process, SOP. What do you use AI for? What do you use? Do you want to see my thumbnail process real quick? I'll show you very quick.
I've noticed your technique.
This is about as behind the scenes as it gets, man. Right, let me just pull this up and I'll show on screen. Real quick, for those of you who do make YouTube videos, can you tell me in the comments how you currently do your thumbnails?
Well, I do study yours. I see the consistency, the branding. When I see the shirt and the colors, I know it's home. I know it's time for some new good information, good branding.
I love that. My little take from you guys. So the color. What is it about my thumbnails that you see that is me? Is it like me in the side? Is it the yellow? Is it text? I would love to know your thoughts.
It's really consistent. It's consistent,
okay.
and every time I click to watch your video, I know that the value is going to be delivered.
Wow. Okay, that's good. That's perfect. That's what I love to hear, man. I appreciate that, man. You've been too kind, but I appreciate that. So what I'm going to do then, Joseph, let me show you right now my process, okay? All right, let's have a look. So context, I started off on Canva. When I started editing, I started off on iMovies, which I shouldn't think about it. I don't even want to talk about those days. But I started off on iMovies, I started off on Canva. I got to a point with Canva where I could do like anything on it, and I was like, I need to level up. So 1 Christmas ago, I said, I'm going to learn Premiere Pro. Because I need to upgrade, because I was committed to YouTube. So I spent the Christmas learning Premiere Pro. I watched videos on it, I just spent days learning it, I tried things. And then after a couple of days, like a day, you get to a point where like, oh, okay, now it's making sense. And then like every video, I basically tried to add a new editing technique to it. So if you really want to scale up, I always say like, I just went all in with it. Now my process for thumbnails is I use Midjourney and I use Photoshop. So for Midjourney, I basically will come here in the alpha and I'll type in prompt. So for example, I do like, I don't know, let's just say you want to do like, I don't know, a data center or whatever. You can pull up data centers. Like you can just like edit the thing you want. Like, I don't know, huge blue there, 16:9. I get an image like that fits my style, my personal brand. What I would encourage all of you to do is to think about your own personal brand and style. You want to be distinctive and unique. Now, when I come over to my Photoshop, which is down here, okay, Premiere Pro quit. Oh my goodness, that's not very kind of it. Now look, let me show you the last thumbnail I did. Okay, let's take this AI brain one for instance, okay? Now, there's elements you'll see on it that you probably don't know. So think of, for those of you who don't know Photoshop, it's like layers on a cake, okay? Everything down here on the right is a layer, and it stacks on top of each other. So I'm a layer, but I am on top of something else. and so is this, right? What I do is I add an image in the background, and I'll even find it for you down here on the bottom right. Don't worry if it looks weird, it should do. I can actually go on filter and add a blur. So you may not realize I do this, but check it out, right? If I remove the blur, can you see how much of a difference that makes? Look at that. That's unblurred. That's blurred.
Wow.
It's too distracting to be ugly. You see?
Oh, you saw the images. Very good.
Yeah. So it's there. So the further back it is, you add a Gaussian blur to it. What you also might not realize is this. Like if I, in fact, where is it? I'll pull up here so you can see. Okay. So if you can see, we changed the image. So check like right here, for example. See that? Gone. So I had a particle overlay to add like a little bit of dynamic vision to it. And then I have a huge saturation thing here where I can change based on the style of the video what I want that color to be, because I colorize it. You see, I can do different things, and then I add like a hue. So they call it opaque. Like Canva will get you like 70% there, but I love Photoshop because I can add like radiance from images. You can change like things, bring these images in, whatever you want. Look at this AI brain, for example. What I might do is on Midjourney, let's say I love this big wolf guy, I'll take it into Canva, I'll just remove the background, and I'll just upload it to Photoshop as a core image. In fact, that's exactly what I did to create this brain. I looked for AI brain in Midjourney, found the one I wanted, I removed the background, and then I put it in there. Arrows do really well on thumbnails. The key to thumbnails, I mean, like, the more people you speak to, you get a great level of understanding. So when Kai comes and talks, he'll be able to, like, because he knows a lot more about this than I do, but at my level of understanding, I'd say that, like, less is more. We talk about email sequences, one message, one email. That's it. Like, don't try to get, if you give 50 messages on an onboarding email, nothing happens. If you give one message, something might happen. It's the same thing with thumbnails, right? I've got one message I'm trying to communicate, which is, hey, it's this image, which is why I see Mr. Beast is extremely simple with what that looks like. And then Premiere Pro, for instance, I'm reticent to show you this because it's going to be complicated to explain, but it's basically the same sort of stuff. All I do, I use OBS. I'll show my OBS setup real quick. This might not be that I actually thought would going, but like it might be cool, right? I've got two scenes, right? This one records me with a video and an audio, which is the mic, and then this one records my homepage, so everything that happens whilst I'm actually talking on the screen. And then they both save as files, and then I upload them to Premiere Pro, and then you can start editing and get from there. So that's basically like the TLDR process of how I like edit and do thumbnails.
Jack, I asked a question in the chat, but do you have access already to the A/B testing feature on YouTube for thumbnails? I don't. No, they've not given me that. I would love that, though. To be fair, that would be like. Probably get it in the next week or so. I mean, I just started it last week. It's pretty useful, and it also allows you to test with two different styles of thumbnails. So maybe you can introduce a new style of thumbnails.
That would be incredible. Yeah, I would absolutely love to do that.
Yeah, they're rolling it out this week, this month, so you should be getting it very soon.
Okay, well that's awesome. Well, perfect. I think we'll see if the CTRs go through the roof as well, right? The little point with CTRs I've noticed is that like you can change it to be like this automation turned you yellow. I mean, by example, but you could be ridiculous. But what will happen is you've got to think who's clicking on the video. So like you'll get more clicks, but they're not the clicks that you want, and also like they end up leaving a lot quicker. So your average view duration tanks. So that's one to bear in mind. Adam, do you have any other questions? I don't know if Adam, you're on the call or not.
Dude, I'm still here, man. I think people have maybe looked out, to be fair. I think people are really enjoying the insight, actually. So I think people have got a treat on this call, man.
Cool, man. I work too much still in Premiere Pro. I'll still with Cam and from the fact. Love it, Sharita. Yeah, you've got to like spend your kind of like attention assets wisely. Like if you've only got so many hours to do something, you want to do like the 90% movers. One of my biggest weaknesses is I go too far in. It's my biggest strength, my biggest weakness. I go way too far in on like design bits that like I just shouldn't spend like an hour like tweaking something, but like I can't help myself sometimes. So you've got to be clinical with it. You've got to be clinical when you can. Adam, have we got any other questions we want to cross off on this? Unless we're trying to look through the comments section actually. That's the A/B testing. Do you have a collection of selfies or thumbnails? Yeah, so basically like I just take like, you want to take a couple of photos
like expressions-wise, and then you can kind of cycle through them and stuff. But also, because if you post like once or twice a week, as long as you change like where you are on the thumbnail, your expression every couple of videos, generally it's okay, and then just kind of refresh it every couple of months, I think maybe. Brave is a cool browser, Corky, I agree, but it's really bad at remembering passwords, which is quite annoying, I think. Awesome. Any other questions, guys, you want to cover before we wrap this beautiful call up? Will this be in the
Jack, I just want to say, way to step up, sir. This guy bails on you. You take over this bad boy, turn this puppy around, and kudos to you, brother, for handling it on the fly. I love it. It's fantastic. Fantastic.
I'm just glad you got some value out of it, man. I didn't prepare anything, so I'm glad we've got some cool stuff that hopefully at least one thing people can take away. That would be amazing.
You don't need to prepare because you are authentic.
Yeah, I just riff. I say you put a coffee in me, Sana, I will talk for hours. You know how I work. Awesome.
How much time do you spend preparing for a video in comparison to actually making it and editing it?
Yeah, that's a really good question, Coach. So like,
because Alex, for example, he's very big on preparing a lot and then making the video great, kind of on the first take, but preparing it a lot so that it comes out first take well, right?
So if I have okay, so have you seen the latest video I put out, for example, the one on the language model thing? So that I could do it in a day from concept to publish, but realistically 2 days. But it depends on how, like, if I'm doing like a new technology, it might take more time. The editing, my general rule is, I had a rule, because I had videos I spent 8 hours editing, and they were like, I love watching them back. I was like, this is a beautiful video, this is incredible. But you quickly reach a diminishing returns principle, where like, I basically said, look, I'm gonna get 80% of the way there, and I'm stopping. I get my editing to a level where it's no longer the limiting factor for performance, and put more time on the idea itself. So my general editing is like, I just have like a 2-hour budget. Like it cannot take more than 2 hours. That's the max it can take me. But what I've noticed as well is like when you're starting off, you're experimenting. You experiment with different styles. So you are going to spend 5 hours editing probably if you're trying to do a style. But it just comes down over time. So you notice most of my videos have a similar style because like I found the one that worked for me, and I was like, now I've got the presets, I've got the assets, it's so much quicker for me to do it. But if I was building it from scratch, it would take me like 2x the time. But when you get into your flow of it, you'll find your editing process quick. It's actually the next job that I'm going to hire for is editing, so that I can focus. I want to free my time up more to spend in the kind of like thinking of cool epic stuff for you guys and less on the editing. But it's tough to let go, man. You get emotional to it, man. You get really attached to it. I will be honest. It's very
like a workflow where you just film one editing process, maybe very insightful for us who are trying to start YouTube, because there's also not only for the thumbnail, but also how do you prioritize the editing? What makes sense? Do you spend 80% of your time editing the first 30 seconds? Do you spend a lot of time and focus editing out the parts where you don't say anything? What do you prioritize? That would be interesting to know.
So I'll give you a quick TLDR on it, and I can do a video on it for you as well. So some people spend more time on the thumbnail and the title of the video than the actual video itself. So some YouTubers will not make a video unless they think the title's good enough. Like they'll say, oh, we can do a video on this, but like if the title's not good enough or doesn't make sense in the thumbnail, they won't make it. So that's one thing to think about as a starter, like what are they clicking on? The intro, the only bit of the video that I tend to script or think about is the intro. A little bit. I don't do it so much anymore. I think because I've done it so much, I try to like run with it. But I will occasionally try and think, like where I'm at in the lab at the moment is thinking more about the result at the beginning of the video. So for example, if I'm giving you an automation on how to automate research, I might say, hey, isn't time valuable? You'd like more of it, right? Well, let's talk about this. So I'm trying to front load more of the value. So that's one of the things I'm adding at the moment. But as I go through, I actually only do one consistent edit. I used to go one edit. I used to go through and do the video. So I used to do rough cut, which is get all the stuff out. Then I used to do video. Then I used to do audio. And sometimes I'd have like a soundtrack, and
Then when you say one platform, when you see the effort that's actually behind that to make them good, very insightful.
Yeah, thank you, Brad. I appreciate that. Svetlana, you had a question for us?
Simple question, please. What's the model of your microphone? I see that there is nothing just in front of your mouth, which looks great, and still your voice is charming and very pleasant. So, what's your microphone?
I will put a link for you in the description right now, so you can have it. There you go. I'll put it in there right now. One thing I'll say on that as well, by the way, is that people will forgive. Adam always says this. It's funny. They don't need like a film level camera. Good camera is important. They will not forgive poor audio. You have to have audio is just like the thing that needs to be there 100%. And then make sure you're also, Svetlana, once you've recorded it, running through this. Okay, cool. There you go. Oh, I've sent it to David. Apologies. Hang on a sec. Let me just change this up to the group. Okay, that's the podcast one you want, and then this is the microphone. Awesome, love it. Cool, guys. With any more questions on that one?
As you mentioned the mic, my question is about the lighting because it's also important.
Yeah, so you want, do you know what's so annoying? When I started off, I was like, there's got to be a really simple way to explain lighting design. Basically, okay, say I'm looking at the camera here. You want a light that's 45 degrees here, and you want a light that's 45 degrees there. And ideally, you're also facing a window at the same time. So you should be facing a window, light here, light there. And one of the lights should be what we call your key light, your like more powerful light. So if it's like equal, you're trying to create dimensions, and then you'll often see, I don't know if you can see on this video or not, you have a light behind you as well. So that lights up the back of your head, but also it creates like a really good aesthetic when you're doing a video, because it's just easier on the eyes to see like the different levels of lighting. So what I might do actually is do a bit of a diagram and like do a video. I'll try to do like a section on my classroom, and I'll add something in lighting, like to show you like what I use and what I learned from like watching people. I think once you do it, you see it everywhere, but if you don't know, like it's really tough to know exactly how that looks. So it's a really good question, Sana.
Thank you for sharing.
No, my pleasure. My pleasure. How many lights? 4? Two lights. So one here, and then you may get like an off light. Like some people have like a lava lamp, or they'll have some stuff at the back, but you only really need 2 lights, I think, to get a good effect in a well-lit scene. Cool. Well, looks like we've gone through the questions. Guys, thanks for your patience. I'm sure Kyle would love to have been here. I'm sure he had like an emergency come up, so we appreciate him. I'll put this recording in the classroom, guys. If there's no other questions, I'll wrap this one up. You've been awesome. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you inside.
Have a good weekend.
Thanks,
Guys.
All right, later.
Thanks, guys. Cheers, everyone.
Boom, daga, 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 boom. Now it's time to get to work. Monk mode. It's about 100 degrees outside right now. So I'd rather not be doing construction work. No construction work.
fastest ways to get started dropshipping on TikTok Shop is to use Amazon to test your products in the beginning. Now, I've taught that since I started doing it myself months and months ago. There's millions of products, there's tens of thousands, if not more suppliers, and there's pretty much every hot product that's selling on TikTok Shop right now, and it can be sourced on Amazon as well. And that makes Amazon a great supplier to, at the very least, start and prove the concept of products with. Although prices on Amazon can often be higher, at least for most products, than they are for those same exact products on TikTok Shop, which essentially means even though you're not really competing on price on TikTok Shop, it can kind of handicap you a little bit versus other competitors selling those same products at a lower cost. And it can sometimes be tougher to find products that are subjective, essentially where you can mark the price up enough so you can still have a decent profit at the end of the day. But what if you could find products selling from a different supplier that would also drop ship directly to your customers and also deliver within the TikTok Shop's shipping deadlines that are getting more and more stringent? Well, lately I've been testing CJ dropshipping as a supplier on TikTok Shop, and I've been pleasantly surprised with the results. CJ lets you connect directly into your TikTok Shop. That way all of your orders, your customer addresses, your tracking information, it all syncs up easily. That way you don't have to worry about manually adding and inputting that yourself like I typically have to do when I use Amazon as my supplier. And you can just then focus on the most important part of selling on TikTok Shop, finding the hot products, making great videos that showcase them in a fun and innovative way, getting affiliates to sell for you as well. So now when you first sign up for CJ Dropshipping, you'll have the ability to connect your TikTok Shop directly, or really any other platform. You have WooCommerce, Shopify, and a number of others, but the majority of you are probably trying to connect to TikTok Shop like I did, and they make it super easy to connect to all these platforms. You literally just click connect to your store, and then as long as you're signed into your TikTok Shop, in this case already, it will just take you automatically to TikTok Shop and walk you through the prompts to connect it automatically. It might have taken me 30 seconds to a minute. Now, once you've connected your CJ Dropshipping account to your TikTok Shop, now it's about just adding. One of the fastest ways to get started dropshipping on TikTok Shop is to use Amazon to test your products in the beginning. Now, I've taught that since I started doing it myself months and months ago. There's millions of products, there's tens of thousands, if not more suppliers, and there's pretty much every hot product that's selling on TikTok Shop right now, and it can be sourced on Amazon as well. And that makes Amazon a great supplier to, at the very least, start and prove the concept of products with. Although prices on Amazon can often be higher, at least for most products, than they are for those same exact products on TikTok Shop, which essentially means even though you're not really competing on price on TikTok Shop, it can kind of handicap you a little bit versus other competitors selling those same products at a lower cost. And it can sometimes be tougher to find products that are subjective, essentially where you can mark the price up enough so you can still have a decent profit at the end of the day. But what if you can find products selling from a different supplier that would also drop ship directly to your customers and also deliver within the TikTok Shop's shipping deadlines that are getting more and more stringent? Well, lately I've been testing CJ Dropshipping as a supplier on TikTok Shop, and I've been pleasantly surprised with the results. CJ lets you connect directly into your TikTok Shop. That way all of your orders, your be higher, at least for most products, than they dropshipping on TikTok Shop is to use Amazon to test your products in the beginning. Now, I've taught that since I started doing it myself months and months ago. There's millions of products, there's tens of thousands, if not more suppliers, and there's pretty much every hot product that's selling on TikTok Shop right now, and it can be sourced on Amazon as well. And that makes Amazon a great supplier to, at the very least, start and prove the concept of products with. Although prices on Amazon can often be higher, at least for most products, than they are for those same exact products on TikTok Shop, which essentially means even though you're not really competing on price on TikTok Shop, it can kind of handicap you a little bit versus other competitors selling those same products at a lower cost. And it can sometimes be tougher to find products that are subjective, essentially where you can mark the price up enough so you can still have a decent profit at the end of the day. But what if you could find products selling from a different supplier that would also drop ship directly to your customers? And one of the fastest ways to get started dropshipping on TikTok Shop is to use Amazon to test your products in the beginning. And I've taught that since I started doing it myself months and months ago. There's millions of products, there's tens of thousands, if not more suppliers, and there's pretty much every hot product that's selling on TikTok Shop right now, and it can be sourced on Amazon as well. And that makes Amazon a great supplier to, at the very least, start and prove the concept of products with. Although prices on Amazon can often be higher, at least for most products, than they are for those same exact products on TikTok Shop, which essentially means even though you're not really competing on price on TikTok Shop, it can kind of handicap you a little bit versus other competitors selling those same products at a lower cost, and it can sometimes be tougher to find products that are subjective, essentially where you can mark the price up enough so you can still have a decent profit at the end of the day. What if you can find products selling from a different supplier that would also drop ship directly to your customers and also deliver within the TikTok Shop's shipping deadlines that are getting more and more stringent? Well, lately I've been testing CJ dropshipping as a supplier on TikTok Shop, and I've been pleasantly surprised with the results. CJ lets you connect directly into your TikTok Shop. That way all of your orders, your customer addresses, your tracking information, it all syncs up easily. That way you don't have to worry about the products. There's tens of thousands, if not more suppliers, and there's pretty much every hot product that's selling on TikTok Shop right now, and it can be sourced on Amazon as well. And that makes Amazon a great supplier to, at the very least, start and prove the concept of products with. Although prices on Amazon can often be higher, at least for most products, than they are for those same exact products on TikTok Shop, which essentially means even though you're not really competing on price on TikTok Shop, it can kind of handicap you a little bit versus other competitors selling those same products at a lower cost, and it can sometimes be tougher to find products that are subjective, essentially where you can mark the price up enough so you can still have a decent profit at the end of the day. But what if you can find products selling from a different supplier that would also drop ship directly to your customers and also deliver within the TikTok Shop's shipping deadlines that are getting more and more stringent? Well, lately I've been testing CJ dropshipping as a supplier on TikTok Shop, and I've been pleasantly surprised with the results. CJ lets you connect directly into your TikTok Shop. That way all of your orders, your customer address, your tracking information, it all syncs up easily. That way you don't have to worry about manually adding and inputting that yourself like I typically have to do when I use Amazon as my supplier. And you can just then focus on the most important part, selling on TikTok Shop, finding the hot products, making great videos that showcase them in a fun and innovative way, getting affiliates to sell for you as well. So now when you first sign up for CJ Dropshipping, you'll have the ability to connect your TikTok Shop directly, or really any other platform. You have WooCommerce, Shopify, and a number of others, but the majority of you are probably trying to connect to TikTok Shop like I did, and they make it super easy to connect to all these platforms. You literally just click connect to your store, and then as long as you're signed into your TikTok Shop, in this case already, it will just take you automatically to TikTok Shop and walk you through the prompts to connect it automatically. It might have taken me 30 seconds to a minute max. Now, once you've connected your CJ Dropshipping account to your TikTok Shop, now it's about just adding hot products from CJ into your shop automatically from their website. And I'll take you through that here in a second, but you'll also notice that on the left here, there are several options, right? So you have your cart if you're checking out on CJ. Obviously, you have your products. So as you add products to your store, they're going to be listed in My Products. You can see all the orders as well from within the CJ app, and you can also contact customer service, and they're pretty responsive. If you need a 3PL because maybe you want to move forward in the process, you're done dropshipping, and you want to kind of start making bulk orders to increase your margins, all of that can be steps here as you scale. But right now in the beginning, we're just focused on finding hot products, adding them to our store, testing, improving the concept, and drop shipping directly to our customers. Again, automatically synced directly into our TikTok Shop, right? So the first thing you want to do if you don't have any products up from CJ yet is find products, right? So you want to click the Find Products tab, and that's going to take you into the directory here where you can see all the products that you can potentially find. They have all the categories here, so you can go down the categories and select your niche specifically and browse through that. They obviously have the subcategories for all these as well, so whether you're jewelry or, automotive, home improvement, a electronics, whatever the case is, it's pretty much all here. Now, they do have other things like trending products, new products, and certain things like that, and you can certainly browse them. For me specifically, I still use product research apps like Data and Shop Plus. The reason being is they're going to look on TikTok Shop specifically to see where the sales are coming from for what products, and all the data is there so that you can take that, use that, and sell products like that, right? But the benefit of it, if you haven't watched any of my tutorials, I will link them down at the bottom of the description for those softwares. But essentially all it does is it gives you product leads, so to speak, that are clearly selling well on TikTok right now, that we should also focus on selling ourselves, because there's a high likelihood that they could also do well for us if we're making decent videos and we're presenting them in a fun and innovative way, right? So once you do find those products, you'll notice that a lot of those products can also be found on CJ Dropshipping as well. Most of the time you can find the same exact product, but even if you can't, you can typically find something that's very, very similar that you can also list yourself, obviously depending on what the specific product is, right? So as an example, let's just look through some of these niches and I'll show you what you can expect, right? So let's go to bags and shoes, and you can start to see through the actual niche in this.
Hope y'all enjoying this shit.
Category, you can sort it by price, you can sort it by best match, newest, you can also set a minimum or maximum price as well. But one of the things that you need to make sure you're doing, right, especially dropshipping on TikTok Shop, is we still need to make sure that our products and our suppliers are shipping out fast enough, they're getting the product shipped fast enough, and also the delivery time to customers is fast enough as well. Because as you know, on TikTok Shop, you need to ship the product out within 2 days now, right? It used to be 3, now it's 2. Now they do give you a little bit of wiggle room if you're not abusing it, but you still don't want to actually push that envelope too much. So ideally you need a supplier that's going to ship out fast within that 2-day window, so you can get the tracking number into your order that fast. And you also need a supplier that's going to deliver to your customer in under 11 days, assuming you've changed your shipping settings already, so that you can get that 11-day window, which is something that you should do anyway. So you need to make sure that you're choosing a warehouse within the country that you're selling on TikTok Shop, right? So me specifically, I'm in the US. I would make sure to click the US warehouses, so all the products that I'm seeing and adding to my TikTok Shop from CJ are from US located, US based warehouses. The products are already within the US and they're going to be delivered to my customers very quickly. I don't need to worry about any of it. You'll also notice that a lot like AliExpress, CJ prices are super cheap, right? So that's one of the benefits here, is you're getting a lot of high quality products that are already in the US, right? So getting quality, we already know that a lot of the products that we're going to find here on CJ, because we've already done our product research, are going to be hot selling products, and they're going to be delivered and shipped to the customer fast enough. It now gives us a massive competitive advantage because the prices are a lot lower now than as opposed to if you sold on somewhere from Amazon, for example, if you're using Amazon as your supplier, right? So Amazon to TikTok Shop, your price is going to be a little bit higher. It's going to be a little bit tougher to kind of break into that barrier, but here your prices are lower, so you can obviously test products a lot easier because you can test at a lower price point and obviously potentially make more sales to at least prove the concept before you dive headfirst into a product. So as we sort through here, just to show you an example, now that we're in US-based warehouses, you could also, if you wanted to sort through, you could look for specific products, or if you already knew a product that you wanted, right? So for example, one of the hot products that I found on Shop Plus recently was a dog water bowl for like when you're walking your dog, right? And it wasn't just like a normal water bowl that you pour water into. It was kind of like a portable, like almost water bottle, where the top turned into a dog bowl and you just pressed the button and the water came out so that the dog could drink it on the walk, on the go. It would also, if you press the button back in, suck the water back in. So if we found a product like that, for example, that we already know is a hot product selling like hotcakes on TikTok Shop, we can come to CJ knowing that we now have all these advantages directly to our customer and it's synced up with our TikTok Shop, search for that, so dog water bowl, and see if we can find that product. So we searched for dog water bottle, and obviously that went back to the original homepage, so we need to still make sure that we're only sorting through US warehouses here. make sure that US warehouse, again, is sorted once we're searching. And now it's going to filter it down a little bit further. And there's a bunch of other options as well here. But this is the one I was talking about, very similar to this. This is a cool one, $3.99. But this was the actual one that I was referring to right here that I saw. It's got like a little paw print right there. Yep, that's the exact one, right? So what happens is the water goes in the bottom. Then as you press the button here in the middle, the water flows to the actual bowl where the dog can drink. You suck it back in, you keep walking, and everybody wins. And this is a really cool thing because then you don't have to carry like a water bottle and a dog bowl with you, which nobody wants to do. You can just hook this on your pocket, on your bike, on the end of your leash, whatever. And so this is a really cool, innovative product that's been selling really well lately, right? And you can see that this product right here is as cheap as $4. It's in the US, right? So it's directly from the US, so it's going to ship fast enough. The estimated delivery time right here is 3 to 7 days, and the estimated processing time, which is important as well, is 1 to 3 days, right? With 80% of orders fitting in that actual window. That's important because we need it to actually ship out within that time period, right? Because we only have 2 days again on TikTok Shop, and we need to deliver to our customer within 11 days again on TikTok Shop. So this is a fantastic product that we can then list from CJ directly onto our TikTok Shop, and then when we get orders, we can automatically, again, fulfill it with the customer information directly from CJ, all synced up as well. We no longer have to actually manually input the customer's address, order information, manually input the tracking number as well in the back end. We can now just automatically do it all from CJ. It's so much easier, right? And so if you wanted to list this on your shop, assuming that you've already connected it, you would just come down here to list, and then it's going to take you to the actual window where you can list it. But chances are you obviously want to put your own title on it. You're going to want to make sure that you select the appropriate category. You can adjust the variation pricing. You can adjust the images that it's adding, right? So if you don't want it to add all the images, you can delete some of them out of it, right? So if we wanted to not select this one, maybe not select this one, but we wanted to select this one or this one. Now, I'm not saying that these are good pictures. I'm just saying you have the ability to choose all the pictures from the listing. And this is a great way to actually test a product in the beginning, right? Because you're getting all the listing images, you're getting the description, you're getting the actual product directly shipped to your customer, again, synced up super quickly, so it's a no-brainer. And then what you want to do with this essentially is prove the concept, right? This is not the be-all, end-all. This is not where you stop. This is just test to prove the concept in the beginning. And then obviously, if it starts to sell, if you prove the concept that you can actually sell this and turn viewers into TikTok into paying customers, at that point is when you want to stop and potentially then make your own pictures. Get a UGC creator to make videos for you and scale up that way, double down at that point and go all in, right? Again, if you want to adjust the description, it's right here. And when you're done, you click list now. It goes directly into your TikTok Shop, syncs up perfectly, and it should be live, obviously, as soon as they review it. So I've been pleasantly surprised with CJ lately. It's another great supplier that, again, as long as you're sorting within warehouses, within your location in your country, honestly, this is one of the best I've found. It's a no-brainer, and I can't recommend it enough. But as always, this is just what's working for me, so I really hope it helps.
If you're planning on buying a home anywhere within 45 minutes of Nashville, Tennessee, including the blue areas in this map,
Time is a huge commodity, and whether you're doing an AI automation agency, you're doing work, or you want to grow your business, you want high quality, fact-checked, very comprehensive research. And in this video, I'm going to show you how you can create an AI research GPT that leverages 3 separate language models to create an incredible output. I'm going to show you how we can get an input from a client, whether they submit a form or even giving it a URL. We're going to analyze and scrape the entire website. We're going to find interesting facts about that business online. We're then going to reinforce that research and fact check it and get source URLs. Then I'm going to show you how to use 3 separate language models, Claude, Llama, and ChatGPT, to create key and critical research points so that actually at the end of it, you can get a completely
bespoke document generated automatically for you without touching anything, including who you're meeting with, when you're meeting them, what their dream outcome is, their website, an overview and 10 facts about the business that you may not be aware of. On top of that, a then kind of AI generated and refined response talking about their business. It's going to understand what your business is about, and based on those two things and the client's dream outcome, it's going to create this beautiful 3 critical paragraphs with questions that you can ask the client. On top of that, you're going to get a view from Claude, you can get a view from ChatGPT and a Llama model, as well as a synthesized model that shows you everything, all those things together in one single response. I'm going to show you how you do all of that in one single journey from start to finish, so you don't even need to touch any buttons. And the only thing I ask is if that sounds of value to you, to consider giving this video a like down below, and if you're feeling generous, a comment as well. And that helps us keep Mother Algorithm at bay, and I really appreciate you. If you don't know who I am, my name is Jack, and my YouTube channel and my school community is all about the latest AI. We're about creating incredible automations, but most importantly, this channel, this community is all about finding the stuff that actually works. If you haven't yet, grab that coffee and let's jump straight in. I'd like to, if I may, show you briefly how this entire automation works from start to finish. Then I'll show you exactly the tools that you need, and then I'll show you how you can recreate it yourself, step by step. And if I do my job properly, at the end of this video, it might change the way that you think about meeting preparation or research. So what's the trigger? So the trigger that I've done a use case for here is for those of you that want to get more clients, or you've got prospects, or you work with individuals, but this could apply for work or anything. So we start with a form. For this example, I've used something called Paperform. So let's check this out, okay? I've got client strategy by Planet Automation. We basically have this thing where someone gives us their email, their full name, their company name. They choose which level their business is at. This, by the way, is from my school community. We have like a level system where you unlock things. So I've just left that in there because it's colorful and shows you the kind of thing that you can do with these things. We get their website, and then we ask them what their biggest challenges and their dream outcome are. This is incredibly configurable. There's lots of different forms that you can use. I'm showing this as an example. And then we say, hey, come on, man, let's book your discovery calls.
Sending gift cards in bulk can be a nightmare. Tremendous is a platform that takes the stress out of sending payouts like Visa, PayPal, and gift cards at scale worldwide, saving you 15 hours.
In this video, I'm going to show you how you can automate incredible images from Midjourney. I'm going to show you just one example where this automation will take like literally breaking news on any topic that you want, come over, create a highly viral, customized output for that social media platform you choose, and then send all that over to Google Doc where you can view it, check out the text, and see super high quality Midjourney image.
Can y'all hear it
If you
good?
know how incredible the quality of images are in Midjourney, you know that this automation is absolutely game changing. And as always, guys, all the prompts, the agents, the blueprints for this automation, including teachings that I just don't post on this YouTube channel, are all available down below my school community. Which means for every automation I cover on my channel and the ones that I don't, you can literally just come down here, click import blueprint, choose the file, upload it, and the entire automation will populate automatically. Over every opportunity in April, you'll also get access to the ability to create consistent Midjourney characters through this entire automation. If you don't know me, my name's Jack. This channel is all about the latest incredible AI, amazing automations, and most importantly, it's about the stuff that actually works. So if you haven't already, grab your coffee and let's jump straight in. But first of all, I need to show you how this thing works, right? So you can see live how this all works in practice. So you know that it really does work. We've got scenario 1, scenario 2, and scenario 3. Sounds like...
Let's see. I need a coffee or tea break. I think I'm gonna go with the coffee. Yeah. Be back. down to the bar, listen to the sound of the doggy dog. Bam, thank you for staying with me. I got my riders. Who needs 100,000 subscribers when I have like a mean 200? That's just, they down for the cause.
Like a lot of things going on, but I promise it's actually really straightforward. So I'm going to show you exactly how this works, alright? So we're going to hit run once here, let that run in the background. I'm going to come here, run once on this one, wait for new data, let that run in the background. And then here, I'm going to run once. I'll explain, haven't already, grab your coffee, and let's jump straight in. But first of all, I need to show you how this thing works, right? So you can see live how this all works in practice. So you know that it really does work. We've got scenario 1, scenario 2, and scenario 3. Sounds like a lot of things going on, but I promise it's actually really straightforward. So I'm going to show you exactly how this works, alright? So we're going to hit run once here, let that run in the background. I'm going to come here, run once on this one, wait for new data, let that run in the background. And then here, I'm going to run once. I'll explain exactly how this all works and you'll be very confident. So RSS has pulled down a latest article. In our case, for AI, we've grabbed the file, we've converted it from HTML to text. That's everything on that webpage in text. Our now viral LinkedIn agent is taking that text and saying, hey, what would be like a really viral post with that? Optimized, trained on all the best LinkedIn posts with hashtags, then returning that LinkedIn post into a Midjourney prompt with our Midjourney assistant, our Midjourney agent. Think of it like a little mini employee for you, working there, creating the images. That's now been added to the article Word doc. Now that's been completed and we've access to Midjourney API. We come over here, this is now going to grab for us 4 images. So what can we do? How do we know this is actually happening? Well, if we come up to our dashboard, can you see here it says some progress? What that essentially means is that, look, Midjourney is working in the background and creating images. And I'll just say, guys, when I set this up, the number of like articles, I went deep. I went down rabbit holes to get this set up. I went down so many like false turns left and right just to find out what was working, to get an actual system that is reliable, that you can plug and play. And I'm giving it all away for free in this video because I think it's just so helpful. It's created it. We've then upscaled the image, right? Which basically means of those 4 images, let's create and improve one. That then grabs it and posts it in the Google Doc. So I'm going to show you exactly how this works, alright? So we're going to hit run once here. Let that run in the background. I'm going to come here, run once on this one, wait for new data, let that run in the background. And then here, I'm going to run once. I'll explain exactly how this all works and you'll be very confident. So RSS has pulled down a latest article. In our case, for AI, we've grabbed the file, we've converted it from HTML to text. That's everything on that webpage in text. Our now viral LinkedIn agent is taking that text and saying, hey, what would be like a really viral post with that? optimized, trained on all the best LinkedIn posts with hashtags. Then we're turning that LinkedIn post into a Midjourney prompt with our Midjourney assistant, our Midjourney agent. Think of it like a little mini employee for you, working there, creating the images. That's now been added to the article Word doc. Now that's been completed and we've access to Midjourney API. We come over here. This is now going to grab for us 4 images. So what can we do? How do we know this is actually happening? Well, if we come up to our dashboard, you see here it says some progress. What that essentially means is that, look, Midjourney is working in the background and creating images. And I just say, guys, when I set this up, the number of like articles, I went deep. I went down rabbit holes to get this set up. I went down so many like false turns left and right just to find out what was working, to get an actual system that is reliable, that you can plug and play. And I'm giving it all away for free in this video because I think it's just so helpful. It's creating it.
Coffee. Yes. Coffee. Yes. Coffee. So good.
We've then upscaled the image, right? Which basically means of those 4 images, let's create and improve one. That then grabs it and posts it in the Google Doc. So if this works, when I open this document here, we should see a LinkedIn optimized post and an image from Midjourney. So I click on, let's scroll down. Look at this. Here we go. There's our LinkedIn post. Look at this, guys. Looking forward to reading your thoughts and perspectives with technology. What do you think this advancement will mean for the future person? Look at this. It's engaging. It's working the room. It's working the audience. And down there, guys, we get an image. Now, I will say this. You can specify this image any dimensions you want. It can be any style you want. Literally, any style, any dimensions you want. I've just gone for something hyper-realistic. But you're just not getting this level of quality with DALL-E. I'm sorry. I love DALL-E. I love OpenAI. They've got a spot in my heart. But you can't replace this. This is literal, guys, this is so game-changing, and you learn how to do everything on here. So, the question becomes, right, well, that's great, Jack, but where do we start, and what's the most difficult part to do? Well, the first thing we need to do is get your Midjourney API set up. That's probably the most complicated part, but I'm going to break it down literally step by step. You're going to see me clicking the buttons, and you'll be able to follow along. So, I'm going to take you over to Discord, get your API for Midjourney, then after that, we're going to build up this automation, and get you flying. Now, I'd like to start with what tools you need to run this automation and how much it costs. Then I'll show you exactly how to do this step by step. And although it can seem extremely complicated online, I'm going to make it as easy as physically possible for you to get this running. Now, the first thing you need access to is Make.com. Make.com is this really cool no-code automation platform that lets you build amazing automations just like this. And don't worry, every link is going to be down below in the description, so you can just click and get started. The next thing that you're going to get access to, oh, and by the way, if this is sounding like I need help setting this up, just watch this video that pops up on screen. That will show you step by step how to get all of these things set up so you can get flying straight away. And once you've done that, come back and we'll continue. So we've got Meg. The next thing you want to get for this is a trigger. Now, I'm using RSS.app. What that basically does is grabs information from the internet. But in reality, you could use any trigger that you want to. It could be a text, it could be anything. But if you want it to be based off the local news, that's what you need to get done. The third thing you need is access to platform.openai.com. That's basically ChatGPT as an API, and then that basically you buy $5 of credits Again, watch the video and I'll explain everything for you in great detail so you know exactly what you need. But if you want it to be based off the local news, that does is grabs information from you. And then that you've done that, come back. If this is sounding like I need help setting this up, just watch this video that pops up on screen. That will show you step by step how to get all these things set up so you can get flying straight away. And then that you've done that, come back and we'll continue. So we've got Meg. The next thing you want to get for this is a trigger. Now I'm using RSS.app.
So what they worry about?
Anything but the hype.
Anything but the hype.
Yeah, a lot of stuff. A lot of contributing factors.
Contributing.
I gotta get smart. Contributing factors.
I like that. I like that. So you know which part you're going.
You say West Lake up.
Hey, where did Pina go? This is the reason you cannot.
Food labels were honest. Coca-Cola.
Y permítese.
Getting sidetracked.
What that basically does is grabs information from the internet. But in reality, you could use a text, it could be anything. But if you want it to be based off the local news, that's what you need to get done. The third thing you need is access to platform.openai. It's a trigger. Now, I'm using, and don't worry, every link is going to be down below in the description, so you can just click and get started. The next thing they're going to get access to, oh, and by the way, if this is sounding like I need help setting this up, just watch this video that pops up on screen. That will show you step by step how to get all these things set up so you can get flying straight away. And once you've done that, come back and we'll continue. So we've got Meg. The next thing you want to get for this is a trigger. Now, I'm using RSS.app. What that basically does is grabs information from the internet. But in reality, you could use any trigger that you want to. It could be a text, it could be anything. But if you want it to be based off the local news,
how is everybody doing today? What are y'all working on? Talk to me. What part of the world? Thank y'all for joining me during my monk mode period. Just need to put on my music so I can get busy. Hold up.
You'll think I'm crazy, but how would you like to get a funded $100,000 account to scale your...
Got me a new drum.
Before you try passing another prop challenge or before you blow another funded account...
Here we go, third year in a row. It's time for the 2023 5-inch FPV freestyle budget build. This year's drone is capable of 6S, has onboard Bluetooth so you can do all the setup and tuning right on your phone. This thing can very easily carry a full-size GoPro. We've got ELRS on board. The best part, this drone is only going to cost you $200 in parts. Let's look at the parts that I'm using for this year's build. Usually when I do these build videos, parts sell out pretty quick, so I'll leave some alternative parts next to the ones that I use in this video. Also, prices change. One day a part could be $20 and then the next day it'll be $23. In general though, the parts that I use in this drone should always total to somewhere around $200. For the frame this year, we're going to be using the latest and greatest, the Source One V5. Now you can get this from Get FPV, Race Day Quads, Pyro Drone. You can get it from a bunch of US retailers, and it's always going to cost about $30. Last year we used the V3 frame. The V5 frame has been out for long enough now where there's a good amount of 3D printable parts for it, so this is the one we're using. SpeedyB F405 V3. I almost went with the V4, but I wanted to keep the build under $200 for you guys, and that would have pushed it $10 over. I used this in my budget build last year, and in my opinion, it is still the best budget stack that you can get for the money. This thing sells for only $60, and it's easily the best bang for your buck. It's got Bluetooth built in, so we can set up the drone wirelessly using the SpeedyB app. We've got 50 amp ESCs that are capable of 6S, plus it's got tons of pads to hook up pretty much anything you need. GPS, beeper, LEDs, all that good stuff.
If you have an extra $10, definitely take a look at the new SpeedyB V4 stack. I have a whole review video on that, and I'll leave a link to it right up here. Otherwise, I really think the V3 for the price is still the best that you can get. Next up, the motors. For this build, we're going to be using T-Motor's new Velox V3 2207 1750 kV motors. So this drone is going to be capable of 6S. T-Motor makes some awesome equipment. I use their motors in my recent long-range build, and the thing flies awesome. The V3s come in at less than $15 a piece, which is actually cheaper than the Eco 2 motors now. Next up, the camera and the VTX on this build are going to be analog. Analog gear is some of the cheapest that you can get. Plus, if you're new to the hobby and you're upgrading from an all-in-one kit, chances are you have a set of analog goggles, probably something like this. Those will work perfect with the equipment in this build. For the VTX, we've got a nice little happy model OVX 303. This has 25. Chances are you have a now. Next up, the camera and the VTX on this build are going to be analog. Analog gear is some of the cheapest that you can get. Plus, if you're new to the hobby and you're upgrading from an all-in-one kit, chances are you have a set of analog goggles, probably something like this. Those will work perfect with the equipment in this build. For the VTX, we've got a nice little happy model OVX 303. This has 25 to 300 milliwatts output power, and this was selling on Race Day Quad's site for only $13. I like happy model products, so I was like, you know what? It's going in the budget build. The VTX comes with a pretty cheap antenna, but you can always replace it to get better range if you want it. Camera-wise, we've got the Foxeer Razor Micro 1200 TVL camera. I don't have many analog quads at this point since I've upgraded most of them to DJI or Walksnail, but the few analog drones that I have actually have this camera on it. I was surprised to see that this thing was only selling for $19. Receiver, this is going to vary from build to build, but I'm using a Happy Model ELRS receiver. This is their EP1, and it's probably the cheapest ELRS receiver that you can get, $13, just like the VTX. For props this year, we're going to be using some of these Azure, how do you say it? Johnny Freestyle props. These are 5-inch freestyle props. I've been using these on a couple of builds, and I love how these perform. Also, last but not least, this isn't required, but I would definitely recommend it. This is only an additional $3 or so. Get some of this mesh wire protector. This is going to go around your motor wires, and it's going to prevent them from potentially getting chopped up in a crash, and it just keeps the build nice and clean. Alright, so the first thing we got to do, put your frame together. I'm not going to show you how to do this because it's pretty straightforward, and the Source One V5 frame is a very widely used frame, and there's tons of documentation on how to put this thing together. All the parts you need are included in this little bag. You get the standoffs, screws, everything's included in here. So I'm going to put that together. You're going to need a little screwdriver. I'm going to be using this. This is an electric screwdriver kit. I got this for like $20. I'll leave a link to this down in the description, but it comes with every bit you'd ever need to assemble a drone, and yeah, that's what I'm going to be using. I'll leave a link to it down below. Otherwise, let's put our frame together. Alright, time to mount the motors. Don't put your top plate on yet. This is going to be easier to do when we're at the end. I have the little camera plates on here. You're going to have to remove those, but whatever, dude. Get it to this point, make sure the screws are, you don't have to have them completely tightened down, but enough to hold it in place. Now it's time to put our motors on, so we'll grab our motors, get them out of the box, and we're going to mount those directly to the frame. So all of the necessary hardware that you will need to mount the motors comes with it. So you're going to get this bag of screws, you get the motor, and you also get a little propeller nut in there too. I'm just going to put that on now. I'm going to show you guys how to put one of these motors on, and you can do the remaining three. So you get a bunch of different screws in the kit. These are different lengths, I think. So when I'm putting this motor on here, it doesn't matter which arm it goes on. All the motors are going to be the exact same. Since they're brushless motors, they can spin clockwise or counterclockwise. When you're looking at the drone like this, we have the camera up here, so the drone is facing this way. We have motor 1, 2, 3, and 4. Unless you go into Betaflight and start remapping the motors and remapping which motor's what, that will always be the case. So I'm going to mainly focus on motor 1, showing you guys how to hook this up. So I'm going to take this motor, we have 2 different screws here. We have some smaller ones, and then we have some bigger ones. We're going to be using the bigger ones on this. So these ones they give you 2 different sizes in case you're using a frame that's thinner. This is a pretty thick frame. This frame is going to be very durable. How thick are these arms? These arms are 6 millimeters thick, so these are pretty thick. So we're going to be using the bigger screws to fit all the way through the frame and then into the motor. Now when you're doing this, you shouldn't have any problem because this is the biggest screw that they include. But if you did end up using your own screws that are a little bit longer than these, just make sure that the screw doesn't go up into the motor, because if you have this screw go through that and into the motor itself, like into the winding, you're gonna ruin the motor. So don't do that. So now take out the other 3 motors and do exactly what we did to motor 1 on the rest of them. Alright, so now that we've got our motors all hooked up, it's time to get our flight controller ESC stack on board. Underneath this cover we have long screws for the flight controller, as well as more vibration dampeners. We've got a capacitor in here too, and then we have our wires to connect everything, and we also get an XT60. So it comes with everything you need. First thing we got to do is we got to get these long screws out of this bag. So when I was assembling the frame, I only put in the 20 by 20 mounting screws. Those are the 4 screws right here in the middle of the plate. The outer screws I left open because we're going to be using these long ones to secure down our flight controller. So the screws that came with the frame are only this long, so don't use those. We're going to use these. Now we're going to put these in the same way we did the other ones. And now just screw them all the way up.
Hey, listen up. Are you a real estate investor or considering starting investing in real estate? If so, then there are 3 things you need to be doing right now to make sure you haven't done something today that actually come back to bite you tomorrow. All right, what is it? Number 1, make your ownership of assets invisible. What do I mean by that? Set up your entity structures like limited liability companies and the like, so tenants and creditors have no clue that you're the owner of these companies. It's easier than you think, and it's a cure-all for aggressive attorneys and shakedown lawsuits.
Alright, so you get those 4 screws in, and those aren't only going to be holding the flight controller ESC stack, but it's going to be holding the arms in place as well. So we have 2 screws per arm that are just kind of holding those in. So if you did have to replace an arm, all you got to do is take out those 2 screws, and the arm should come off. So now the ESC and the flight controller can go on those 30 by 30 mounting points that we just installed. So this is going to sit in the drone right like that. We're not going to keep it on here because we have to solder up the capacitor and the XT60. So the way we're going to do this is it comes with the capacitor and the XT60. I'm going to open this up. Looking at the capacitor, you have this mark on the side. That's for ground. So we're going to make sure that that is hooked up to ground. Now the way that I'm going to hook up the capacitor right now is I'm going to take the ESC off, and if you look at the battery pads on the ESC, there's 2 little holes. Those are meant for the capacitor, so what you can do is you can actually feed the capacitor through those holes, and it just makes soldering 10 times easier. So we're going to do that, and I'm actually going to mount it from underneath right like this, because what I'm planning on doing is I'm going to have the capacitor bend like that to sit back a little bit. If you do this in the drone, it makes it a little bit easier when you go to solder it. So I got my soldering iron heating up, but this is how we're going to be connecting the capacitor. I have it being fed through those little holes on the bottom of the ESC, and I kind of positioned it right against the frame, and that's going to just keep it nice and clean. So we have the positive and negative poles kind of sticking up, so I'm actually going to cut those a little bit above the where they come through. So those are still coming through. Make sure it's all pushed down correctly. That's exactly how I want it. So I'm going to take some flux. And if you guys don't know how to solder, I'm not going to go over how to solder in this video. I have a whole other video on soldering if you're curious about it. I'm not the best solderer, but you know what? It does the job, whatever, dude. I don't fucking care. I'm just gonna heat this up, feed some solder on there just to secure down the capacitor. And then we'll move on to the battery lead. That looks good. Just enough to hold the capacitor on there. Now it's not gonna fall out. It's in there pretty good. I'm gonna be using some of this Blue Tech. This is just to make it easier to connect. There's probably a little solder on there already, but it really does help having it on there before you put it on. And I'm also going to tin the battery pads, so I'm going to put a little bit more solder on there. Just a little bit, you don't need too much. So now taking our XT60 battery lead, we'll start with the negative because that's on this side. We've got some solder on the end here, and we've got some solder on the pad just to make things easy. There's ground. And you can kind of push it into the pad. That'll kind of just help heat everything up. There you go, that'll work. Alright, so now this is pretty much ready to go on the drone. The only thing I'm going to do before I put it onto those screws and leave it, I'm going to take this ribbon cable right here. This came with the flight controller stack. This is going to connect the flight controller to the ESC, and it's going to plug into this port right here on this ESC that you have. Plugs in only one way. Make sure that it's plugged in all the way. There you go. So now this is going to plug into our flight controller. We can secure this down on the frame. This is going to sit right like this. Lift those up a little bit, and these will get fed right in between there. Alright, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to get our motors hooked up. Now before we start soldering, I'm going to take some of this mesh wire protector, and again, this isn't needed, but you should secure the motor wires down somehow. This stuff just makes it very clean, and you can get this whole roll for like, I don't know, $3. This is going to be going around the motor wires, so I'm going to measure out how much I want. I'm going to have about that much. Just kind of eyeball it. Doesn't have to be crazy exact. What really helps with this shielding is if you take a lighter and just kind of lightly melt the outside so it doesn't start fraying. You don't have to hold it for too long, just enough so that it starts to kind of melt together, and you should be good. So now what we can do is we can take our motor wires and we're going to feed it through this wire mesh. Perfect. Slide that all the way up to the motor. That's pretty good. A couple of these small zip ties. I'm gonna run this through here, and this is just gonna hold it in place. I'm probably gonna keep this on after we're done anyways. So put that on, cut the excess off. So now that's kind of holding it nice in place and just out of the way. I'm actually gonna do this with all these motors just because having these flop around while I'm trying to do this kind of distracting. So I'm gonna do that real quick and I'll continue with motor 1. Alright, so the way I'm gonna be running my motors, you can do this any way you want. You can have it go straight to these three pads. These three pads right here are motor 1, these three pads right here are motor 2, and then these three are motor 3, and then these three are motor 4. So you can run these wires any way you want. You can run them straight to those three pads. The way I'm going to be doing it, though, because we do have a lot of space in between the flight controller and the ESC, I'm actually going to run these wires towards the power connector, and then I'm going to turn, and then I'm going to go like this, straight to the pads. So when you're doing this, make sure that you have enough room between the grommet on the ESC and the grommet on the flight controller so that you are able to make sure that's sitting nice and flat. But these wires are eventually going to be running right like that. So it's going to keep it nice and clean. Again, you can run these however you want, but that's how I'm going to do it just to keep this looking good. So the first thing we got to do is put a little bit of flux on these motor pads, and then I'm going to tin them, and I'm going to trim our motor wires so that they can go into those pads.
No offense, but if you still think stocks, real estate, or crypto are the best passive...
Nice. So with the motor pads all tinned up, it's time to hook up our motor. So like I said, I'm going to be running the motor wires along this way. It's going to go right like that. So right where my thumb is, that's where we're going to be cutting the wires. It's a good way to measure it. So now let's just splice the ends. You can use wire strippers if you want. I'm using my thumbnail. Whatever you do. So let's tin those wires. Now run them as they're supposed to be ran, right like that. So I'm going to start with this first one. This one's going right like that. So I'll doing for some time. I think this is the perfect build to do it on because the ESC is kind of sticking out a little bit on this frame. When you take the flight controller and put it on top, you'll actually see that there's still a lot of room between those wires and the flight controller. So, love how this looks. Next thing on the list is going to be putting our flight controller on. So, the flight controller is going to have a little arrow. There's one right down the bottom here. No matter what flight controller you get, you're probably going to have that arrow, and it's always pointing forward. You can configure the flight controller to sit right, sit left, sit backwards, sit sideways, sit upside down. It's easiest if you just mount it like this. So we're going to mount it like this. This ribbon cable right here is connected to the ESC. We can connect that into this port right here. This one's meant for DJI area, and this plug isn't even going to fit in that one. It only fits in this one, so it should plug right in, right like that. Make sure that it's pushed in all the way, and then this can sit right on the 30 by 30 mounting. So now we're going to take these that were included with the flight controller, and we're just going to secure that down because we are pretty much all set with that. All the rest of the soldering that we're going to be doing is just to this top board. So now let's hop over to the camera, VTX, and receiver. Those are the only three components that we're going to have to solder to the flight controller. So let's start with the camera. This again comes with everything you need. So this is going to control the image on the camera if you need it to. Here's a nice long cable for the camera. And then this is going to hook into the back of the camera in case you need to adjust any settings. You really shouldn't have to adjust them too much, but they include this in case you do. And here's our camera. This camera is going to fit right in the frame, right up front like that. And then this is going to plug right into the back. We have a little pinout. We've got video, ground, VCC or voltage. So we're going to make sure that this plugs in the right way. It only plugs in one way. Take these little screws out, and we're going to secure the camera down. And they include a bunch of washers in case you need them. Otherwise, we're just going to need these tiny little screws. And the camera is going to sit pretty much in these plates. So we're going to pull these plates out, and the camera has text on it so you can tell which way is right side up, which way would be upside down. Don't install your camera upside down. Take these brackets. You can choose which hole you want to put it in. So screw that into the camera through the side plate. Make sure you have it in the exact same hole, otherwise it's not going to sit on the frame correctly. There's your camera. So now we can slide this back where it's supposed to go. You've got two grooves in the bottom of the frame, and this should just click right into place, right like that. And now we have a bunch of excess wire from the camera, so I'm actually going to trim it about here, and we'll save this. Put a little bit of flux on all of these pads up top. Alright, so real quick, I want to show you guys the pins that we're going to be soldering to for the camera, receiver, and video transmitter. First off, the camera right up front. These are the wires for the camera. We're going to be hooking those three wires up to the 5-volt ground and cam pins, these top three right here. Over on this side, we have 4 more pins that we're going to be using for the receiver. We've got ground, 4V5, R2, and T2. So UR2 is going to be used for the receiver. 4V5 is basically going to power the receiver when we hook up a USB connection to this, so you can power the receiver without having to plug a battery in, which is nice. So that's what the receiver is going to be hooked up to. And then for the video transmitter, unfortunately, that requires a 5-volt input, so we won't be able to use the plug-and-play port down the bottom. That's meant for an air unit or an O3 air unit. So instead, we're going to use this 5-volt pad right here. Right next to that is a ground. And then underneath, we have UR1, we have R1 and T1. We're mainly just going to be using the TX or T1 pad for smart audio. And then right next to that, we have VTX.
What's good,
so that's
man?
where the video transmitter wire is going to hook up to. So mainly these 4 pads down the bottom. So I'm going to put a little bit of flux.
What's good with you?
We'll put some solder on there just to get it ready so we can solder
Bring the
everything
peace.
up.
No negative shit. Only peace around here. Alright? Only peace.
Let's start with hooking up the camera since that's right here ready to go. I'm going to actually unplug it because it's going to make this a little bit easier. Take these wires, trim off the ends, just kind of exposing the wire, right like that. Let's tin them.
Take a look at this obscure device because that's Elon Musk's latest invention. He has been warning everyone that artificial intelligence is advancing so fast that soon it can replace all jobs and make humans obsolete. So he developed this device to help us survive that AI threat.
Shut up.
We'll start with 5 volts since that's closest to me. We'll get ground, and then cam right next to it. So this is going to be the video image going out of the camera and into the flight controller, and then it's going to be pushed out the VTX tab and into our video transmitter. And this plugs in right like that. Boom, there's your camera. Let's do the same for the receiver and then the video transmitter. Is there no wires in this? Are you kidding me, Happy Model? Alright, so Happy Model didn't include any wires with the EP1 receiver, so what we're going to have to do is we're going to take some of the wires from the flight controller stack. It's pretty much the same cable that's connecting the flight controller to the ESC, just a little bit longer. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to cut the ends off, and we're going to use this to hook up our receiver. So we'll take the white, red, black, and we'll use the yellow. And these are going to be our receiver wires. So we'll trim the ends down, tin them up, and we'll get them soldered to the receiver, and then we'll get it soldered to the flight controller. Tin those pads a little bit. Boom. Boom. So we'll start with ground, since that's on the far end, closest to me. Voltage right next to it. Yellow on the next pad, and that's going to be the TX pad. And then we'll use white for RX on the far end. So now when we're hooking up the receiver to the flight controller, something to keep in mind is you want to reverse how you connect the TX and RX pads. So on the receiver, I have the yellow wire hooked up to TX and the white wire hooked up to RX. So the white wire on the flight controller is actually going to hook up to TX, and the yellow one is going to hook up to RX. So you want to reverse them. Picture it this way. You have a transmitted signal that's coming out TX, and you need something to receive that signal, so you're going to hook it up to RX. So what this is transmitting, you're going to want the flight controller to receive. So transmit, receive, it kind of makes sense when you think about it that way. But yeah, TX to RX, RX to TX, and then ground to ground, voltage to voltage. So let's hook that up to these 4 pads right now. We'll start with ground, since that's the closest one to me. We'll do voltage next to the 4V5 pad right next to the ground. And then remember, TX is the yellow wire that I have on mine, so that's going to connect to RX. So that's going to go to the next pad. And then this white wire is going to go to TX, because that's hooked up to RX on the receiver. Sick. There's your receiver. So now you can take this and kind of coil it up just to keep these wires nice and tidy. And what we're going to do is we're going to take the heat shrink and put it around here, and I'm going to slide it down the wires because we have to hook up our antenna. And then our antenna is going to go underneath this. I'm actually going to trim the zip tie off, and we're going to put a new one on just to make this a little easier. And we're going to run the antenna underneath, and it's going to go up, and we'll just secure this to about that location, just somewhere on the arm is fine. Alright, so I got the antenna secured down just using a couple zip ties, and then we have the wire going underneath this one, and this is the zip tie that's just holding the motor wires down. So now we can take that and we can hook it up to our receiver, and then we can tuck the receiver out of the way, kind of up near the video transmitter. I'm actually going to take this heat shrink off, and we're going to have it sitting like this. So we'll hook up the antenna so that it's kind of in the same direction as the wires, and we'll take the heat shrink put it around it like that, and this is just gonna kind of live up here next to the camera. Alright, so now it is time to hook up our video transmitter. So this is the video transmitter, and they didn't include wires with this either. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the other plug that we got, and this is meant for an air unit. Now if you're using an air unit, obviously you can just plug it in and you can attach this end to the air unit and you're good to go. Since we're not using that, we're going to actually cut up this wire and we're going to use this one to hook up our VTX. So I'm going to do the same thing that I did with the receiver. I'm going to just cut this end off. Same with this end. Now we're left with wires for our video transmitter. So I'm going to use the black one, do the red one, and I'll do the yellow and white, same as the receiver. Alright, now do the same thing for these. Splice these ends off, tin them up, and then we'll get them attached to the video transmitter. We got our 5-volt up top, ground underneath that. Underneath that we have our smart audio, and then on the very bottom we have our video tab. So I'm going to have these wires run over the board because it's going to be sitting in the drone kind of like this, and the flight controller is going to be up here, so the wires are going to go up that way. Take the red one, we'll start with voltage.
I paid off $495,000 in debt within 18 months using what I now call my success path. And I turned this system into a book that anyone can get immediately by clicking the link below. It's free, and you can have it completely read in less than 1 day. If you want it, it's yours. By the way, my name is Jeff Lerner, and I used to make between $20,000 and $40,000 a year as a jazz musician before I...
Ground, and now we'll do white for smart audio, and then we'll do yellow for the video. Those pads are really tiny. If you're not good at soldering, I would definitely suggest getting a practice board and just practice on some really small pads, but those are pretty small. I forgot to show this, but attaching the antenna, pretty straightforward. You have the little UFL connector right here, and if you wanted to upgrade the antenna from something like this, you're not going to get the best range out of something like this. I'm going to use it just in this video, but if you wanted to upgrade this, all you would need is a UFL to SMA adapter, and then you could use any SMA antenna with this build. So I'm going to use this one. All you do, put it on there, click it down, you'll feel when it clicks down, and you're good. So we've already got these pads tinned, so let's just grab the bottom two. So we'll do video first. The yellow wire is going to connect to VTX. Now we'll grab smart audio, and that is what's going to connect to the TX pad. We want to make sure that this is on TX, not RX, otherwise it won't work. Do ground first, right here. There you go. Now we have our video transmitter all hooked up. So as far as mounting the VTX goes, you have a couple different options of how you can do this. You could get some heat shrink and just kind of zip tie it to the frame. Don't just zip tie the board itself right like this to the frame, because then I'm sure you'll short circuit something. The carbon frame is conductive, so it can short out equipment. So don't do that. At the very least, put it in some heat shrink. The way that I'm doing this is I'm actually using some of the spare camera screws, and then I have these little M2 nylon standoffs. I'll leave a link to these down in the description. You can get these pretty cheap. I'm using these. These are going to sit on the 20 by 20 mounting holes on the back, and basically with the VTX you have these additional ears on the side. So I'm going to remove the 25 by 25 holes, so the outer two holes. I'm going to just remove those, and you can just cut them off right like that. And now the video transmitter is going to sit perfectly on these little standoffs that I got. So I just fed it through the XT60 a little bit. And now this can sit on the standoffs. Right like that. And then we can use a couple nylon nuts to just kind of hold it down. So now let's get the top plate on here. The top plate fits on pretty easily. You have grooves up top for the camera. So this is just going to sit in right like that. Boom. Get a bunch of leftover screws from the frame. So we'll put those in. The nice thing about this frame is there are a lot of 3D printable parts available for it. You don't need the 3D printed parts. And if you don't have a 3D printer, there's race day quads. If you send them an STL, like say if you wanted a GoPro mount for this, you could probably honestly just buy a GoPro mount for this frame from race day quads. Or if you have a specific mount or a specific 3D printable item that you want on this drone, if you send them the STL, they'll actually print it for you, and they charge pretty fair for it. So if you do need something 3D printed, check out Race Day Quads. I'll leave a link to that service down below too. But yeah, there are tons of 3D printable parts for this frame. Pretty clean. You got a lot of space above the flight controller, so you can put a strap there to hold your battery on. Oh yeah, speaking of the battery, we also got this battery grip, so let's take this off and put this on real quick.
Hey guys,
what's going on?
Here, and question I get all the time is, how do I make my personal assets invisible? Well, first off,
This thing is nice. I love how this came out. So the only thing that's really left is tuning in Betaflight, and we'll take it out for a flight. Before we do any of that though, we gotta plug this thing in and make sure it starts up. So when you're doing this, I would highly recommend getting a smoke stopper like I'm about to use. This is a smoke stopper. You can get these on Race Day Quads, Get FPV, Pyro Drone. They pretty much all sell them. But what this does is when you plug in a battery, if you were to just plug in a battery right now, if you had a short somewhere on the board, if you had two pads that were bridged, you could destroy the flight controller, and then it's not repairable. If you have something like this, it's going to actually detect the short and stop battery voltage from going into the flight controller and potentially ruining your equipment. So I'm going to go get a battery real quick and I'll show you how this works. So here I have a Tattoo 1050. When I plug it in here, we're going to see a red light, meaning that it's getting power from the battery. And when I plug this into the drone, if the light stays on, the drone's going to start up, and we know that everything's good with the drone. If the light turns off and you don't hear any startup sounds, that means that you have a short somewhere on the board, and you're going to want to go back and just double check your soldering. So let's plug this in and see what happens. You can see the video transmitter's on. Receivers flashing up front. We got lights on the flight controller. Love it. Alright, so now that we know that this thing starts up fine and all the soldering is on point, let's go plug this into the computer and start tuning it. Alright, so it's time to tune the drone. When you're doing this, make sure you don't have any props on the drone. We're going to be plugging in a battery. So I'm going to plug this into my computer, and we're going to start with ESC configurator. So we are going to plug a battery into this right off the bat. So I'm going to open up Chrome, and you go to escconfigurator.com. Make sure you're not running Betaflight in the background, because if Betaflight connects to the flight controller before ESC Configurator does, you're not going to be able to connect to it through this. So make sure you don't have Betaflight running in the background. We're going to go to Connect. We can plug our battery into the drone. This is going to supply power to the ESCs. Now we're going to hop down to Read Settings. It's going to read the 4 ESCs. It should read it as BLHeli-S. So we see we have BLHeli-S on every single ESC. So what we're going to do is hop down to Flash All ESCs. This is going to just write BlueJ to them. So we'll select the firmware, BlueJ. Keep this at whatever pops up. It should be GH50 if you're using this board. But typically you don't have to change this at all. Go down to version, and we'll select the latest one, which is 19.2. PWM frequency, set that to 24, and we'll hit Flash. So now we'll just let this do its thing. It's going to flash the firmware to every ESC, and then we'll continue. Alright, so once that's all set, it'll go back to this screen. Now, you shouldn't have to adjust anything on this side. The only thing that I really adjust is the beep strength, and this is pretty much the volume of the startup tune. And I usually adjust this to about 20 or so, to 19. And once you've adjusted whatever you want to adjust on this side, like I said, you really shouldn't have to adjust anything. Just click Right Settings. It's a lot faster than when you're flashing firmware. And now it's done. So let's disconnect from this, and we'll open up Betaflight. So once we open up Betaflight, let's hop over to Update Firmware. We're going to select Auto Detect. This is going to automatically detect what flight controller you have in the drone. You should see Speedy Beef 405 V3. That's the board we're using. 4.4.2 is the latest version. I'm running 4.4.2 already on this flight controller, but I'm going to show you guys how to flash it anyways. Turn this off, full chip erase, have that on. And then this stuff down here looks pretty good. You shouldn't have to adjust any of that. Just make sure that this says SpeedyB 405 and you're flashing the latest firmware, full chip erase, and we'll load firmware. Looks good. We'll hit flash firmware. It's going to give you this wipeout settings. We haven't done anything on this flight controller. This isn't going to affect the ESC firmware. This is just looking at the flight controller. So we're going to hit ignore the risk. So now just let it do its thing. It'll flash the firmware and then we'll continue. Alright, so now it's all set. We'll hit connect. You're going to get this apply custom defaults. We're going to apply custom defaults.
Why aren't you financially free? Why spend all of your time in your job and miss out on all?
Now you'll probably be greeted with this warning. There's no motor output protocol selected, so we'll do these two things first. The accelerometer we can actually do from this initial screen. Make sure the drone is on a stable, level surface. We'll hit calibrate accelerometer. So that's going to eliminate one of those warnings that popped up. And then we'll go down to the motors tab. And ESC motor protocol, we're going to be running D-Shot 600. And since we just flashed BlueJay to the ESCs, we're going to turn on the ESC sensor and bidirectional D-Shot. That looks good. We're going to come back to this motors tab in a little bit when we're adjusting the direction of the motors. So we'll save reboot. Alright, so now let's hop down to the ports tab. Now, the receiver we put on UART2, so that's good. We're going to keep that just how it is, serial RX. You want that enabled on whatever UART you put it on. If you put it on UART3, turn it off here, turn it on here. We're using UART2, so just keep this the same. This one we're going to keep on because this is actually the Bluetooth that's built into the flight controller, so we're going to keep that on. And then we have the ESC sensor on UART5. So those are kind of the default settings. The only one that we have to turn on that isn't on right now is our video transmitter. So we want to turn on smart audio for that. So we use UART1 for the video transmitter. So we're going to go all the way down to peripherals. We're going to select the drop down and then turn on smart audio for the VTX. Right like that. And that's the only one that we really have to adjust. Save reboot. Now we'll go down to configuration. I usually adjust the arming angle to 180. Make sure you have air mode on. If you have any LEDs that you hooked up to it, turn that on here. And then D-Shot beacon configuration. So since we're running D-Shot, we can use the ESC beeps as a beeper. We're going to turn this on and this on. So if when you have the beeper function enabled on your controller, when you click that, it'll beep the ESCs if you don't have a designated beeper. So that's all we have to adjust in here. So we'll save and reboot. Let's hop down to, we don't have to do anything in power, battery, fail-safe, presets, pin tuning. You actually don't have to do any tuning on this. You can if you want to, but I think the drone flies pretty good without any tune. And I feel like tuning is kind of its own beast. There's tons of videos on tuning a drone. So if you want to get into that, you can. But for this build, you don't have to. So pit profile settings, we're going to keep the same. Rate profile, this is kind of stick response and how the drone flies. Again, we don't really have to adjust anything in here, and we don't have to adjust anything under filters either. Alright, so now what we're going to do is hop down to the receiver tab. So I have my controller right here. I have a, what is this thing? ELRS module that I have on the back of my Mambo is the Beta FPV Super G 1 watt module, and it's not bound to my receiver yet. So let's go into our Wi-Fi settings and just kind of look at the available networks, and you should see Express LRS RX. We're going to connect to this, and if it asks for a password, the password is just Express LRS. Once you connect to that, it should open up a web browser, and you'll be able to configure all the settings for your receiver right through here. So this receiver is already running 3.3.0. Binding phrase, key in your binding phrase, whatever you have on your controller, use that as the binding phrase, and it'll just automatically connect. So I'm going to go through here, I'm going to key in my binding phrase. And then we'll hit save. Upload succeeded. We'll hit reboot. And on your radio, you should then get reception. So now our controller is bound up to the ELRS receiver. Let's go back into Betaflight and you should see stick movement now. So if it looks like this, all you have to do for this is go down to the channel map right here, and we're going to change that from default to spectrum, and you can also put it on FR Sky if you're still having issues. But if you change it to this, when you hit save, should be all set. Double check, make sure throttle's throttle. My throttle's only going to that percentage because I have this knob app to throttle control, so we'll have it maxed out for this video. But make sure that all of those are responding correctly, make sure your buttons are popping up, and that's good. So now we'll hit save. Now that we have the controller all set up, let's hop over to modes, and this is where we're going to set up all of our switches and what modes we want to turn on with those switches. So make sure you have hide unused modes turned off. We're going to go to arm, so this is going to be arming the drone. Make sure this says auto, and all you got to do is flick the switch that you want to be the arm switch. I use this one to arm the drone, so I'm going to click this. You'll see that little yellow dot right here move when I click the switch. So I want it to be armed when the switch is clicked down, so we'll move this so that the yellow line goes within this bracket. So now we're going to do this with all of these other modes. The other ones that I like to turn on, I like having angle adjusts as an emergency kind of thing, so I'm going to put that on this switch, and this is a 3-position switch, so you can see that yellow dot has 3 different positions, so I'm going to use this downward position for angle mode. Now we'll go over to beeper. Definitely want a beeper. Click this. So that's going to be our beeper switch. Adjust that. And let's do flip over after crash. At range, I'm going to use this one. So that will be flip over after crash. So now I'll hide unused modes. Let's save. And now let's just kind of flick through the switches and make sure that everything is adjusting how you want. Looks good. Alright, so now that we're set with the modes tab, let's hop down to the motors. So when we're doing stuff with the motors, we're going to need a battery plugged in. When you're doing stuff on the motors tab, when you're doing anything in Betaflight and you have to plug a battery in, take your props off. I have had drones spin up, spool up, and if I had props on, I don't know what would have happened. So make sure you have props off when you're doing this. We're going to plug a battery in. Go down here and just make sure that motor 1 is motor 1, motor 2 is motor 2, and so on. So by clicking this little box, we're going to get these sliders to light up, and now we can move each motor individually. So motor 1, that's good. Motor 1 spins, motor 2, motor 3, and motor 4. Cool. So since we're in this tab, we can actually hit the master, and that's going to spin up every single motor. And what you can do once you have these on is lightly touch each motor just kind of on the side, and you can kind of feel which way the motor is spinning. So motor 1 on this is actually spinning counterclockwise, and it should be spinning clockwise. Motor 2 is spinning clockwise, counterclockwise. So since that's the case, what we can do is actually just check this box, and we're good. Hopping back down to the motors tab, if you did have to change the direction of a single motor, say this one was spinning counterclockwise and the rest of them were spinning clockwise, you could go into motor direction, I understand the risks, and then use the wizard to kind of spin up each motor, and you can click for it to change direction. We don't have to do that. We can just select motor directions reversed, and we're good. Let's unplug the battery because we don't need that plugged in. I'm going to go down to the video transmitter tab. Now this is actually very straightforward. We're going to minimize this, and on our web browser we're going to go to Happy Model's site, and they have this all laid out for us. It's literally just a copy and paste from their site. So copy and paste your choice of protocol VTX table into Betaflight CLI. So they have an IRC tramp protocol. We selected smart audio, so we're going to use the smart audio one. But if you use IRC tramp, you would use this VTX table. We're using smart audio, so we're going to select this one. So starting at save, copy this entire thing. We'll go back into Betaflight. We're going to go down to CLI, and we're just going to paste everything from their site right into here.
We need a level it. Yeah. What we've done is we've looked at these technologies and applied that to lithium. You can kind of boil it down to 3 main categories. The first.
And now when we open up the video transmitter tab, we should see all of these channels preloaded as well as the power levels. So pretty much ready to go. all you would do is select your band, channel, and power, whatever your goggles are on, and you should be good. I typically use race band 3, and we'll do power 25, and that should be good. To make sure that this works, I'm going to plug it back. So we're all set in here. We'll hop over to OSD. You could have done this before. I usually do it after I have the video transmitter set up. But this is pretty much just where you're going to set up the text and stats that you see in your goggles. I'm not really going to go over this with you guys just because it's pretty straightforward. You just select what you want. Usually I like to have battery, cell voltage, alerts. If you have a GPS, you can do that. All of these things, you can kind of go through and select the ones that you like. Now once you're up here, you can just click and drag, and you can move this one over here. You can move this on the very bottom. You can have your goggles on while you're doing this, and you'll be able to see the image of where they're actually sitting on your screen. So just kind of play with it. Select the ones you want, and once you're done, hit save. All right, we're ready to take this thing out for a flight test. The battery that I have on board here is a Tattoo 1050 6S LiPo. I'm also going to be printing a GoPro mount for the front here, so I'm also going to have a GoPro Hero 11 Mini up front. So you guys will be seeing footage from the GoPro, as well as some footage from this camera, which is basically what I'm seeing in the goggles while I'm flying. So let's take this outside and see how it flies.
e-commerce store, but your conversion rate, not so killer. You've spent... Hey everyone, do you want to get into the FPV hobby, but you don't know which kit to buy, which drone? Well, I'm pretty sure that's the case because I get asked that all the time and these goggles are falling over my eyes. So in this video, I'm going to tell you what FPV kit you want to buy for a beginner that's going to be under $200 US. Here we go. Now, before we get started, I really have to clarify exactly what is an FPV drone because there's a lot of misunderstanding out there. So let me start by this. This iconic design is not an FPV drone. This is considered a camera drone, as well as foldable drones, you know, by DJI and Autel and Hobson and Fimi and all that stuff. Those are camera drones. Even the little mini drones, those are camera drones. So these type of drones are all considered camera drones, and camera drones are all designed for beginners. Why do I say that? Well, it's because this company here, DJI, a long time ago, was one of the most successful companies at creating a beginner drone kit. In other words, they were one of the first to come out with a kit where you actually got the drone, the battery charger, and the transmitter, and everything you needed all in one box, and you can fly it the same day. So since there's a GPS in all of these, the GPS, the altitude hold, all the technology is designed that the drone does all the work for you, and the pilot, the only thing the pilot needs to do is operate the camera. So you can fly this and film operating the camera and let the drone do all the work for the flying, and you do all the work for the camera operation. So at one time, not too long ago, camera drones are something that a lot of people would buy. and they bought it for the camera to film the family or go on vacation or just film random things. The problem is the drone didn't allow you to do much, so you were kind of stuck filming kind of boring things and always stuck in the air. You couldn't do anything crazy with that drone except film. And with all the restrictions that have come out in different countries and the way people look at pilots who fly such drones, thinking they're very annoying, because a lot of drone pilots are annoying. They fly around people and annoy them. So camera drones, still pretty popular, but not as popular. So now let's jump over to the FPV hobby and I'll show you an FPV drone. So FPV drones can be extremely tiny in size because there's not much to them. It's up to the pilot to do all the work. The drone basically is a carbon fiber design so it doesn't break. Has a tiny little pinhole camera in the front, tiny little receiver in it, tiny little flight controller, you know, the whole circuit board is right here. So yeah, you'd have your own transmitter that you bought yourself, you'd have your own goggles, whichever goggle type you like, and your own battery charger, your own batteries. So it's, in the past, nothing came in a box. And the benefit to FPV drones is basically that as a pilot, you have no restrictions. This is like a bird. It will do whatever you want it to do. And they come in different sizes, with different cameras. Some cameras are very expensive. You wear whatever goggles you want. I'm dropping everything. You use the transmitters that you like, the batteries you like, the battery charger. I mean, since they're not designed for beginners, the world is your oyster. You can make them go as far as you want. If you want to fly 30 miles, well, you build your quad to go 30 miles. You know, you're going to put a big battery on it to go 30 miles. But the technology's there. You can do anything you want in the FPV hobby. But the problem with the FPV hobby is that it takes a lot of skill. You can't learn it overnight. Not at all. It took me, I would say, to learn the FPV hobby for myself. I'm still learning it today, and I've been doing this for years. But to fly an FPV drone for me, because back in the day when I started FPV, we didn't have FPV beginner kits. So back then, it took me a while. It took me over a month to learn how to fly an FPV drone. And I came from the DJI world. So in this video, I'm going to show you 3 ready-to-fly beginner kits for FPV. Now, I want to warn you in advance, FPV drones are highly advanced. So that means you're paying an awful lot of money for the flight controller, for the camera, for the motors, for the goggles, for the transmitters. It just goes, the prices, the battery charger, the batteries. But let me warn you, the FPV hobby, if you want to get into it, the beginner kits I'm going to show you, that just gives you enough skills and knowledge, a little bit of knowledge to get into the FPV hobby. You will not keep flying those beginner kits for life. You will just use them to destroy them, to get your skills up so that you can go buy the real kits. And one thing I have to tell you right now is that the FPV hobby today is way more technically advanced than it ever was. In the olden days, you just basically had analog and you would use analog goggles and life was good. We still have analog today, but we also have many types of digital. So let me see if I can explain this really quick. A long time ago, before I became a professional photographer, I had to buy a camera. In the days old, when I bought my first camera, there was only 2 major camera companies that were great for consumers, and that was Canon and Nikon. I bought Canon. And because I bought Canon, it meant that from that day forward, I would only buy Canon lenses. And if one day I decided I wanted to get a Nikon camera, I'd have no lenses because the Canon lenses were all designed for Canon. So you have to stay in a field, and it works the same way in FPV. If you get a drone with an analog camera, well, then you're going to buy goggles that are analog. If you get a drone with a digital camera, then you have to go and get digital goggles, which are very expensive. And there's not just one type of digital, there's 3 types of digital. So you have to buy whatever goggles in advance when you decide to get in the FPV hobby. And from that point forward, you will stay buying drones that have the same camera system, which are compatible with whatever goggles you own. Hope that makes sense. And the same works for the receiver in the drone. If you get a radio that only works with certain receivers, then all the drones you buy in the future can only have that particular receiver in it to talk to your radio. You see how it works in the FPV hobby? If you think that's confusing, wait till you get into the hobby. But this video is not about that. This video is about getting you, the viewer, who might be flying DJI drones and always looked at the advanced FPV hobby and thought, wow, I'd really like to do that, but how do I do it? This video is about getting you into a beginner kit for under $200 US. that will not make you an FPV drone flyer. However, it will bring you up to a level where you can jump over and maybe become an FPV drone flyer. I'll explain in this video. Now, all the kits I'm going to talk about, I have reviewed on this channel, except I don't have all of them because since they're beginner kits, I've given them to people who want to be FPV drone pilots. So I've given them to them and they have used them to become FPV drone pilots.
I'm going to show you a way to potentially make money by pairing Amazon with the power of AI without ever selling physical products. And I promise you've never heard about this before. I just created some simple digital products, then I put them up on Amazon. And it was so exciting. The first time I tried it, I made $14.
Now the first kit I'm going to show you only costs $79.99 and it's on the MakerFire website and it's called the Armor Bluebee. Now for many of you watching, you probably wouldn't call this a true FPV kit, but the reason it is an FPV kit is because the video signal sends out the video signal on the channels and bands of the FPV hobby, so they call it an FPV kit. So in this kit, you're going to get the drone, you're going to get the transmitter. Now for all of you who come from the DJI world, you call this a remote, but in the FPV hobby, it's called a transmitter. You'll get the battery charger, and a tiny little 3-inch IPS display that has its own battery in it and can be removed and used with any FPV drone on the market that is analog. So what does that mean? That means you pay $79, you buy this kit, and then you go to the Beta FPV website and you buy yourself some FPV goggles, then you take that little IPS display, you hand it to your wife or your kids or your friends, you fly looking through the goggles, they look at your little screen and see exactly the same image that you see. The drone does fly on a 1S battery and you get about 4.5 minutes of flight time. You might not think that's long, but in the FPV hobby with a 1S battery, that's pretty decent. The video signal that comes out of that drone is analog and it shoots out at 25 milliwatts, and you're going to learn in the FPV hobby, 25 milliwatts of video output power means you have a transmission distance of 1 football field. The claim to fame for this drone is not only that little display that you get, which is pretty neat, you can use it with so many other things, it's also that this little drone has 3 speeds, so you can fly it in the wind or you can fly it indoors. It also, for outdoors, will do flips. Now the flips it does are not FPV acro flips like in the FPV hobby that you see all the pro pilots doing. No, these are like you press a button and it flips. Now since it only costs $79.99, as I mentioned, you do not get the FPV goggles, although you can go buy some goggles for really cheap. The motors are obviously brushed. You'll never get brushless motors for under $200. They just don't exist when it comes to the FPV hobby in a beginner kit unless you just get the drone itself. Now I reviewed this drone quite some time ago, and if you take a look at the comments below the review, everybody who's bought it has given it a thumbs up. They really enjoyed the drone. So that's why I'm recommending it here, because, you know, for $79.99, you can't go wrong. Now, it's not going to get you into the true FPV hobby, but if you get yourself the goggles, well, then you're getting closer to getting in the FPV hobby. The transmitter has the joysticks in the center. So when you buy something like a DJI drone, a Mavic or anything like that, the joysticks are in the center. Joysticks that are in the center do not exist in the FPV hobby because you can't really control the drone. But when a drone is designed for beginners, they leave the joysticks in the center. So I'm going to give this a score out of 5, with 5 being the hardest to fly and 1 being the easiest. Well, this is a 1. Your grandma, I say that in so many videos, it is grandma approved. Your grandma could fly this, even grandpa. So just to summarize, it's going to get you into the FPV hobby to give you a little bit of experience, but you're only going to get that experience if you go and buy some FPV goggles separately. If you just look at your screen and fly around, it's all right, but it's still not going to give you the true goggles FPV experience. So it's sort of like a camera drone and an FPV drone stuck together. But for $79.99, it's not bad. Links to that product are below, as well as to my review of it. Go check it out. The next kit I have for you that I highly recommend for beginners for under $200 US is this one. This one only costs $119.99 US. As you can see on the box, you do get the FPV goggles, you get the drone, and you get the remote. And I will tell you right now, this remote is, as I mentioned, just like the previous remote where the joysticks are in the center. So it's not the true FPV drone hobby. However, they do a cool thing. On the remote, they give you two types of joysticks that you can remove or put on. So in the FPV hobby, we have people that are called pinchers. I'm doing this backwards, so it's not going to work. They pinch the joysticks like this, and they fly. Because in the FPV hobby, you do not move the joysticks very much. Tiny movements, not like the camera drones where you're all over the place. And then you have thumbers. I'm a thumber, so I grew up being a thumber, so my thumbs go on the top. There's a huge difference between pinchers and thumbers in the FPV hobby, and the tops of the joysticks have to apply to how you fly drones. So in this kit, since they know it's for beginners, they give you both types, and yeah, you can put them on the little transmitter and fly around and see which ones you like. The other thing I like about this kit is, I believe I already mentioned this, you'll never get an FPV drone in a kit for under $200 US with brushless motors. They're all gonna have brush motors because they got a good cost to give you everything. So this does have brush motors. However, they give you two extra brush motors just in case you get cat hairs in them and they stop working. You can just pull them out, put the other one in. Very easy to replace. You also get spare props and two batteries. This is what the kit looks like inside. You can go watch my full review, so I can just show you here. So there's your remote, and right now I've got the thumber thingies on it, so there you are, and your buttons are push in, push out. Benefit with this remote is that it's rechargeable. No batteries are required to go inside. That previous kit I showed you for $79, you have to put batteries in it. Goggles, very simplistic. You get the headband, very easy to use. You can use these goggles with any FPV drone in the analog hobby. This remote as well works with flight sims, so you can plug it into your computer and you can go play any flight sim and learn how to fly drones even better using this on a flight sim. The drone itself is pretty small and the batteries are 1S, so you get 4.5 minutes of flight time on this little thing. And as you can see, there's no antenna coming out of the drone for the camera, so that means you've got about 25 milliwatts of output power, so you're going to get 1 football field in range of video signal with this. So once again, this is grandma, grandpa approved. Skill level to fly this is way back to level 1. It is so easy to fly. It doesn't have any modes like that first one I showed you by Makerfire. It's got 3 speeds, but it doesn't have any flight modes. This one has 2 speeds, I believe, and it doesn't have any flight modes. In other words, it's just like the previous model. Altitude hold, it flies like a DJI drone pretty much. You can fly through your house, around things, but you're not going to do any of that cool FPV stuff. However, since it does come with the goggles, it's closer to being in the FPV hobby. And because the transmitter, although it's not a true transmitter where the joystick falls to the bottom, it does give you the different types of joystick covers so that you could be a pincher or a thumber, which I think is pretty cool. Also, just in case I didn't mention it with this kit, since it is more advanced.
Yeah, I used to be stuck in that mud. Yeah, I was down, but now I'm I was down, but now I'm yeah, it's all got love. Yeah, I used to be stuck in that.
You can configure things with Betaflight configurator, at least I could with my old kit, this one here. As well, it has a receipt.
If y'all don't got arcade, y'all better get arcade. Arcade has the best samples in the game.
Virtual instruments, samplers, it's
Hello guys and welcome back to my channel. Today in this video I'm going to check the Ishin R051 OTG receiver that supports both iOS and Android
I got a new drone.
Inside the box we're getting the Ishin R051 OTG
I'm working on
an SMA linear antenna,
making some modifications to it, of course.
and a micro USB to
So,
female USB adapter. The main difference between the 051 and the 01
you know, can't ever keep anything stock. Always gotta upgrade it. Gotta hack something.
And it is done by using this switch. In addition,
Gotta
the
make it
051
better.
has a built-in battery, and it is linking this port that allowed you to output the USB to micro USB cable and Hello guys and welcome back to my channel. Today in this video I'm going to check the Ishin R051 OTG receiver that supports both iOS and Android devices. Inside the box we're getting the Ishin R051 OTG receiver, an SMA linear antenna, a micro USB to micro USB cable, and a micro USB to female USB adapter. The main difference between the 051 and the 01 is that the 051 supports both iOS and Android devices, and it is done by using this switch. In addition, the 051 has a built-in battery, and it is linking this port that allowed you to output the video and audio to an external device, and it has only a micro USB connector on the bottom. Turning on the device is done by long pressing the on and off switch. Now you can see a blue indicator is present, and it indicates iOS is chosen. If you switch to Android, you can see the LED indicator turns green. In addition, the supported antenna is an SMA antenna, and the ROTG01 supports RP SMA antennas. The front dimensions are almost the same, but you can see that the R051 is thicker due to the built-in battery. The R051 is a little bit heavier than the OTG01. It weighs 28.56 grams, and the 01 weighs 18.63 grams, so it's about 10 grams heavier than the 01. Unfortunately, the 051 does not work with the same software that the ROTG01 works with, and the GoFPV app does not work for me, and you have to install another app, which in Android was a little bit suspicious, and it's not done for the Google Play, so I'm not going to show you how it works. And if you plan to use this device with an Android or PC or Mac, I think that it's better to get the ROTG01 just for the fact that it works with regular apps and you don't have to download external ones, which may be suspicious. In addition, I will tell you again in advance that DVR is not supported on iOS, and you will have to use screen recording in order to record your video, so it's another big disadvantage of the R051, because on the ROTG01 you can just record DVR without any issues with the provided software, and it is one of the big advantages of using this device just to record your videos on the phone, and you're not going to be able to do it out of the box with the R051. So let's connect it to an iPad to see how it works. So first, connect the lightning cable into your iOS device. By the way, the supported operating system is iOS 8 and above, and iPhone 4 and iPhone 4S are not supported. Then connect it to the female USB adapter, and connect the micro USB to the bottom of the R051. Then connect the antenna if it's not already connected, and turn on the device by holding the power on button. You have to turn on the iOS switch, and if no supported software is going to be present, it's going to lead you to the App Store where you can download either uTools or another app, but you will have to download uTools. You can see how it opened uTools, and I need to allow it to communicate with the device. Then you have to press the eShing icon. Over here we have the help menu that shows us all the options of the app, and there are not many options, it's very easy. Over here we can control the brightness, 3D VR, which will allow you to use it with VR goggles. Album, it shows you all the pictures that were taken. Take a snapshot, you can see over here the channel value, the battery status of the device. Right now it's charging itself from the iPad, and the channel strength. So let's go back. Play. Now no device is transmitting, so I'm going to connect the camera and scan for the switch. To use screen recorded GoFPV app does not work for me, and you have to install another app, which in Android was a little bit suspicious, and it's not done for the Google Play, so I'm not going to show you how it works. And if you plan to use this device with an Android or PC or Mac, I think that it's better to get the ROTG01 just for the fact that it works with regular apps and you don't have to download external ones, which may be suspicious. In addition, I will tell you again in advance that DVR is not supported on iOS, and you will have to use screen recording in order to record your video, so it's another big disadvantage of the R051, because on the ROTG01 you can just record DVR without any issues with the provided software, and it is one of the big advantages of using this device just to record your videos on the phone, and you're not going to be able to do it out of the box with the R051. So let's connect it to an iPad to see how it works. So first, connect the lightning cable into your iOS device. By the way, the supported operating system is iOS 8 and above, and iPhone 4 and iPhone 4S are not supported. Then connect it to the female USB adapter, and connect the micro USB to the bottom of the R051. Then connect the antenna if it's not already connected, and turn on the device by holding the power on button. You have to turn on the iOS switch, And if no supported software is going to be present, it's going to lead you to the App Store where you can download either utils or another app, but you will have to download utils. You can see that now it opened utils and I need to allow it to communicate with the device. Then you have to press the eShing icon, download USB to the bottom with the R051. So let's connect it to an iPad to see how it works. So first, connect the lightning cable into your iOS device. By the way, the supported operating system is iOS 8 and above, and iPhone 4 and iPhone 4S are not supported. Then connect it to the female USB adapter, and connect the micro USB to the bottom of the R051. Then connect the antenna if it's not already connected, and turn on the device by holding the power on button. You have to turn on the iOS switch. And if no supported software is going to be present, it's going to lead you to the App Store where you can download either utils or another app, but you will have to download utils. You can see that now it opened utils and I need to allow it to communicate with the device. Then you have to press the eShing icon. Over here we have the help menu that shows us all the options of the app, and there are not many options, it's very easy. Over here we can control the brightness, 3D VR, which will allow you to use it with VR goggles. Album, it shows you all the pictures that were taken. Take a snapshot, you can see over here the chat brightness. Then get to the apps and turn on supported. Then connect, so first connect the lightning cable into your iOS device. By the way, the supported operating system is iOS 8 and above, and iPhone 4 and iPhone 4S are not supported. Then connect it to the female USB adapter, and connect the micro USB to the bottom of the R051. Then connect the antenna if it's not already connected, and turn on the device by holding the power on button. You have to turn on the iOS switch. And if no supported software is going to be present, it's going to lead you to the App Store where you can download either utils or another app, but you will have to download utils. You can see that now it opened utils and I need to allow it to communicate with the device. Then you have to press the eShing icon. Over here we have the help menu that shows us all the options of the app, and there are not many options, it's very easy. Over here we can control the brightness, 3D VR, which will allow you to use it with VR goggles. Alt shows us all the download utils. You can see that now open utils and I need to allow it to communicate with the device. Then you have to press the eShing icon. Over here we have the help menu that shows us all the options of the app, and there are not many options, it's very easy. Over here we can control the brightness, 3D VR, which will allow you to use it with VR goggles. Album, it shows you all the pictures that were taken. Take a snapshot, you can see over here the channel value, the battery status of the device. Right now it's charging itself from the iPad, and the channel strength. So let's go back. Play. Now no device is transmitting, so I'm going to connect the camera and scan for the best signal. I'm going to connect the TX05 camera. Now it's connected, it's on F7. We can switch the channels by either single pressing the scan button, and now you can see it changes all the channels. But if you want to search for the best signal, just long press the scan button and it's going to find the best signal, and then it's going to log itself on.
So there's a free website that will help you come up with YouTube video ideas guaranteed to get views. It's called answerthepublic.com. All you need to do is go to that website, select YouTube, and enter your topic, brand, or product. Let's say you had a YouTube channel about bass fishing. So I'll type in bass fishing. Then scroll down on the page a little bit, and what you're going to see is topics that the public is interested in. And what you want to do is turn these into videos. This wheel view on mobile is a little bit tough to see, but if I click to data, I start seeing questions that the public wants to know, like, can you bass fish at night? And this goes on with 554 different video ideas that are given to me quickly and for free so that I can make videos that will actually get views. So I encourage you to play around with this site, and if you're interested in more YouTube tips like this, I'm actually hosting a free challenge. You can register by just clicking the link around this video. For 5 days,
You can see that 5860 was the best signal, 5865, and now we can see the picture. The picture quality is pretty good, but we can see even without measuring the
Doom, 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 doom. Still with me?
Latency that it's not as smooth as the ROTG01 worked on my phone. It might have to do with your device. Maybe if I had a newer device, the latency will be better. So I can only test it with this iPad 2. Maybe if you have an iPhone 7s or an iPhone 8, it's going to work better. As I mentioned earlier, you won't be able to record DVR just by pressing a button. Like for example, I just took a snapshot, and then you can access the snapshot from here, from the photo library. You can see at the moments. Now you can see the picture that was taken, but taking pictures is not a very useful feature, and recording DVR is a much more important one. So the next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to measure the latency, and then I'm going to show you how it is possible to record the screen on your iPhone or on your iPad. So let's start the timer. So we can see that the average delay is about 150 to 200 milliseconds, so it's much higher than the latency that I got with the ROTG01. Again, maybe using a faster device will lead to better results. Now, by the way, I did try to connect it to my computer, like the ROTG01. Unfortunately, it doesn't recognize this device, and this is just black because my web camera is covered. If I'm going to connect the ROTG01, it's going to recognize it. So I tried both on iOS and Android. It just doesn't work. So I'm not sure that you can use it with your computer. I'm not sure that you can't, but I'm not sure that you can as well. Now I'm going to show you how to record the screen. In order to do so, you will have to upgrade to iOS 11. It's not going to work on earlier versions. What you need to do, go to Settings, then go to Control Center, Customize Controls, hit the plus next to the screen recording, then you need to swipe from the bottom, press this button. It's going to start recording the screen. Now your screen is recorded. Then connect the R51 if it's not already connected. Then open UTools, hit play, and right now it's being recorded. I didn't show earlier, but when you press this button, you can see we have these two screens. And when you want to stop the recording process, just swipe from the bottom, hit this button, and it's going to end the recording session. It will save to your photos. Then you can just go to your gallery, and it's going to be under videos, and you will be able to play it. You can see now the video is playing. Again, it's not as convenient as using the ROTG01 on Android devices, but still you have a way of recording your videos. So overall, I don't think that the 051 is as useful as the 01 for a couple of reasons. First of all, it does not support a desktop computer out of the box as the 01 does. Maybe it does support it, but it didn't work for me, and probably it's not going to work for you as well. If I'm wrong, please correct me in the comment section below, and I will put in the description box an explanation how to get it to work with your computer. Second of all, it does not support Android devices with the FPV Go app, so we'll have to download an external app just from the web, and I'm not sure if it is safe to use it. So you can try it on your own risk and let me know if it works well. But I've downloaded it and I just deleted everything because it was a little bit suspicious for me. So I just removed it from my device. And finally, the price is almost double than the 01. This one you can get right now for about $18, and this one costs about $35, $36. So basically, I recommend buying this device.
We just recently found out about Back Market. I just got an upgraded phone, and I wish I would have known about them before.
VR and FPV are huge right now, and the ideas and possibilities are almost limitless. So today I'll be showing you how to FPV just about anything. Hey guys, I'm Ben from Authentic, and you might have seen my previous drone videos talking a lot about FPV. Today, basically, I want to show you how to semi-affordable turn that RC car or drone, paper airplane, Roomba, or whatever into an awesome FPV driving or flying experience. First off, we start with the cameras, and there's a ton of different models out there. Huge thanks to Banggood for supplying all the FPV gear today. I'll give you all the links down in the video description. Here are 3 different tiny little FPV cams with the video transmitter already built in. The NC01 model. It has 600 TVL, 120 degree field of view, and boasts a wide voltage input with a boost module and DIY connectors. This might be what you're looking for, but possibly for those more complex projects. Next is the EF01 model, 800 TVL, 150 degree field of view, and a raw wire that will need soldering or an adapter. This could be good if you're building the Tiny Whoop or Play Nano QX Racing Quad I showed you up here. Last is my favorite though, the TX01. It's 600 TVL and 120 degree field of view, which I wish was a bit wider like the previous model, but it's the most ready out of the box, perfect for beginners like myself. I like that it has a bright LED display to easily show my channel and frequency selected. The cable you see attached is that ultra micro plug, which fits those very popular and cheap mini LiPo batteries. They're all 5.8 gigahertz, 25 milliwatts, 40 channel, and in my testing, video transmission distance is minimum around 225 feet. The only other thing you need is the FPV goggles or monitor, something to receive that video transmission feed. A couple different models I was able to play with. First is the Eachine LCD 7-inch monitor. It's small, lightweight, screen resolution of 800 by 480, built-in sunshade, built-in battery, lasting about 3 to 4 hours on a full charge, and even a built-in DVR. This way you can easily pop in your micro SD card and record your FPV footage. It's dual receiver for best reception, 1-key auto searching, meaning it'll auto-find that transmitter channel for you, and overall a nice build. As a major bonus, it has the standard tripod hole for easy mounting. An FPV monitor is great for flying line of sight and FPV. This way you can easily glance back and forth, or maybe you're sharing the flying experience with your friends. If you want a more immersive flying experience, as if you're actually in the pilot seat, then I'd recommend going with some goggles. One model I have is the EV800. They're a bit cheaper. They have a 5-inch LCD screen with a resolution of 800 by 480. Same thing, built-in battery, auto frequency searching. One downside, it does not have that built-in DVR for recording your footage, so keep that in mind. On the upside though, it has a really cool break-apart design, meaning you can easily convert these goggles into a monitor so your friends can watch the action too. Lastly, here are the VRD2 goggles. They have dual receivers too for a strong and consistent signal. Its battery's external, so not as seamless design, but it's placed at the rear of your head to help for counterbalance of weight. Plus, you can swap out for spare batteries while you're on the go. Its other big feature is the built-in DVR for recording your videos. Unfortunately, it doesn't break apart to convert into an open monitor design, just goggles here. Overall, I mounted these cameras to all different toys around my home, and it's really fun racing around, driving or flying FPV. Head-to-head races are super fun too. I'll give you the links to all the different models and products down below so you can check out current pricing, especially since Banggood is always running different promo sales. Let me know in the comments what kind of RC toys you would want to race around via FPV. Now be sure you hit the subscribe and bell icon to stay notified of all future videos, and until next time, let's live authentic.
Yo, I got a buddy of mine that stays like a mile away. He's like my smoking partner. Sometimes I'll go to his house to smoke, sometimes he'll come here.
From a complete beginner standpoint. So
I'm gonna hook this up to where I can fly it to his house and pass the blunt back and forth. I want two-way communication on here so I can communicate, and definitely the FPV goggles.
So I wanted to do this years ago, but I was kind of put off by it because there's so much stuff out there.
I want it to be like a cargo carrier.
I didn't know what to buy.
You know, if I wanted to,
I just didn't know where to start. So I'm still a complete beginner, but I've got to the point now where I know kind of how to get going and what stuff works with what stuff. So in this video, this is aimed at the complete novice, wants to get started in the world of FPV and you haven't got a clue where to start. If you already know about FPV, then this video is not for you because you probably already know more than me. All I know is how you can put the camera onto something and then see it in goggles or on some other transmitter. So to get a FPV system to work, you need 4 things. You need a camera, transmitter, receiver, and you've got to power everything. So starting off, you need a camera. So I've got a selection of some different stuff here. I'm going to put a link down below if you want to know more details about any of this stuff. And I'm also going to put you together a little combo of all the things you need to buy if you're a complete beginner just to get something to work. So first of all, here we've got a couple of different cameras. We've got one here, we've got one there. Here's a camera there, here's a camera on there. So that's the camera. Then you need a transmitter. And here's an example of a transmitter. Here's another transmitter. Next, you need a receiver.
Arby's 2 for $5 chicken wrap snack attack.
Why did Amazon send me $20,000? Because I use Amazon AI. I'm gonna.
How's it going, everybody, and welcome back to the vlog. So my last few videos have been about alternative options to the DJI goggles for Android devices. A couple of you guys asked me about similar applications that could be used for Apple devices, and I didn't have one at the time, but Mr. Michael Vagnetti from Mavic FPV asked me to try out his app. I went over and downloaded it for $4.99, and I'm going to tell you what I think about it and give you my honest opinion about it. So let's look at the application. Let me show you what it can do. Let me go through the actual features real quick, and then we're going to probably take it up and give it a test fly. This is a very cool app. Let's take a look at it. So you want to go to the App Store. And by the way, guys, Mr. Michael Vagnetti has given me some promo codes where you can download this for free and try it out. I'll be giving those away in this vlog. So let's open up the application called Mavic FPV. And I've already got my Mavic kind of loaded up and it's already connected. But right now we are in the, let me get this back for a second. Right now we are in the screen that shows you what the application is capable of. So I'll just walk through this really quickly with you. This is the start screen. It shows you that you have icons for map view, your user's guide, and your app information. It shows you how to connect it via USB. It also shows you what your on-screen display will look like, and you've got a lot of different options here. One cool thing that I like about this app is the fact that it is very close to DJI Go 4, where you actually have a lot of control over your drone, unlike the other application that I showed you, where you don't get to set your features, or you don't get to set your settings for height and return to home. This actually has all those features built in. So let's continue to scroll. You have your full screen mode, you have your VR or your FPV mode, you have your app settings, you have your camera settings, you have your camera switch mode, you have your shutter button, just like all of your other applications like DJI Go 4 and Lychee. You got your signal strength, you got your obstacle avoidance. You can actually turn it on your vision obstacle avoidance in this one. You've got your GPS location, you've got auto takeoff and landing, you got a return to home button. You have the anti-collision radar that is actually available on the DJI Go 4 application, and then you have a bunch of little icons that show you your signal strengths and your battery levels. Some more on-screen display. You have your Mavic speed, your altitude of takeoff point, and distance from pilot. You have focus. Now, if there's one thing that from looking at this so far that I would think would be, I would like to see it as an upgrade. I don't think that this has autofocus. I think it has tap to fly focus, which isn't a problem. You can use the C2 button to focus it. I just like for it to autofocus when I'm kind of trying to find and focus on my shot, so I'm not actually fiddling around, or if I'm not aware that it's not in focus, I like the autofocus feature on DJI Go 4. Right now, you only have current flight modes, or your altitude mode hold and your GPS mode, but as you can see, it says in the next update, it will actually have the DJI flight modes like tripod mode and fixed wing mode, which is awesome. So you're actually getting something similar to DJI Go 4 with the FPV support, so you don't have to go out and spend $4.99 or $4.50 on a pair of VR goggles. So you can see here you have all of your on-screen display that you have in full screen mode, in VR mode. And it's starting to dull out. Let's get that key back on. And this is what it looks like without the backdrop to it. It tells you what everything is. You got your battery levels, your distance, your altitude, your state of recording. I love that because I keep going up without it recording. Here's where it shows you that you can actually switch using the camera on your cell phone by using C1 to first-person view on the ground or back to your drone's camera. And this just shows you what the C5 button does. On the ground, it looks like your C5 button is going to allow you to adjust your focal points for your FPV goggles. And when it's in the air, it's going to allow you to zoom and turn off the camera pitch, automatic camera head tracking pitch. But this is the augmented reality feature that I was telling you about, where it shows you your location with a sort of a radar circle around you and your point of interest with a radar circle around that. So you got locations of where you are and your point of interest are. By setting your point of interest, you have to go into the map mode, and then you tap on your point of interest. And right here on the left side of the screen, there is a scroll that you can set the height from your point of interest, and that's the height from your takeoff point. So if you put it to 100 feet, it's 100 feet above your takeoff point. And then you go into your settings. And this is what I mean by simplicity and functionality when it comes to Apple devices. I love the fact that it's giving you a lot of control features, but it's not giving you all of the extras that you never use. This actually, if you're a newbie pilot, gives you the basics that you need. You can calibrate your compass, you can calibrate your EMUs, you can set your speed and distance to imperial or metric, and then when you go down, you can turn off head tracking, you can reset the VR positioning. There's just a lot of control that you got and a lot of stuff that you don't need. You can actually set the distance limit like you would do in DJI Go 4, or you can set your return to home altitude to whatever you want it to be. So I like it, and that's simplicity. It gives you what you need and a lot of extras that you don't need. It doesn't have them in there. Let's get out of this. Like I said, I'm already in the Mavic right now. It had a cool little splash screen when you start this up. Let's see if I can come out of it. Actually, I can't. But when you do it, it has that whole Mavic unfolding little splash screen. I like that a lot. Again, a lot of detail went into creating this app. And now we are in the VR, the full screen mode. Excuse me, my voice. So in full screen mode, what you got here is you got your safe to fly, telling you that all your GPS signals, I got 16 satellites here, are ready to go. With VR mode, we're in full screen mode. Click on this button, you're going to go into VR mode, and if you can see, I don't know if you can see, because of the glare. Let's see if I can tilt that up a little bit. Now that you can see probably that, like tilting your head down, it controls the pitch of the camera, and it does it nice and smooth. So this button here, I mean this wheel here on your controller is still functional for controlling. See if I can get that in there at the same time. Still functioning for controlling the gimbal, as well as your head. I'm not opposed to using this instead of using your head because I want to keep the shot nice and smooth while I'm flying. We're just going to take a spin around the field using the actual full screen mode first. I want to get it up in the air using the auto takeoff, and then I am going to try to bring the camera back on the screen so you can see what's going on. Give me a second here. This is the auto takeoff button here. Let's hit that. Ensure that you're safe and take off. I am. Everything's good. Craft will climb to 4 feet. If you can't read that, that's what it says, which is pretty cool. Again, it's well polished out. Everything's built into it. Let's hit OK. Auto takeoff worked perfectly. Craft is actually hovering and maintaining its altitude and not floating around beautifully. Just take it out in the field a little bit. We'll just control it. See if the controls all there. Control is good. I'm going to try up. Everything's good. I'm going to try down. Just pirouette it. Okay, let's take it for a little flight, see if it controls well. Let's go into map mode here. It's loading the map, and what I want to do, it says I want to tap on my point of interest, which I'm going to use as this baseball field. Actually, let's keep it right out in front of me. I don't know what I got here. Let's see. I got this little gravel pit out that way. So I'm going to use that as my point of interest. I'm going to tap on that. And then I'm going to set the height. Right now, the height, if you can see on this side, it's set at about 60 feet above ground. I want to screw that up just a little bit, just to make sure I'm over top of everything. I'm going the wrong direction. Let's go to 60. Let's go. Let's just make it even 70 feet. All right, and now I'm going to see if I can go into VR mode. All right, so I'm in VR mode. Something just flew off the screen. I'm not sure what it was. I'm going to take it out. So I've got across the top of the screen here, in the very, very top, I can see those augmented reality circles coming in. And maybe that's telling me I'm getting closer to what I'm flying next to. So I'm going to fly it out to that pit. I don't see him. It's hovering right across the top of the screen when I bring that in. Oh, there you are. There's the augmented reality thing. So now it tells me, you can see it now, it tells me where I am. You can see the green circles. That's me sitting on the bench. I'm going to turn it back around again. And probably because I'm not high enough, just take it up a little bit. That's the pit below me. And there's the augmented reality circle. I wasn't high enough. I wasn't at 70 feet. Okay, so now you can scroll down, and it's floating augmented reality-wise over top of my point of interest. So if you can see that, I'm sorry, guys. It's got a little pin like you would have on your maps to show you where your point of interest is. So I'm going to back off a little bit so I can kind of see how that looks from a distance. Okay, so there it is. That's how it works. The augmented reality works by putting a pin, a hovering pin, over your point of interest to tell you where you are and how close you are to it. And if I turn this way, there's another little augmented reality bubble. That's me telling you that I am sitting down here on this bench. I like this software. Mr. Vagnetti, you have a winner here. It is awesome how this controls the drone. Like I said, there's one more thing that I would like to see in it that I don't see in the settings. I do not see, and hopefully I'm not yelling into this microphone because it's right below me, sorry. But I do not see anything for a exposure lock. So one thing about flying FPV and flying cinematics, when you're flying, you don't want the exposure to change every time you move your head. So I don't want to be looking at the ground and get the ground in, and then when it looks up at the sky, the ground becomes dark. So you're going to find that middle ground exposure where it keeps everything lit. I do not see an exposure lock on this, so that means that I'm going to have to manually adjust the exposure with the scroller, which actually works, on the top right of your control. So let's try one more thing here, guys, and then I'm going to probably bring this down because I'm recording. I want to see where it says that I can flip in and out of VR mode to ground view or camera view, so I'm going to clear my fingers on that. That's the camera view from the drone. And that's the camera view from the phone, so it's blocked because I got it in the clip. So it does work. So if I didn't have it in the clip, well, my camera's probably up here somewhere, where you can see my hand. Do that, and you can see what's going on the ground. And then when you're in the air, it shows you what's going on in the air. I love the on-screen display. I love it. It's beautiful. Right now, I think this is probably going to be my favorite app for flying my Mavic and any of my other DJI drones because it gives you so many more features than DJI Go 4, especially when you add support for flight modes. Tell me why I would want to go out and spend $450 on a pair of DJI goggles when I can do this with an app for $499. So my final thoughts on this are that this application is enough to make me want to switch to an Apple iPhone. I'm loving the VR actually, but I'm actually loving the augmented reality pins. I mean, you can't beat it, guys. You can't beat it. $499, and I'm going to be giving you codes to get some for free to test them and demo it out. Please leave some comments on my video here. Let me know what you think about it, and hopefully you like it as much as I do. Again, thank you everybody for supporting the vlog. Please like, subscribe, and share Big Ball Vlogs. I will get back to you soon and talk to you later. I'm going to try this out before I actually cut this down, but I can't do it on camera because I can't record it. So I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Okay. New topic of the live stream. Of course, you've heard I've been playing videos on drones. So it's a new project that I'm working on. You know, I got about, I don't know, probably like 18 projects I'm working on at one time, but I don't take medicine for it. That's that ADHD. All right, anyway. I bought this cheap little Chinese drone off of Temu. wouldn't advise anybody to get on the Temu app. Yo, like, that shit is like a fucking drug. You know, like they got this fucking spinning wheel that pops up and you already know you gonna win. They gonna make sure you win. And then you know, they get your head all pumped up, telling you, you know, 100% off on your next order. Look, I just got a fucking Temu notification on my phone while I'm sitting here talking about it. God damn, these motherfuckers are relentless. But you know, you get on there and they're like, you know, save 100% on your next order. You know, then you get ready to go claim your 100%. But you gotta order, you know, 5 products or some bullshit. So yeah, they got me. They got me twice. They ain't gonna get me again. But while they were getting me, I said, well, let me go ahead and get one of these little 4K drones. You know, I wasn't ready to drop $1,400 for like one of those professional quality DJI Mavic or whatever their top models are. But for a good quality DJI drone, if you're gonna get one brand new, you're gonna be spending $1,000, $1,500. I'm not trying to spend that kind of money right now. So I got this little $50 4K drone off of Temu. Now it claims to have some pretty good features, which it probably does. I have doubts of how well it does said function. My experience with Chinese products has been, you know, they deliver, but they don't over deliver. You know, they'll give you the bare minimum of whatever they said that it can do. They said this motherfucker can record in 4K video. Yeah, it will record in 4K video. But they didn't say that motherfucker's gonna be shaky as hell. You know, that's one thing that that the more expensive camera drones have that the cheaper drones don't talk about. The more expensive ones have a gimbal system that enables, first of all, it enables the camera to stay level at a preset height or a preset point, and also it has like stabilization, camera stabilization, that, you know, so that the vibrations doesn't transmit into the video. I mean, that's fine. You know, I'll try taking some of the video, and when I edit it in CapCut, you know, they have a feature where you can kind of steady the video. See how well that works. 333, angelic numbers. I've been seeing them. They find me out. All right, and 3 viewers. 333, 3 viewers. Huh. Yo. Universe be confirming. All right, so this is the drone. This is referred to as the S136 with GPS. It has brushless motors. That's a plus. Dual lens, so I guess 2 cameras, or 2 lenses. not 2 cameras. Electric adjusting pan tilt. So I'm able to control the camera with the remote. See what else? It's got GPS positioning, intelligent return. I mentioned the brushless motor and object avoidance. Intelligent obstacle avoidance, brushless motor, electronic adjustable pan, and tilt. Now, most of the time when I buy a new product, I take the instructions and I throw them bitches, you know, far away. Hey, greetings, Turkey. I got a lot of people, man. I get a lot of viewers from Turkey. Anyway, all right. So this is going to be kind of like a product review. I'm doing it live, so I'll probably take this video, cut it up into just the product video. But before I get started, let me get set up a little more professional. Yeah, let me get things a little more professional, since I am going to be using this video as some type of promotion. Maybe I can find this, trying to find this from a US warehouse. That way I could possibly sell it in my TikTok shop or my own website. Either or, I'll make it work. But one thing's for sure, content is king. If anybody's out there, you know, considering starting a YouTube channel or creating any kind of content, I encourage you just to get started and, you know, show what you do. And right now I'm preaching to the choir, because that's stuff that I need to hear. All right, so let me get straightened up a little bit, and I'm gonna get a product video shooting going. Music on. This is my ADHD Get Busy track. I cannot play this shit without. Shit. I can't play this music without getting busy. No. I should put it on the computer. Nah, I'm not gonna put it on the computer. I need to hook a sound bar up. I got a sound bar at my shop. Well, goddamn. Nobody wants it. I went from like 9-10 viewers down to none. Yeah, that's my shit right here.
For 55 years, Apple Vacations has made planning a getaway feel like turning on easy mode. So you can spend less time planning and more time playing. Look today and turn on easy mode at applevacations.com or call your local travel advisor.
These guys just raised $33 million, and you won't believe what they're building with it. Meet Tyler, Ben, and Jake. They were early employees at Morning.
Drink your water. I'm down 2 bottles for the day. Yeah, water. They broke my pot. Actually, Bootsy broke my pot. Alright, there's still a piece missing. I'll find it.
Hello, what's going on? Turkey in the house.
trying to figure out which one, what do I want to film with? Do I want to film with the iPad or the iPhone? I don't know. Guess it doesn't really even matter. Because I'm going to do the whole shebang. Alright, I gotta find fucking instructions and shit. Because I already know the fucking instructions is going to be aggravating as fuck. They probably didn't even, they probably used Google to translate it from Chinese to English. And just my experience reading Chinese instructions. Yes, a language barrier. I'm gonna try to put this back together the way it was when I first got it, so I can do an unboxing video. These propellers feel very easy to break. I wonder if they got like carbon fiber blades. I'm pretty sure they do. If not, I'll be making some. How did this motherfucker go in here? Oh yeah, and this wasn't on. I'm gonna act like it was. Well, then again, no, I'm gonna go ahead and pull it off. This right here is the collision avoidance or the obstacle avoidance sensor. I don't know why they made this detachable. Maybe it's because it goes bad sometimes and you might need to replace it. I don't know. But it doesn't come connected to the drone. And when you're trying to fit it in there, it you know, in true Chinese product fashion, it doesn't like click in. It, you know, we're not talking about Apple grade design or anything, you know. I don't know. The plastic, it just feels like a cheaper plastic. I don't know why. Maybe it's thinner. I used to, I found the other piece to my little pot. The last piece.
Alright, so put this back on here. So apparently you can fly it without the obstacle avoidance. You would save a few grams or whatever. Got the propellers, charging cord, mini screwdriver, extra screws, and it did come with an extra battery. And I've had the battery charging. What's going on, Nas? That's the extra battery. This was in here like that. And my instructions were like that. Alright, let's see. Okay. Yo, this shit be having me ready to fucking freestyle. I take forever and a day to get ready to do something. Forever and a day. Forever and a day. I take forever and a day, and I hate to be fucking rushed. Ooh. Hate to be rushed. If I feel like somebody rushing me, I will intentionally slow the fuck down. Alright, let's work on my lighting. Gotta get some better lighting up in this piece. Let's see. My background got too much going on, I believe. Yeah, that's a little bit too much going on. That's a little better. Yeah, good lighting too. Hold up, put a little flavor back here. I think those cell colors. think I'm ready. I'm ready for the get ready. I done got ready for the ready. Alright. How my beard look. How the beard look. Alright, let's pause the video. You know what? Nah, we gotta have that going on in the background. Just take the volume down a little bit. What do y'all think? Y'all like the music? All right, this is the unboxing of the new drone, my new toy, my toy that I am most certainly gonna tear apart and make it better. But this was, give or take, 50 bucks on Temu. I can't remember how much I paid, tell you the truth, because they always telling you got, you know, so much percentage off and blah, 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 blah. But anyway, I got it. So it's a 4K drone. The model number is S136. I got it pretty fast. This is how it was delivered. I quickly got a little anxious and had to get it up out of there. All right, so this ticket says indoor operation, GPS must be turned off for flight. Okay, so in other words, if you're operating it indoors, GPS must be turned off. Outdoor operation, sufficient GPS signal is required for flight, must reach 8 stars or more. The remote control makes a DI sound. That must be what they meant. They said DI. It makes a DI sound. I guess they meant D. And then it gives me a barcode to scan. And it says, well, it's a QR code. And then it says English video tutorial. All right, so since I'm filming with my phone, I'll use the tablet to scan it. All right, that's a better look of what it looks like. The S136. Comes with a little carrying case. I didn't expect it to come with a carrying case, but that's a nice addition. And then the same message that was on outside of the box was placed right here. So apparently that's important. All right, let's get this thing scanned. I have to stop my music for a little bit. pick it up.
Unfold the UR. Insert the UR battery. Turn on the drone switch. Place the UR on a horizontal surface. Move the left handle up and down to complete frequency matching. One button
That's the
calibration.
deep button.
Geomagnetic calibration. Pick up the UR and rotate it horizontally clockwise for 3 turns. After sound dropping, the machine head shall be vertically rotated clockwise for 3 turns. Wait for GPS positioning to complete. One button unlocking push the accelerator to take off. Camera up. Camera down. Descent. Descent. Forward. Backward. Fly left. Fly right. Left rotation. Right rotation. Speed shift. One click return. 自动返回起飞点. Automatic return to takeoff point. Open the lid. Installing modules. Intelligent obstacle avoidance mode. Scan QR code to download app. Download and install the corresponding version according to the phone model. Open UF. Mobile phone connection to Wi-Fi. You can start flying. One button switch indoor mode. Indoor flight. Replace your place. Distinguish between A and B place. Remove the screws. Replace the fan blade.
Alright, well,
Tighten.
y'all get the picture on that. I'll be getting back to that video after I finish the unboxing. Let's get back to my music.
Before you use AI to transform business.
All right. So we'll get back to the instructional video. All right. Instructions. This is for the GPS app. Has QR codes on the back for me to scan. I hope this works as good as I think it does. I hope it surprises me. I hope I'm like amazed, because I've used a drone before, but it was just a little toy thing. No advanced features, didn't even have a camera, so this is my first experience with a camera drone. Alright, I will actually have to read through this. It's not as bad as it looks. It's so thick because it's in so many different languages. Yeah, they made sure to cover everybody. So yeah, this is the actual English section. So that's not bad at all. Bookmark that. All right. It came with extra propellers, a micro USB-C charging cable, a mini screwdriver, and some extra screws. And the screws have blue Loctite on the tips of them so they don't rattle out. All right. First, we've got the controller. Seems a bit small, but you know, what do you expect? Cushion. Got a good feel to it. It is rechargeable, so you don't have to load batteries in here. Does have a micro USB-C charging port. These are your antennas. This is where you would mount your phone, and they have some little swing out deals right here, so you can fly it. You've got a couple controls up here, speed and yeah. But ideally what I want to have is the whole FPV with the goggle setup. That would be nice. All right, so got the controller. Let's move to this little thing. They called this in the video an attachment or a module. So apparently there's different types of attachments that you can add to this drone. This one just so happens to be the obstacle avoidance. So, you know, I'm interested to see how well this works. You know, flying it with and without it. It does come with an extra battery. The battery size, it's a 3.7 volt, 2000 milliampere lithium ion. Charge hole right here for micro USB-C. Alright, now we got the drone. Of course, it looks like the famous, popular DJI drone, which it's probably cloned after. The DJI Mavic Pro, I believe it is. These swing out like this. The bottom swing out like this. It's got brushless motors. Your battery input in the back. You've got a camera, supposedly a 4K camera. The difference, I'm sure, the more expensive drones are going to have a gimbal with stabilization built into the camera, so you get a smooth recording. I doubt if you get any of that with this. So that may be one of the upgrades that I'll do later on. Maybe I'll just hack that whole thing off and mount a gimbal camera with the stabilizer. Let's see what else. Oh yeah, I'll show y'all how the obstacle avoidance deal goes on. This cap comes off the top. And he's got some little prongs right there. And they have to fit into there. Now the fit is, you know, not like an Apple product. It's more like a I don't know, something made by Walmart. I'm almost, you know, I want to be careful with it. I don't want to bend those little tabs. That's the aggravating part. These tabs are kind of free, and trying to push it down in here because it doesn't, you know, it doesn't really line up well. You do run a risk of bending those pins. Trying to get it in. I heard a little snap, so I guess that's in. I didn't hear that snap the first time I had tried it, so maybe it wasn't all the way in. All right, so, okay, and the battery. I do have the other battery charging, so got a fresh battery. That's it. Now it's time to download whatever app, software, or whatever that I need, and we'll take it outside and get some airtime. I hope the batteries last a good while. Maybe eventually I can upgrade it to some better batteries. I just want to upgrade the whole thing. I always get shit, and I've been doing it since I was a kid. You know, I got my nickname Destructo Beanhead because I used to tear up all my toys. But, you know, they thought I was tearing them up, but I was. All right. Sorry, I had a call go through. Maybe I should put my shit on Do Not Disturb. Anyway. Whew. Yeah. See, now I done lost my train of thought. I swear I hate talking on the phone. I hate talking on the phone with a passion. Cause I'm always in my head. I'm always doing something. And a lot of times a call can come through and, you know, it'll throw off your whole day. You know. All right, let's see what kind of app I gotta get for this motherfucker. Let's read through these instructions. Is the music too loud? Can y'all hear me good? I just want to cut it on and fly. First they say on one page, they say, this is a toy. This is not a professional drone. It's just a toy. And then on the next page, important rule. This product is not a toy. Wrong use will cause damage. Okay, buddy. Which one? Alright, on the controls, we've got camera adjustment. It's up and down for my camera. Headless mode, what the fuck? Okay, the photo and video that starts and stops the camera. This controls the speed. I don't know if I want to be a thumb driver or if I want to be a pincher. I don't know. We're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to see. Geomagnetic calibration, gyroscope calibration, unlock. Power indicator, address indicator, GPS indicator, charging indicator. Let's make sure this is charged up. I'll make sure I got some juicy juice up in this. Yeah. Make sure I got some juice up in this bit. And okay. What the Betaflight? Ooh. Okay. Okay. We got ignition. We got ignition. All right. Looks pretty self-explanatory. So far, so good. All right. I made sure to charge it last night. Oh, the reason why the charging light wasn't coming on is because it's fully charged. All right, maybe it's time to go to the video. Because they get pretty specific on, processes, because it has to be calibrated correctly. So, gonna have to stop my beautiful music. All right, let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go back. Alright, what's that video? What was that we were watching? Da 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 da. What was I watching? Yo, dude. Come on, scan this fucking code again, dude. Scan my fucking code. Scan my fucking code. Come on, scan that bitch. BIM.
Unfold the U of R. Insert the U of battery. Turn on the drone switch. Place the U of on the horizontal surface. Move the left handle up and down to complete frequency matching. One button calibration. Geomagnetic calibration. Pick up the U of and rotate it horizontally clockwise for 3 turns. After sound dropping, the machine pad shall be vertically rotated clockwise for 3 turns. Wait for GPS positioning to complete. One button unlocking push the accelerator to take off. Camera up. Camera down. Descent. Descent. Forward. Backward. Fly left. Fly right. Left rotation. Right rotation. Speed shift. One click return. 自动返回起飞点. Automatic return to takeoff point. Open the lid. Installing modules. Intelligent obstacle avoidance mode. Scan QR code to download app. Download app. Install the corresponding version according to the phone model. Open UF. Mobile phone connection to Wi-Fi. You can start flying. One button switch indoor mode. Indoor flight. Replace your place. Distinguish between A and B place. Remove the screws. Replace the fan blade. Tighten the screws. Connect the power supply to charge the battery. The battery is fully charged when the red light is off. Connect the power supply to charge the remote control. The battery is fully charged when the red light is off.
Alright. Still gonna have to play it again.
Insert the UF battery. Turn on the drone switch. Place the UF on a horizontal surface. Move the left handle up and down to complete frequency matching.
Alright.
One button calibration.
Cutting the drone on.
Geomagnetic calibration. Pick up the UF and rotate it horizontally clockwise for 3 turns. After sound dropping, the machine head shall be vertically rotated clockwise for 3 turns. Wait for GPS positioning to complete. One button unlocking push the accelerator to take off. Geomagnetic.
Yeah, it's a couple of different things you gotta do.
Hold the UF arm.
Alright.
Insert the UF battery.
One thing it did say
Turn on
was
the drone switch.
turn on the drone switch.
Place the UF on a horizontal surface.
Place it on the
Move
horizontal.
the left handle up and down to complete frequency matching. One button calibration.
Up.
Geomagnetic calibration. Pick up the UF and rotate.
I didn't hear nothing.
Frequency matching. One button calibration. Place the UF on a horizontal surface. Move the left handle up and down to complete frequency matching. One button calibration. Place the UF on a horizontal surface. Move the left handle up and down to complete frequency matching. One button calibration.
So that already did that. Now it says one button calibration.
Geomagnetic calibration. Pick up the UF and rotate it horizontally clockwise for 3 turns. After sound drop, the machine head shall.
Alright, so I got the one-step calibration. Now the next thing I'm gonna have to do
Insert
is
the UF battery.
damn.
Turn on the drone switch. Place the UF on a horizontal surface. Move the left handle up and down to complete frequency matching. One button calibration. Geomagnetic calibration. Pick up the UF and rotate it horizontally clockwise for 3 turns. After sound dropping, the machine head shall be vertically rotated clockwise for 3 turns.
Alright. Ah, shit.
Lowe's knows when
The
you get
wrong
new
fucking
appliances,
button.
you want it at the right price.
Y'all give me a second.
Big on GE appliances like the GE range with easy wash oven tray. With a removable tray that fits into the dishwasher. Even a big mess is no
I
sweat.
hate these long ass commercials, and I gotta take a piss. Man, these motherfuckers is tripping. I'll be back.
It's going to rob you of confidence, it's going to rob you of clarity, and it's going to rob you of competence. Hi, hello, my name is Vinjane, and I've been teaching communication skills now for the past decade. And I draw all of my experience and knowledge from my time as a magician. And also from my time as a keynote speaker. And also take all of the knowledge that I've learned from the world of content creation. And distilling all of that, one of the most powerful lessons that I've learned is the following. I believe in experiential learning. So I'm going to show you a video right away. And when you watch this video of one of my students, I want you to see if you can identify what the one thing they're currently doing is that's robbing them of confidence, robbing them of clarity, and robbing them of competence. Have a look at this video.
So throughout medical school,
All right, I'm back.
to be a physician. So, you know,
Skip that shit. Fuck. Get back to my fucking instruction.
Hold the U of R.
Alright. Y'all still with me?
Insert the U of battery. Turn
Okay.
on the drone switch.
Yeah, this was the
Place the U of on the horizontal surface. Move the left handle up
not the
and down.
confusing thing, but I had to make sure I heard it correctly.
One button calibration.
I did that.
Geomagnetic calibration.
Geomagnetic calibration is what it's called. Alright, the geomagnetic calibration, you hit this button. Hit this button right here. Then you take this and you spin it around 3 times. 1, 2, 3, 2, 3. Alright, so that was all you had to do, or that's all I had to do. Okay, let's...
Clockwise for 3 turns. After sound dropping, the machine head shall be vertically rotated clockwise for 3 turns. Wait for GPS positioning to complete. One button unlocking, push the accelerator to take off.
Shit.
Camera up. Camera down. Descent. Descent. Forward.
Y'all ready to see this shit?
Backward.
I maybe shouldn't be flying it for the first time in the house.
By right. Left rotation. Right rotation. Speed shift.
I'm just following the instructions.
Surface. Move the left handle up and down to complete frequency matching. One button calibration. Geomagnetic calibration. Pick up the U up and rotate it horizontally clockwise for 3 turns. After sound dropping, the machine head shall be vertically rotated clockwise for 3 turns. Wait for GPS positioning to complete. One button unlocking, push the accelerator to take off. Camera up. Camera down. Descent.
I think we might want to go outside for this.
Descent. Forward.
Definitely gonna have to go outside for this. Shout out. Y'all get to come outside with me. Got my nosy ass neighbors. Gosh. Like, you know, I got like those nosy ass neighbors that they nosy. And because I don't like sharing my business, I guess they like asking me or like talking to me and like trying to figure out what the fuck I'm doing. Half the time, if I explain to them what I'm doing, the shit go way over their fucking head. So it'd be like, yo, I don't know, sometimes I be trying to not be so fucking standoffish, but you know. I don't do negative energies well. But I'm getting ready to say fuck them motherfuckers, and I'm getting ready to go find my shit and tell them that I'm busy making a fucking YouTube video. Maybe they can understand that shit. Come on. Let's get it. Fuck the nosy neighbors. See, that's what I'll do. I'll come over here and stand, position myself in front of the truck so they can't see me. So they can't be all nosy. And I can get over here in the shade. All right. Hey, Bootsy, what's up, boy? Look at Bootsy over there. Hey, what's up, boy? Yo, my day was good, man. How was yours? Bootsy. Bootsy. That's my baby back there. All right, let's get some. And get over here. All right, this is my first time flying this drone. First time. Wish me luck.
Shut up. God damn. Oh, that motherfucker got in the tree. Nah, drone. A drone. Yeah. It's my first time ever flying this motherfucker. Huh? He ain't gonna bite you. Get down.
Who he biting?
He ain't gonna bite you.
Hey, Bootsy. Hold him. You better hold him.
Calm down.
You better hold him.
Go on somewhere. Bootsy. Go. 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 I'ma fuck you up, dog. I got it. Shit. All right. It survived. It survived. But I don't know what happened. Like, I hit the return to home button, and that motherfucker, that motherfucker went crazy. It just started going up high. Nothing I was doing was affecting it. Then I started getting real worried because it was like at the top of that big ass tree. I was like, well, fuck it. I at least got a 30-foot ladder. That motherfucker, all you heard was clack, 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 clack. So it survived. It gets a 10 for crash. It fell from about 40 feet up into a tree, and I could hear it still spinning as it was coming down the tree. It was tearing shit up. Here comes my stepmother's sister.
That's your little toy you got? Yeah. Your dad will look out the window. You see it going in the tree? Yeah. He said, look at that. Gonna plug out the toy.
All right, I'm back. Yo, what's going on? All my peeps from Turkey. So, back to my product review. The S136. I wasn't able to test the time of the battery because of an accident, but I guess that test is gonna have to come at another time. I need to go like to a football field or something, or go to the park, somewhere where there's no trees and it doesn't malfunction. Cause like I was ready to land it, and there's a button that says return to home. I pressed that button and it just started going straight up. And then it went straight up into that big ass tree. But it survived. It made it. All of the propellers seem to be good. Just one of them scuffed up a little bit. Just scuffed up a little. It's not dented. Pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah, this one was pretty cheap. This is the Temu special. I paid about 50 bucks for it. Now, I wasn't expecting anything great. Trust me. I know it's a knockoff. It would be like me saying I'm gonna go buy an iPhone from Temu. You know, no, you're gonna get some clone knockoff that's not gonna perform anywhere near what they claim it will. But this one supposedly has a 4K camera. One thing that separates this from the expensive drone models is this is like even though it's a 4K camera, it's attached to the body of the drone. So it's gonna feel all the vibrations of the drone. The more expensive drones have a gimbal system and a stabilizing system that takes the shake out of the flight. That way you get a nice smooth video. This one does not have that. Let's see, what else? I don't know, but what I plan on doing is I want to make some modifications to it. I want to see what kind of mods I can make, upgrade the camera system, probably upgrade the battery. I don't know, some type of carrier system. I want the ability to transport items. Like I have a friend of mine, he stays like a mile away. A mile away driving by car. But if it was a straight shot, it would be like a quarter of a mile. It's like right over those trees. So I want the ability to be able to fly this over to his house and back. And I would like to set up some type of two-way communication, um, via sound. So this camera, I wonder if this camera has a microphone. I don't know. It probably doesn't. But I could add a microphone and a speaker. Yeah. I'll probably strip it down a little bit, take some of the plastic, uh, basically shave it down as much as I can to reduce the weight. That way, everything else that it'll make room for the extra stuff that I want to add. Hell, I might even build a complete new body for it. Like, get some sheets of carbon fiber and fabricate my own. Yeah, I've seen those large commercial drones. Those things are nice. They have a lot of applications in farming, package delivery. Maybe that'll be something that I'll get into later on. But as far as just getting my feet wet, $50. I can get started with this, and the next step would probably be one of those DJI drones. Still not sure about that. There's legislation that's in the House now that's trying to ban DJI, the drones, and any of their products, because for one, it's a Chinese company, and the government suspects that the Chinese are using it for spying on the American public, which very much could be the case. So I don't really blame them. Yeah, that's a good idea. There's many business opportunities for drone operators. If somebody would want to get into it, first of all, invest into a nice professional drone. You're probably not going to find anything nice and professional under 3,000. I've heard of people using, pitching their service to real estate agents, getting aerial views of property. I've seen hunters use them with thermal vision. Like, you can get these things with thermal vision, and you can send them up at night, and anything with heat glows like a fucking light. Yeah, it is. It definitely is. Drones, and then AI. Man, I'm trying to get people to understand the time that we're living in right now. This is like Bitcoin all over again. Except you don't necessarily have to invest money to become rich. you invest your time. Invest your time learning about AI and how to implement it. Not only how to implement it into your life, but how to help other people to implement it into their life, because they're going to be lost. And there's an opportunity for people to make a lot of money in a lot of different ways. A lot of different ways. Before AI goes mainstream, I'm telling you now, I'm going to be having a lot of talks about AI in the future. So make sure you follow, or make sure you subscribe. Anyway, yeah, that's the S136 Mini. I had fun, even though I did have an accident. Too bad I didn't get it on camera. Yeah, my next drone is probably gonna be, if they don't ban DJI, I'm gonna get one of those DJI camera, because they're like consumer level drones, but they're top of the line consumer levels. But that's their entry point. They also have professional grade drones that, you know, they're huge as fuck. First of all, they're not these little pocket drones. They're big, huge motherfuckers that you got to put on the back of a truck. And it's hot as hell outside. All right, well, I got some more work to do. That was fun, though. That was fun. Get some AC over here. It's like 95 degrees outside. All right. Still in monk mode. Let's see what's on my agenda now. Okay, I was working earlier. I just started I started a TikTok shop about, I don't know, maybe 6 months ago. I've only had one product being sold in there, and it was my my ebook on how to build dog kennels. No, not how to build dog kennels, but how to build dog kennel decks. And I've been selling those on there. Can't complain, but I'm selling on TikTok, Etsy, and then my own website. Well, I don't know how much y'all know, but there's like a big ass boom going on TikTok right now. Like, they're making a lot of changes. TikTok is basically trying to compete with Amazon. And TikTok has a track record of winning. Everything they do just seems to blossom. So if you've noticed, if you ever get on TikTok, you'll you've noticed they've started all kind of new programs. Like you've got TikTok shops, you have TikTok shop for creators, and you have TikTok shops for sellers. Um, and then they have the affiliate program where, you know, if you're just a regular influencer, or as long as you've got more than 5,000 followers, you can sell other people's products without ever having to hold any inventory. You don't have to pack anything. You don't have to email anybody. You don't have to you don't have to handle customer service. All you do is just advertise their video or advertise their product in a video. And then you'll get a commission, whatever that set commission is. It could be 10%, 15%, 30%. It just all depends. Depends on the product. So I decided to just step on that wave. There's not a lot of people, well, I ain't gonna say it's not a lot of people doing it, but it's not flooded, you know, so there's still opportunity to get in and establish a brand or a presence. And then that just makes an extra stream of revenue for my whole company. You know, I've got TikTok shops, I've got my Etsy shop, I've got my personal website. I have places like Facebook Marketplace, Pinterest, Facebook, all kind of avenues that I can promote my product. So adding TikTok shops to my money it's gonna be good. So eventually I'm gonna settle in on a niche. One thing with TikTok shops, it's not like an Etsy shop or you know, or Shopify or something like that, where you can create multiple accounts. You can only have one TikTok shop per employee identification number or EIN. You can only have one. So if you're going to have that one store, you know, either you can specialize in one niche, or you can just be like a fucking yard sale, just, you know, selling everything. Well, I'm going to choose not to sell everything, even though right now I've only got like 6 products in my store, and basically I'm just kind of testing the waters out. You know, getting used to the listing process, and getting my foundation and my base set while I brainstorm the actual market that I want to focus on. I think it's going to be good for me to try to focus on one niche and be the best that I can to that one market, instead of trying to be all things to everybody. You know, there's a lot of people, enough people online for me to find my tribe, to find people that are interested in what I have to share. But I said all this, or I said all that to say this. I'm in the process of setting up my TikTok shop. One thing, see, you can integrate other shopping platforms to your TikTok store. So I've got a Printify account, and Printify is a print-on-demand company where you can upload your design and then they'll print it on. I think they have like 900 different products that you can print your design on. It's free to start. You don't have to pay for anything. Actually, they don't print the material. They don't print the product until it's been paid for. So it's a pretty good business model, low investment. You just have to invest your time, and that's a pretty good way to invest your time. That's like a time multiplier, because you can do the work one time and get paid multiple times. You may spend a half a day working on a specific t-shirt design, or it could be a cup design or whatever. You spent 6 hours doing that, but that design may go viral, and you may end up making $1 million off that one design. Now that just multiplied time. If you were getting paid, let's say $100 for those 6 hours of work, you just multiplied that shit. So it's what you do with your time that matters. We're all given 24 hours, but how do we spend our time? How do we invest it? That's the important thing. But I digress again. I was setting up integrations into my TikTok shop. First was my Printify account, and I came up with some t-shirt designs that I did for 4th of July. I put those up, and I'm just kind of letting it work. Now I'm connecting a drop shipper, a drop shipper to my TikTok account. And if you're not familiar with what a drop shipper is a wholesale company that will send out a product for you. Like, instead of me purchasing product and having to store those products in my basement or at my shop, and have a bunch of money tied up into inventory that's that hasn't sold yet. There are companies in the US and overseas. There are companies who will act as your warehouse, and they'll send out the products on your behalf. Some of those companies will even include like branded thank you notes and stuff inside the package, so it really looks like it came from you, but it actually came from another company. Some of the advantages one of the disadvantages is the products are a little bit higher, but the convenience makes it a no-brainer. Unless that they're the product that you're selling consistently over and over and over again, then yeah, you would invest money into purchasing an amount of inventory so that you can get your best price and you can maximize. But one thing you don't want to do is be sitting on a shitload of fucking inventory. That's not, it's losing value the longer it sits there, and you have to pay taxes on it at the end of the year. So it's just you don't really want to go that route. All right, so I found this one drop shipping company. It's called CJ Drop Shipping, and you know, TikTok just made some new rules. They always changing their rules. You got to stay up on TikTok. 'Cause they'll change some shit, change it back to something else, and then change it back. Like first for the TikTok affiliate program, first it was 5,000 followers you had to have. Then they dropped it to 1,000. Now, here just recently, that motherfucker just back up to 5,000. But there's a loophole where you can get in and start selling affiliate products without having 5,000 followers. But that involves setting up a TikTok business shop and then linking that shop to your TikTok account. And when you link that, when you link your TikTok store to your TikTok account, it enables it. You know, like I've got less than 200, well, I've got right over 200 followers on my TikTok, and I'm able to go live. I'm able to do everything. Everything that a person with 5,000 followers could do. All right, let's get some music.
As America's favorite vacation company for 55 years, booking with Apple Vacations is like turning on easy mode. All that's left to do is let the stories unfold. Start your story at applevacations.com or call your local travel advisor.
Ever heard of white gold? That's what they call lithium, and we at EnergyX have a map to the treasure. Our journey began in Bolivia's salt flats, home to a wealth of the world's lithium, a mineral that powers everything from EVs to smartphones. Because of this growing need, the lithium market's revving up to a massive $546 billion by 2035, and we're in the driver's...
3 and 4. Doggy dog, Dr. Dre's at the door. Alright, my bad, y'all. Had an important call come in. My fishing partner. We going fishing. Y'all going fishing with me later on? I'ma keep y'all live, show y'all how to fish. I'm a man of many passions. I'm like the modern day Da Vinci, a Renaissance man. Many interests. Stick around. Might learn something. Make sure I get some juice on my shit, cause I don't want my shit to be going dead. I can get some work done. Excuse me, get some work done before he gets over here. Can't be all work and no play. You know? Oh, I got a new drone too. But it's not a flying drone. It's a boat. I'm gonna make it my fishing drone. It's gonna have, you watch, it's gonna be some nice ass shit. Hurry up. I was looking for. I knew my father had one of these little vacuum cleaner deals like this. Okay, my first attempt at creating product videos and posting them to TikTok, my video was deleted. They said because I only included still pictures of the product that I was selling. They said they needed, you know, basically videos of me, using the actual item. All right, my best friend is here, and we're getting ready to go fishing. And Bootsy's about to go the fuck off because dude is obsessed. Get down. Yeah. Oh man, bruh, I was doing good. Bootsy, I'm gonna put you in the basement. Yeah, I was doing good, man. Goddamn, I hit the go home button. Bootsy, I'ma fuck you up, dog. Lay your ass down. Now. Anyway, I hit the go home button and that motherfucker started going up. Right into the tree. That motherfucker's a survivor, boy. Hell no. Didn't scratch it up none. Didn't scratch it up none. Just scuffed it up a little bit. That's all. About to do me I did an unboxing video and a test flight video of that. I didn't get to catch the accident on camera, but it, you know. Let's do a product video on this vacuum cleaner. Yeah, because the videos I had posted about the t-shirts, man, they canceled my fucking videos saying you gotta be actually using the product in the video. You just can't, might post one or two still pictures, but you gotta, you know, you gotta be actually doing something. So I said, all right, bet. One monkey don't stop no show. But yeah, that thing, I need to fly that thing in a park somewhere where I can, you know, work out the kinks. But flying that bitch around all these trees, nah.
Is it hard to control?
Did you ever fly that little one that I got? It's real easy to control. It's just, you know, sometimes it might get a little confusing. You know, especially if you start to panic, like I did. That motherfucker started going up. I was like, oh shit, what the fuck?
Not already.
Not already. My first fucking flight. That motherfucker, you can hear it just cutting leaves. Man, I thought it was fucked up, boy. We can go ahead and fly it again.
Oh look, this is his motor where the rod bolt goes through to hold the motor up, and his street bike?
Not good.
He's got somebody that can weld it though. Takes a TIG welder can weld cast aluminum. It's gotta be good.
Yeah, he gotta be good.
Because it's got gases in the damn, it'll blow through real easy.
Yeah, that's about like trying to weld cast iron, but harder.
Yeah.
I
looked it up. It's possible.
It's possible.
It's perfectly possible. You just gotta know what you're doing.
Right. Because
And have a TIG welder. The TIG welder, they said, is the
he
best method.
might. Well, I mean, there's ways to do a mechanical fastener that holds it together too. You know, like an extra bracket. He might have to cut that ear off and and mount some shit. But yeah, it's a couple ways he can do it, but it definitely needs to be fixed.
Oh yeah, and he's dead in the water until he gets that welded. The motorcycle dude, he don't weld.
Right.
And he's dead in the water until he gets that done.
Yeah. Let me see the picture again.
That's the last thing he needs done, and damn, it can get thrown back together. So I know it's still ripped apart because the goddamn motor ain't in.
Damn.
But you just can't JD weld something like that.
Hell no. Damn. Yeah, let's go out here and fly this thing for a little bit.
He fucked up buying that bike. Dude got him on that bike. I think he paid like $2 grand for that bike.
The motherfucking frame might be bent.
Nah, he's got a brand new frame for it.
Oh yeah, you did say you bought a new frame.
Well, the frame cracked right there where the same crack is on the motor mount.
Right.
And it's because the bolt was loose to hold everything together, and I guess, from that like that, it fucking cracked it, and it broke his timing chain tensor. Shit like that. Still hot as a motherfucker out.
You right, it is hotter than a motherfucker.
It feels like 90, it's 89 though.
Here goes nothing. Again, yeah, that motherfucker went all the way up there. Alright, don't crash. Think it'll make it to your house?
I doubt it. I doubt it.
Better have a fucking GPS. You press and hold that to make it start, and that's up, down, left, right. That turns it. This goes forward and backwards, then this slides forward, slides to the side. So probably want to stand over on this side, so you know your controls will be.
Says it's got GPS on.
Yeah. I gotta shut all of that stuff. You can fly it without that optical avoidance thing on.
It just hovers right there.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
I'm gonna have it where I can put a fishing line on that bitch. I want it right over there. They drop that motherfucker, drop it right in the bass mouth. Yo, imagine press and hold the start button. Yeah. Imagine getting good with it and being able to.
Oh, bro, they got ones that go like 120 mile an hour.
Fast.
And them dudes that fucking fly them are good, bro.
I was watching a video of one.
They'll take them through little holes like that.
This motherfucker went down a goddamn chimney stack. One of them big, tall industrial chimney. That motherfucker, he went like a big ass loop and then missed it on the first one. I think he missed it on purpose. Came back around on another loop and straight down in there.
Yeah, that was fun. You know, them people hold like them pros. They hold them. Yeah. They hold it like that.
And they said it's two different styles. Like some people do it like that,
but you gotta have a harness.
And then some people, and tell you to hang. Some people like that. You know, I guess they're used to video games, but then try to get more control doing it like that. Revived it. I brought it back from the dead. what's going on. Ain't got no tree? You got any tree?
No, I gotta get some. You trying to rob the store?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Had gas all day since I woke up this morning. My stomach is killing me. I ain't got no, I'm gonna get some apple You ate all those tons that we had? I still got some, they don't work too good.
I was gonna get a bag of damn shit again.
Yup.
And Happy Mary or some Hazy Mary.
When God wants to make a man... I got this mini vacuum cleaner for whether you need it or not. Let's test her out real quick. Check this out. It's a vacuum cleaner. So you get it in this one TikTok shop. Paired with several types of suction nozzles. Suction is very strong. So convenient for car cleaning. And it can also...
Just. going on?
Pops got in the store.
Yeah.
Who's that taking you lick on me? What you licking for?
Boosie, get your ass in here, boy. Boosie.
I don't know what it is, but I think he just might licking his leg right here. He licks it every time I come in.
Come here, boy.
Everything was cool.
Everything was good?
Brian didn't have to go off.
Well, that's good.
You know her. When she get mad.
But Niecy all right?
Yeah.
What you watching? Drone? Is that a drone video?
Cutting trees.
Oh.
Everybody just get one. I got this mini vacuum cleaner from TikTok Shop, paired with several types of suction nozzles. Suction is very strong, so convenient for car cleaning, and it can also be used for your blowing. Everybody just get one. I got this mini...
still looks like this, you need this upgrade from the TikTok shop. No more walking out to your pool to check the temperature, and no more...
As a landlord, this little tool has saved us thousands of dollars. Check it out. This is a digital infrared thermometer that reads temperatures with a freaking laser. Let me show you how it works. Let's say a tenant calls in the middle of use this temperature gun to shoot the register, and it'll tell you instantly.
Ay, hirap pala talaga paglalagay ng thermometer pagka ganito. I don't know what it is that makes me feel like this.
Hey guys, this is a show.
As a landlord, this little tool has saved us thousands of...
Feeling frustrated with inaccurate pool temperature tests? This pool thermometer is the perfect solution. Simply thermometer inframaratan pasabog.
How hot is the Buddha?
Anak demam je nak cek belakang tangan kita tu mana?
$5.99 for this digital thermometer is a crazy good price.
These are so on trend.
Test for body temperature.
I got my...
Now you can see the body word on the screen. Okay, now we press the set button. We can switch body temperature to surface temperature. Okay.
With grams on.
If you have one of these glass cooktop stoves, then you know, like, they go from 0 to, like... the temperature of the sun. What I want to do is see how hot they actually get. I'm going to turn a large burner on. That'll be that one. We'll let it get up to temp real quick. And we're going to see, the cool thing is this has a scanning, so I can just go like this, and whenever it registers the highest temperature, it'll log it right there. This is an FKM. I'll have the link in my bio if you want to check it out.
Who is that? Perfect nito. Ito na. Ito na yung...
This right here is the...
Anak demam je nak cek belakang tangan kita tu mana accurate nak guna ni digital infrared. This is...
Okay, I'm starting a new series. I'm going to share with you guys all of my pregnancy, labor,
$110.
You got what, 50?
Motherfuckers off Temu and sell them on Amazon.
Oh, Lord. I'm hungry. It's too
Started breaking into shit. Already. It didn't last 24 hours. You know, being it.
still feels like 90 degrees out there. That ain't changed.
Shit, look like it feel like it's more than that.
Try to run again, sir?
Yeah. Yeah.
Smoke tape with you and I'm going to eat my food.
Yeah. What you say you getting? The crab joint.
Yeah, crab legs, shrimp, corn, potatoes, eggs, and crawfish.
Sounds good. Appreciate y'all hanging out with me today. But about to log out.